Make sure to Discord stream too.
Good, everybody. Good evening. It is session 6 time, and we are here with the B2 matchup. Nathaniel joined by Harrison. How's it going?
It is going great. We got fun stuff. Not if you are in the Armel Discord, the match that I originally thought we had, as well as the other broadcasters, but that's okay because we're still here to see some good mahjong, still see some good things, and this is going to be pretty prevalent for especially my B2 league. This is going to be some cut line defining play going on here. Rowan is going to be substituting in, but we still got Cruz, Brett, and Christine. Brett, a little bit closer to the cut line than you would think right now. Just looking at the standings, Brett is in spot 21. The cut line currently sits at minus 122.7. Gonna have to hop Andrew L, who is at minus 80, in order to put them below. And Christine, again, let's say Brett gets that like minus 80, gets to around there. That minus 42.7, not going to feel as comfortable with a fourth. And as we go into our starting hand, it looks like off Rowan has got a bit of a kicker. Brett's going to try to contest with a call and go. Super quick, easy hand to play. But Rowan, as we've seen before on stream too, playing some of the substitute games, something about being a sub in this league just gets you flowed up and you just start doing criminal acts.
Yeah, I mean, Rowan has had some really exciting hands. I remember watching the first two games of this series, and there was some really interesting play, and I think Rowan had an incredible comeback hand in the second game of that series, so we'll see if you can pull it off again. For now, I'm looking at the door 2 in the hand on the left and getting really excited about the possibility of Sun Uncle.
It is looking a bit closer. I kind of dismissed it when to start, just because it was awkward to draw around. You have that 2-4 Kanchan right by it. But, I mean, it seems like it's really starting to shape up, especially with making those triplets for the melds. Although Rowan is going to commit to playing a Chanta right now. Can't say I blame them too bad on dealership. They're 2 away and can get it confirmed shape-wise.
Oh, it
Not too
pulls in the
bad.
7
Ooh.
pin.
Huge. 2 6s to block too. People might not catch on right away. People might think it's like a 1-2-3 Sanchoku. Might end up throwing into it.
Reaching from
Oh,
Cruz.
Genbutsu too.
Yeah, the 8-mon is Genbutsu. It will come out from Christine. That will give Rowan the win. 1500, but we'll pick up the Ricci stick from Cruz and continue the dealership, more importantly.
Yeah, Christine, I'm sure not even really too upset with that too, because that was ended up being pretty well hidden from Rowan. And definitely you're going to want to deal in to, even though it's a cheap dealer hand from Ricci Pots.
All right, well, what do you make of these hands?
It's not too bad. Well, Rowan, all of a sudden, when you get double Yakuai pair, now you're cooking. You can drop that 4-6 Kanchan, just start going with it, maybe even work towards a Honitsu later. Cruz still struggling a bit. Gonna need to help with some shape. That 8-9 will help. Maybe try to play an upper Sanshoku. Find a little bit of value there. Has 2-door to boot too. Might make it a bit clumsy. Brett's got some really nice shape. Still needing to draw around it though. And Christine is gonna need a little bit of help. Might want to just call and go on that Haku. Try and draw around some of the shapes here, especially after watching Rowan open up in Tenpai already, looking for the 9-so. Already has the Roundman too. 6-0 hits the board and it will take as well.
Yeah, a fast hand, and this is not inexpensive either. If the hand is one on the Dora, that is 12,000 points.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna be really nice.
We could see that there's only 1 door left to the wall to be drawn. 3 6-0, or rather 2 6-0 as well.
I mean, a player makes one bad read though, and then all of a sudden it could just potentially blow up in their face. Like, I can't imagine Cruz is going to throw it in any situation, but Brett could just try to greed for like a Tanyao, not think that Rowan has the weight yet, or even if more 7-sos come out and it starts looking Kabid.
Yeah, there's some situations where Brett ends up using the 8-so as a pair, in which case you might see the 9-so come out. Oh, but 6-mon, that's going to deal into the hand of the left. Christine shutting things down with the Haku Nomi hand. 1,000 points plus the 300 Honba will even out the scoreline a little bit. And as we move into East 2, Rowan still on top, but it's super tight.
Oh yeah,
All right, Cruz now our
definitely.
dealer. You love to see a Dora draw on your second pull in.
It's nice. You kind of don't love to play it as a Ryoncon, especially when it's in the middle. So the longer you keep it, the higher risk you have of dealing an unsafe tile in later. But I mean, it's a pretty quick call and go as a Tanya, so you can't complain too bad. Have some pawns you can pick up along the way too.
The hand on
Just
the
take
right,
your 2K and go.
yeah, the hand on the right is going to be working towards Orichi across the table. Similar story, maybe 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku as well. And if you draw perfectly, you could even get Pinfu with that on the left. Oh,
Hmm.
wait, hang on a second. Christine just drew a Dora, and what was going to be the pair in the hand, well, I was thinking,
Interesting.
yeah, this,
I'm surprised we didn't just go headless on that. Maybe try to drop a 2 peen early, fish for the 1 peen later.
it does feel like a committal to the 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. In fact, the five Pandora comes out right away, and Rowan kind of wants this tile, but what is your Yaku going to be? You have to drop all of these 1 pins in order to get Tanyao, so decides to let it pass.
Yeah, I think if anything there, you kind of just hedge towards a Shinitsu. Maybe hope you can pull something to make it Honitsu,
Hmm.
help speed up the hand, but it's so unrealistic. You kind of just have to let it go.
Yeah, as it is, will be hard to use this. Well, it looks like the droids can be used as a pair, so you need a 2 or 5 pin to complete the pin shape, and you're just trying to figure out which of these Mon blocks will be completed. I think I would normally keep the 5 Mon there and hold acceptance of the 2 Mon, 4 Mon, and 6 Mon, or
Yeah,
4, 6, and 8 Mon. And here's the 8, so not punished at all. We'll now be able to drop the 1, 3 block and have good weights everywhere.
ooh, and now Cruz in dealer seat was going to threaten the Entotu as the final way, ends up dropping away. Realizes hand's getting a little bit too late into it, needs to just kind of call and go. Wouldn't be surprised if we see 7, 9 pin out here shortly too. Just confirming that Tanyao, making it callable.
Yeah, one of the benefits of holding onto the 3 Mon a little bit longer is that there are some paths to 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku, but that's far away enough that I think just playing for the widest acceptance is pretty natural. The other thing to consider is you don't really want this 9 pin to be used in your hand. You really want to draw a 4 pin or a 6 pin.
Hmm. Yeah, you want to give yourself those outs. Make sure to keep Dora, especially when it's getting this late into the second row. Now you're starting to worry if somebody's like Damet on something or how close the reach is. And if you have to drop that later, it could be absolutely disastrous. And any other way that you can play it kind of also causes some uncertain or not so good drops. We are going to see, looks like just committing to the Tanyao shape, hoping to get a 16 and then maybe like a 4 to stick on that 2-3. Might even still just play it as a Ryoncon.
Christine has drawn absolutely nothing across the table. It's been Ishan 10 for forever. And on the left, Rowan as well, not feeding any Tanyao tiles to Cruz. Also not progressing that hand at all.
Yeah, the Sumo Giri graveyard continues.
Finally a draw.
Oh,
Tempai for
Rowan draws in
2-5
2-5,
so.
so that's actually pretty decent. You have the really early 8.
Unfortunately, the weight is not live in the wall at all. 0 tiles to be drawn, can only be discarded, and is Brett in danger? No, Brett's going for Dion Peiko, it's Ishan 10.
Whoa, hold
Oh,
on.
it's
We mean
there, it's
Ryan? Oh,
Tempai! It's gonna be a
do you
5, 8 pin
Dama?
wait.
Is it
Damas.
Dama? Okay,
8 pin is Genbutsu to the Richi. That's why we see the Dama. It will be Tanya
it's pretty
Dianpeiko
good.
Pinfu. That's a
Early
Mangan.
late.
Oh, it's a sumo!
Oh, he's Sumo!
Gets
That
it!
reach would have been insane.
I know Brandon's been going for Dianpeiko for so long. Finally got it in ladder, and now gets it for real in
Finally
Armel.
in Armel on the main stage. Misses the Baimon value by not trusting the Epod Sumo. But I mean, when you're going to get a round pick of Dama Hanemon, you're not too upset at all.
No, Brett, I'm sure, is absolutely thrilled with that result, and so am I. And you go right into the East round, your dealership, with all of that momentum. You're feeling really good.
Oh, yeah. You're loving that hand.
And this is exactly what Brett needs to climb out of this demotion zone. If you can continue this for a
Oh,
couple more rounds, get a couple dealer
amazing
Mongons, you're
felon.
looking good.
Oh, yeah. Again, Brett's going to be going in these 2 games that I'm pretty sure this group is playing. Brett's going to be looking at what am I looking for? Like plus 50-ish. Maybe even a bit more, maybe plus 60 to really start to feel a bit safer.
Now,
So a lot to go on. Probably going to end up taking 2 games, but again, you go on a stomping ground here, especially when everyone's hand is looking a little bit on the slower side. You can get there.
it does need to be said that for Brett, this is a collection of round 5 games, games that were not able to be completed in the previous session
Hmm.
due to time restrictions. So, um, completing them in this round, after these 2 games are over, Brett will have another 4 games to be played in session 6. So,
Yes,
take as
and
much
it's
ground as you can in these 2 and then finish it out in the next 4.
yeah. Brett's gonna have a tough route out too because tomorrow Brett is playing all 4 of those games, and he is gonna be up against me and Dave, who
Ooh.
are at the top of the pack, as well as I can't remember for the life of me who our fourth is, but somebody who's in the middle who's also going to be looking at just making the games end or going on an insane run. So it's going to be a hard journey out if Brett can't really take advantage of these 2 games,
And for
push himself
Christine,
further.
currently in 3rd place in the game, but overall in the standings in 17th place on the border of demotion. As long as she has positive results or doesn't lose too many points here, should be safe. So probably going to be playing fairly safe mahjong.
Hmm.
Just don't put yourself in any danger. Now, Ronan across the table is a substitute and is angling for a Toy Toy slash
Uh,
Sananko.
Toy Toy Dora 3, mind you.
Yeah, let's go for that.
It's
It's either
scary.
gonna be
And
Toy Toy
they're
East
all
or
the
Toy Toy
Easter
Dora
Mochi
3.
Mochi and the threes are in hand. Oh no, Cruz. Cruz has nothing to lose though.
Yeah, Cruz, you
And
have to
Cruz has a
fight.
hanging Dora.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
But can be saved with a 4 mon draw. That's about the only draw that will
You
work.
might just greed Honitsu
Oh,
even
this is
still.
gonna be Ishanta
It's
holds the
not
door.
it's not Tenpai.
And maybe Cruz sees the path to Chitoy Dora too. That could be a bailout. Brett calling for 567 Sanchoku. That is a bit of a stretch, but that could also bail Cruz out here.
Yeah, that might be able. I mean, any other aggression that makes Cruz not want to drop this 3-mon could end up saving them.
Khan!
Oh, we die mean. Okay, we got 3 so in the wall. Oh no, but all of a sudden Cruz gets the value and then throws the Dora
Yeah.
in, and that's the Mangan.
Flips to Dora, and Cruz says, well, I don't need this door anymore. Unfortunately, that's what Rowan was waiting for. And that will put Rowan in 2nd place. Over 30,000, a positive result currently, and will end Brett's dealer run. Well, Christine now, as our dealer, has a Dora 9-pin in hand, as well as the tunes to call. Oh, great shapes everywhere. The 9-pin doesn't even really have a spot in this hand unless you can pair it up. But she'll probably hold on to this for a little bit longer, just in case the pair up comes in. You can use that value. On
Use
the
the
right,
quick
though,
Hyaku High to guarantee too.
well, how about a quick
And it's
Yakumon?
oh my! I don't even want to talk about. I've dealt in the 2 show sushis in like the last week. It's been awful. I don't want to see that hand anywhere at all. And luckily, it looks like it's almost dead. 2 west at the board, 2 souths too. We'll deconfirm it, but still, Rowan is looking strong here. Definitely opting for Honroto or
Well,
Chanta from
forget
what I'm
Sho
seeing.
Sushi. How about Kokshi? That's
You
10
know,
in a pair.
that is option 2, but now that the Reds pawned, a little bit of friction, gonna be call time, I'd imagine. Still gonna commit, really, doesn't even want Chanta.
Well, the issue
Going
for this hand,
or oh.
well, is this Ricci, but also the Hatsu Anko on Brett's hand. What a fast Tempai, and with good value too. Ricci, Hatsu Dora 1, waiting on the 2-5 pin. Good weight. And Rowan
There's
thinking
still
about
6 in the wall,
breaking a
or
Patsu with the call here.
5 is going to do just that. Might just, or can't discard the north, but gonna throw the 1-mon out, test it, passes. Not sure why we didn't want 1 so, but could have also felt a little bit of pressure from the timer. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, and the Anko of Hatsu. I mean, or Haku, you gotta drop the west or the north here, right? No, even just full on opts to drop that. Doesn't like the hell way at west or south. Doesn't even want to put the risk.
Our Toyman is building a bit of a monster here. Cruz has a possibility of Itsu Pinfu Dora.
I mean, here's the thing: the monster's there, but it's scary.
Yeah,
You got at least 1 tile that you're gonna be uncomfortable dropping that you gotta push.
But you know
And
what?
that's in best case scenario.
Has been pushing
Backfire.
all these Mon tiles. Well, with the full combat of the 5 Mon, 7 looks pretty secure here. We could
I
see
mean, 7 looks fine, but it's solving that 6-7. Or I guess no, you take the Rihanna now that you've pushed 5 mon on the board.
Christine found Tempai and found it within herself to push the door against the Ricci. It passes. Christine might be able to nab this hand, especially now that the 7 Mon no longer passes. It looks very safe.
7 mon does look really good. Much different than the others. Oh, but Cruz just opts to play the safe. 5 mon works out. Brent Sumos don't even need the Ura. We're getting Mangan. Brett killing off Christine's first dealership. And now we go back to Rowan in the helm. Has some Dora acceptance and some Clunk to get out. Nobody else really doing too much though. Seems like Christine's got a bit of nice fill-in that she can do, but is going to need to hit it. Brett in much of the same suit, but with better melds to go off of. Christine is going to take the quick Yaku High, just opt to play the hand very fast, try and keep Rowan from getting any more points. Still has a nice buffer between her and Cruz, so not too worried yet.
It doesn't call the Chi on the 4 Mon, as the 5 Mon is currently acting as the head in the hand. But that's not really the main reason, because you can find pairs, from any tile, really. That's also your
Yeah.
best shape, and so
Mm-hmm.
you'd prefer to just pass the tile, get your draw, and see if that can improve one of your other blocks. As this Tuso does. What a great fill for Christine.
Now Rowan also draws into the South Yaka High pair. Might see a little bit more aggression if another one, or I guess not a 1 mon, but if an 8 mon comes out. Could call that, maybe even check the Chi on 2-5 so. Crew's gonna wiggle a bit closer to Tempai. Has a great fill-in for the groundman there.
Yeah, that floating
I'd
6
imagine
Mon rewarded. Or sorry, 6 So is rewarded, and now Ishanten. Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao.
not too much, but anything that you can get right now is a bonus.
Yatsumo Ura is
Brett's still
pretty
not
huge.
able to find the Sanshoku, looking for it. Opts to go for 6-7-8 Sanshoku. Not sure if I agree with that. I think I would have rather kept the 9, just killed the 6 off right away, especially with all the furry 10 possibilities in your discard, such as this 5 draw, but could opt to just try to fill it in before Tempai's found.
Yeah, probably looking at the 2 9 pins that have been discarded and thinking getting 7 8 9 might be a little bit trickier here.
Each.
Oh, Tempai found for Cruz. We'll take the Ricci on the 5 8 Mon.
One just passed, and oh, Brett has a lot of blockers on the board. Could misread this 8. White's not proven. Opts to take the Genbutsu 9, so the correct move. No door, or only one door in hand, so Brett still has time to back up and reassess if they so choose.
Now, if Brett redraws into Ishanten with a 6 So, might be tempted to push for the hand.
I mean, if you push for this, if you get the 6-0 and you drop the 6 mon, that's correct. It's not going to deal in this situation.
Christine drops Nakasuchi 4 pin and then the 2 pin, really hoping to pair up the door like this. And this is going to be Tempai. Can
It's
discard.
The nuts. Has to prove the 1 chance, 1 so.
Yeah,
passes.
it's actually full
We're
Kabe
naked on
the
the
Chiso's
board.
cut. And now Rowan trying to fight for this hand with Nandora 1. As dealer, that's 2900 plus the Ricci stick. And you get to continue, of course. Presses forward with the 3 Mon. That passes. And there's that sumo for Christine. Yakuhai.
And no value buffed by that double Dora draw.
Absolutely.
Quick
Christine's been doing a good
gotten,
job of shutting down hands. It's kind of her goal in this game. Don't let anybody run away. And I mean, the Brett train has been steamrolling, but Christine's
Brett
been keeping everyone
worst.
back.
I mean, Brett is the worst person for Christine to have run away with this, because Brett is the closest to her in the standings. If the substitute runs away and you do fine, it's whatever. If Cruz or Brett starts going up, especially Brett, because Brett's much nearer the demotion line, Christine could see herself in the firing range. Even if she gets just a bad third and drops down to -60, that could be where the demotion line ends this season.
But at this point, Christine looks like she has a chance at even overcoming the 30,000 point mark, which would indicate a positive score if she can get past that. Cruz, Ishanten already. But with a couple awkward tiles to fill, either the 1-pin or 3-pin, of course the 4-7, so one of the 1-pins is already passed. And I like holding this floater 3 mon. If you draw around that, you could discard one of your pairs. Or just draw Tempai.
Oh, and you gotta immediately take that. You see the Yakuhai open up on the board. You don't have any Dora. You don't really have improvements for the hand. You just gotta send it and go.
Yeah, one of the
Your only other thing is pairing up and maybe getting Sanonko, but if you don't sumo, then you don't get it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. You could pair up quite a lot of tiles actually in the Sozu 5, 6, 8, 9 would all give you a Sanonko chance. However, you're just as likely to Tsumo at that point. And so just takes the Richi, hoping to flip Ura-san with a 2-pin or a 5-pin. Actually,
double Ura-bombs.
All the 2-pins are in the wall, so maybe one is underneath this 8-mon door indicator. In terms of the weight, not many tiles left in the wall here.
Yeah, it looks like just single 4, actually. All the others are going to be held in hand, which is disastrous now that Rowan's pushing. I'd imagine, is going to check the 2-mon, waiting on that sneaky West.
West is
try and catch a dealership.
West is gone, but the 8-pin is available.
West is gone.
Oh, 8-pin is paired up in Brett's hand, and now that
it's Kabed with the 7s too.
Yeah, Kabe, Suji, everything's indicating that the 8-pin is safe. And it is safe against the Richi, but not against the hand that has called Pon twice. I think Rowan was hesitating on that 2-mon cut, trying to decide whether to greed for the value of Toy Toy or to just play safe. And there goes the 8-pin. That will deal into a very cheap hand. And you know what? Brett's fine with that. Pay 1,000 to move the dealership forward and a scary dealer Richi. That's a totally acceptable outcome, and we'll move forward.
Ooh, and an interesting starter. Has the meld of the 1s, has a lot of pairs in hand, 5s and 7s. With 6-mon, we'll fill in real nice, able to get a like E-Peiko on it. Even just transfer it to a Pinfu type hand if you could manage. But Brett is going to have a mission, especially because shape on the board is looking pretty good. Christine trying to fill in, maybe opt for an Itsu to increase the speed of the hand. Rowan's already got the Anko Souse locked and loaded. Could even push like a 789 Sanshoku if drawn in the Manzu. Is going to full commit to opening up, just playing the hand fast. And Cruz has some amazing shape. Needs to hit a big fill-in or two, but can very quickly have like a Pinfu, maybe even Dora, Tanyao chance.
I think Brett, of course. I'm trying to figure out if there's a world where Brett can make use of 2-door here. Like you grab a second 4-mon, you can just start 8-9 and make E-Peiko in the Manzu. So definitely worth holding on.
It's so clumsy, and it's getting late is the problem too.
Yeah, but it's getting late in the sense that players are starting to open up and speed up their own hands. And we saw the call from Christine. This is a bit of an Otozuke because she can only use the 6-pin. And maybe she sees that one came out from Brett already. So she anticipates that another one will come out in the future and she can call that. But it is a little risky because if you draw the 9-pin, you're in some trouble.
Yeah, now it looks like opting to cut away from some of the Pinzu shape to maybe even push outs to avoid that. If you get a pawn of like, or if you get a 2-so in hand and then pawn like 3 or 6-so, and then you can start thinking about cutting the 7-8, committing to the Tanyao. Brett too also is going to find another pair. So now technically at 5, going to be, or no, technically at 4. So going to need one more to get Ishanten on that Shitoi. Could help block the door though, make sure nobody else is able to use it. Speaking of that, nobody else drawn a door yet as Christine finds Tempai. Gonna go with the Shabo 3-6.
Yeah, she did find the 6-pin, and of course the discard of the 2-so is to avoid Furiten issues with the 1-so. And the nice thing about the Shampoo weight is it doesn't have to be 1. You can draw the 5-so and upgrade to a 4-7-so weight. It's a little more awkward if you draw the 7-so because then you're Furiten on the 5-8, so. Oh, Khan. Oh, Khan at the Tempai. Sanshoku Chanta Nan. And that reveals the 2-so to be Dora. That's what. There's one in Brett's hand, but Cruz will say, "Thank you for the con. I will Richi and aim for all the Ura. This is just Richi Pinhu currently. However, there's two Ura chances should this hand come into fruition."
Oh my god, and Christine is holding
Oh,
half of the weight. Oh, and Rowan just snipes it.
Sancho, Kunan
Killing
Chanta,
it.
and the extra food because of the con. So this is going to be a very respectable win for Rowan, and this actually makes the race for first place quite close.
Yeah, Rowan only a stone's throw away. And oh my god, already has the south paired up in the seat. One person throws that, and I think Rowan's taking first this game.
Yeah, it's double non.
Double not so good. Christine might have something to say though. Does have the option to play a 1-2-3 open Sanchoku, try to speed it up a bit. Can also try and fish for E Peiko, play a little bit slower, but with so many pen shots, this is going to be really, really tough to come out of.
And this call makes the hand very difficult to play for the rest of the table. Why is the North been called? Is this a Honitsu? It looks kind of like it with the early discards. Is it just Otozuke? Well, now we see the South call. So, and a 3-pin comes out. Was it a fast Honitsu that's now Ishanten or Tempai? Or is it just going for the 2 Han? Maybe there's a door in hand that's actually 3 Han. It's very difficult for the other players to predict what's happening. And now it's pretty clear that Rowan is just pushing for the fastest wood possible. We'll take the headless Ishanten. Compare.
Is the Dora going to be enough to do it?
The gap is 52.
I
So
think it's just shy unless you hit a con, right?
yeah, it is short on Atsumo. And so Rowan will need to direct hit Brett on the Dora, which is a little tricky. Brett certainly wants to make use of the Dora if at all possible.
Yeah, Christine now with another Dora pair in a very clutch situation is able to play it and not discard it to the board, which in this case would have immediately gotten used by Rowan.
Well, once again, Christine has a chance at 1-2-3 Sanchoku. Oh, but Tempai for Rowan, so danger for Brett. Cannot drop the Dora.
Yeah, with Brett's shape though and how far away they are, I can't imagine he's going to think about dropping it anytime soon.
Here's a 9-pin that Cruz really doesn't want to use this, wants the door instead, but might hold it just for efficiency's sake.
Yeah, could throw 9 Mon. Does end up just playing the most efficient out.
Christine will call into Ishanten.
Commit. This could be it right here, though. I can't imagine you're looking at anything but Tanyao. Yep. And does lay it to the board. Ron is going to take the 2K. Not quite first, but still a very good performance. And is going to have the game end going. I want this to end as soon as possible because I'm a substitute, and that's the best thing I can do. And, you know, plus 17.6, not bad at all.
No, if you're playing, as a substitute, you kind of have to just play normal placement mahjong, and this is an acceptable result.
Oh, yeah.
Big win for Brett, though. Plus 30.8 will send him up the standings, get closer to that cut line. And for Christine, okay, it's a negative result, but it is somewhat acceptable losses here. You're starting to get a little bit nervous, but you have one more game to play, and as long as you can get through that last game cleanly without a 4th place, you will probably be fine. So this is an acceptable result as well.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can keep Brett down a little bit more and make sure the cut line isn't quite as close, that will be absolutely huge for her. Definitely, if you take a third, you're going to be sweating a bit, especially if Brett does well. But I think you accomplish either second or above, or able to get able to stop Brett from getting any more momentum. I think you're reasonably fine.
Yeah, looking at the big screen, we can see that Brett is the last emotion slot. So needs to pass Andrew currently, but is quite close to doing so and might even be able to do so in this next game, which is going to start in about 60 seconds.
This is going to be very, very close. It's going to be an absolutely monumental and massive game for Brett. Cruz is going to need to run about 8 Yakumans back to back.
Yeah.
At this rate.
Yeah, really, it's going to be kind of like a head-to-head battle between Christine and Brett.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rowan the X Factor, which I'm gonna be honest, having a sub as the X Factor is maybe the worst news that you can get with the history of how subs do.
Yeah, we've seen
Just
substitute players
absolutely.
have a lot of impact in various divisions, and Rowan's been putting up a really good showing as a
Rowan
substitute.
has been playing very, very well in every game I've been seeing. Rowan has been playing phenomenal and without the pressure, with a little bit less pressure, I should say, and just playing nice positional based mahjong has been doing
And
fantastic.
it makes me really happy to see that the depth of the league is such that even players who are substitutes are playing quite well.
Yeah.
And we look forward to seeing Rowan as an actual player in a future season. And maybe while this game is yet to start, if any of the viewers are interested in becoming a member of the league, signups are available. However, today is the last day to sign up. You must sign up before
Yep.
midnight Pacific time in order to
Gotta
be.
get in.
Yeah. So we'll be going off. Cruz, our first dealer, rode on the right. Across the table is Brett. On the left, Christine. And okay, the hand that jumps out to me is the one that has the east pair and the south pair on the left. But there's also Dora, not a clear Honitsu path, so probably just going to call and go.
I would imagine with something like that, just commit even Otozuke.
The other thing that jumped out to me was that Brett's second discard across the table was the Dora, which usually is an indicator that the player is Ishantan or has
Yes.
no use for the tiles in that suit. However, that's not really the case here. We're still pretty far away from Tempai, and I think in most cases I like to hold on to the door a little bit longer there, just in case we do draw around it or even pair it up.
Yeah, you need the value too, especially with where you are in the standings. So I really like trying to play that for as long as possible. You hit a four or a two pin, and all of a sudden it looks really, really good in your hand.
Well, we said call and go, and Christine is calling, and she's kind of heading towards Honitsu, except for the fact that there are no more Mon tiles in the hand.
She doesn't want to take that south. I almost like committing to it because even if you call the south and like can't get the east, you keep any more Manzu in your hand, and then you play around it, right?
Yeah, as is, she's really just banking on calling the East and winning with this Dora in hand. I it's kind of debatable. I'm not sure what I would do in this position. If I had any other tile, even an honor tile, I might just call the South. And maybe we
Hmm.
should have held an honor over this 4 star. And that's exactly what the move she makes. So now I think if the South comes out a second time, we'll see a pawn. Oh, hold on a second. There's a Ricci, and we might
Ooh.
have other plans.
Rowan taking the very aggressive reach on the Kanchan 4.
Yeah, it is the
Extremely dangerous for
fir-
everybody on the board.
first Ricci, Ricci +1. Very classic. Unfortunately, missed the upgrade. The next draw would have been the 2 pin, but definitely puts a lot of pressure, especially on Christine, because it does look like she's going for a Honitsu Chinitsu type hand. And if that's the case, she really can't use pin tiles. Now we can see that she's actually was looking for the same 4 pin that Rowan wants.
Yeah, and she's taking her hand out. She doesn't want any more part in this. She just wants to play as safe as possible.
Yeah, but at some
Not
point
dealing.
you run out of safety, and she's actually Isha done now. So if the East comes out from Cruz, might just call into Tempai.
Yeah,
Same.
six pawn. I mean, it is early half Suji. It doesn't look great with no nines on the board, but definitely possible.
Brett also
But
holding on to
horse
the
trading.
East, finding other tiles to get rid of. However, Brett's kind of getting close to Tempai. Does have the safe. Genbutsu 6 so caught. 9 so can be discarded as well. It only deals into Tonki at this point. Tonki or Kokushi, but we can see the Kokushi is dead.
Mhm. Crew's also really trying to think about what they want to do here because they're getting closer and closer to Ishan 10. I'm trying to call to make something go, but they have to push the east in order to prove it. And that looks very, very scary with the board.
Yeah, just unwilling to drop the East here. And that's probably going to shut the hand down. Now that the 5 pin comes out, that allows Christine to discard her own. And if anyone drops the East, it's probably going to be Christine because she has the pair of it.
Yeah. Although opts to drop the 8, maybe miss the 2 so drop. from Cruz. I expected to see that out. Brett
ズモ
did switch the hand,
There's
but
a
doesn't
Tsubo.
matter. Yep, that's enough time. Doesn't get the Uradora for the upgrade, so
And
just
that's
340, but not too bad at all.
that's the power of the early Ricci. I mean, obviously it was a bad weight and the value wasn't amazing, but look what it did to the other players around the table. It just froze the hands, and especially if you know that the players around your table are going to be defensive against an early reach, you might throw a Ricci Nomi out early just to freeze everyone else. I know in
本
my table, my last session in A1, there's a player who that was a strategy. Like everyone at this table is very defensive, so I will do as early of a Ricci as I can and force everybody off.
Nope, that's the way to do it. If you notice, everybody is really respecting reach, really folding. It doesn't matter how bad your weight is. If they're going to give you all the time in the world to hit it, then that's what you got to take.
Well, look at this. This is very fast from Brett. 2 pawns already. That's Yakuhai, Yakuhai, and a Dora and Chanta. So this is a Mangan. If you can find a 3-mon and a 1-pin.
Cruz, though, might have something to say.
Home.
We are Ishanten for Chi Toy. Could even maybe try to Toy out with that 5. Doesn't want it.
Well, this is interesting. East paired up after one's got cut. After one did get cut on the left, and Rowan has a Dora pair as well. So double East, double Dora is 12,000 for Cruz.
Yep, that'll be absolutely huge.
You're kind of sad if you're Cruz and you've passed up a 5-pin pawn and a 4-pin pawn, and then you draw the Tuso Anko.
Right. Ooh, and now Brett's doing interesting things. We got the Anko of 9p.
Oh, that's great. If you draw another
Oh.
Dora,
It's Tenpai for Cruz.
will not take the Tempai.
I like it. You know, we'll look for better. We don't want to reach on any of these. Forso looks a lot less safe to the board. Not Genbutsu the dealer. Let's
Gee.
wait. Throw out the more dangerous stuff, and then we can still play the Chi Toy, maybe even reach on it if we get something nice.
Yeah, I've seen situations where a player is Chitoi Tempai. They drop the say the Tuso there, you're on the Forso. And then the Forso comes out. Like you don't read Chi because you're waiting for a better weight, but the Forso comes out and then you're like, do I take this road for 1600? No, I'm gonna pass and choose a better tile that I can reach you with for more value. Well, if that's your plan, then you don't even need the Forso in your hand right now. You can just keep the Anko as the safe tile and wait for your upgrade. Now, if you're planning to take the run for 1600, then I think it's better to drop the Tuso in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, I think Cruz wants Suanko. Oh, decides to switch to Sanzo Hellweight.
Yeah, I think here just sensing a little bit of danger on future tiles, likes maybe throwing the 3 a little bit later.
Ooh, this
Oh.
pay unfortunately is dead, so that's why we're not seeing a Ricci.
Gee.
And Brett found
Okay, though, very safe.
dropping the 9 so that you can still get Chanta as a win. The other option was to discard the 2-pin or the 3-pin for a Tonki weight, but why do that when you can have the better weight and the Chanta option?
Yeah, they look so bad. Like, the 2 and the 3-pin both look pretty bad. But, oh! I mean, you're never expecting to hit the 3 there. And if you drop it, which probably would have been the drop as a Genbutsu to your Shimocha, then it just backfires anyway. And importantly, Christine just draws in a completely different weight.
Yeah.
As Cruz drops the 3rd 5, so.
3-6 Bon is the weight there.
Each.
Finally, a tile that's not dead, and Cruz will get the Ricci in. 8-pin.
Does not look great. I almost kind of wanted to see 8 so
Uh-oh.
earlier when they drew it.
Will Brett push this Dora? If he can
Oh,
push
that's
it, he'll
pretty
probably
scary.
get the win.
Question is, do you push? I mean, doesn't want to prove it. I was going to say, one Mon's almost Genbutsu, and you do have one in your hand. It definitely looks very scary, especially to a Chitoy looking hand. Although I guess it might even just be a fake Honitsu. You're wondering why 7-pin came out, but not exactly seeing too much else except for that in the Pinzu.
And look at this. This causes Christine to bail off her hand as well. Not willing to drop the 6. And there's the 8. Sotogawa
Maryland
trap.
has to push a little bit.
The early
Sotogawa.
7 causes the 8 to come out and deal into 3,200. And that will move Cruz into 3rd place over 30,000. Sorry, 2nd place over 30,000. Christine and Brett tied for 3rd here. for Brett, we already shot that already for Chitoy, and now we wish we had the payback. The North, because I love Dora, or sorry, North as my Tonki weight for Chitoy. I had a very funny game in ladder recently where, in like third place in all last final dealership, I got double Rishi, pay Tonki, Ipatsron for 18,000. It was glorious.
Yeah, that's a win for the books right there. That's one of those where you're feeling great at the end of it. It's one of those that gets hit against me when I'm in dealer seat fourth. And usually they just sumo, and then I'm like, well, I was first or second, almost first, and now I'm very much into third, and that's my game.
Yeah, feeling very sad if I'm in Brett's seat and you see the pair of Souths in the discard. If you're angling for Chitoy, most of the time you hold on to the once cut honors, and in this case, being a little bit punished for not believing in the South here. But
Yeah, I think Brett also drew into the second 6-mon too, like right after, or the turn that the South came, and then I guess didn't just want to commit to it. Still wanted to try to prove it to a normal hands, and then drew the Anko of West and threw that.
they had on the right looking quite nice for Christine here. Yama shapes everywhere, two Nakabukude shapes, and it looks good for a Pinfu. Holding onto this 2-pin just in case Dora is drawn, and actually Brett fills in a Dora, so decides, you know what? I backfired enough times on this Chitoy. Let's just turn this into a normal Richi with Dora, and now gets a Nakabukude shape of his own. So this could be a really expensive hand, especially if you can draw around the Manzu and discard the one-so pair. Get Tanya Pinfu Dora as dealer. That's insanely good value.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even want the 6-pin. Yeah, because the Dora is worth as much as the Ipeco is.
Yeah, I almost kind of want to see Brett just ditch the double one so like earlier rather than later, because I just can't imagine this goes anywhere except for Tanya, especially with the one so being killed off, so it's not even like you can draw a third.
It should be noted that with the 6-pin draw, that was up to 5 pairs again, so could have taken a Chitoy route, but you'd have to discard away, like you'd have to fully commit to Chitoy at that point, and I think this is much better. As it is, we do find the Tenpai Richi Dora 1 on 2 5-pin. Didn't get the upgrade to Tanyao and Pinfu, but you know what? As dealer, you will accept any Richi. And can take the Tenpai here with a 2-so cut, and will be pushed. So Rowan fighting for the same weight. 2 5-pin. Chase across the table.
Amount. Whoa, okay. Cruz wants in.
It's
Rowan taking a little bit of a second.
Yeah, it just has to fight. There's nothing really you've got that's safe other than the 3-pin. But that's the Dora, so
Yeah, everything looks scary. Not too much to do.
8-mon might be Suji to Cruz, but it's not safe for the dealer, and you're more concerned about that. At this point, you might just have to fight your way out of this. Cruz with the Richi Hatsu is decent value. 3 tiles left in the well for the 6-9 so weight. For the 2-5, oh, uh-oh. Yeah, we're going to see that come out. And Cruz will snatch this one away. We'll check the Uda, see if there's any extra value, but nope, just the 2600. Snatches up the 2 sticks, though.
That would have been a bomb for Brett. Oh my god, Brett would have hit that and jumped up to a Mangan in value.
You're right.
That was actually a huge reach for Cruz.
You almost wish you didn't see those Uda indicators if you're Brett. Now sitting in 4th place. Christine in 3rd now has the dealership. And a Dora. I'm wondering if there's an Itsu chance. I think it's too far away here, but at least you have a shot at Ipeco.
Yeah, with nothing to play off the 9 with, if you had like a 7 or an 8-mon and you can call every piece of it, sometimes I'll opt to just full shove a Itsu. But like when this 9 is super disconnected and you are just as likely to hit like the Ipeco and shape up normally, I think you can't really hedge towards it.
Yeah, still holding that option open and had great draw with the 4-pin. Now, if you are looking for a head, the 1-4 Nobitan shape is excellent, especially because you can pair up the Dora in that instance. In this case, pairs up the 4, but this isn't Ishantan for Richi Ipeco Dora.
But Cruz is going to fire, try to challenge a bit, has the Yakuai showing on board, and has a pair of the East locked and loaded, ready to be called, with a pretty good Honitsu shape to back it up.
Yeah, we say it over and over and over again. Yakuhai, Yakuhai, Honitsu. That's a Mangan. It's one of the easiest ways to get Mangan with no red fives, and so Cruz will press forward with that plan in mind. And this looks like Cruz's hand to lose. Now the other hand's really with the speed to be able to fight this. Christine, of course, with the Ishanten as dealer, but those shapes are a lot worse.
Interesting. Cruz didn't want to call that 5-so.
Yeah,
I
would have
was
been
thinking you
Tempai.
call it and they can hedge backwards, even if you don't want to take the east.
Gee,
I guess really wants that east out and to prove that it's Mangan.
Now, I don't mind passing if in Cruz's position you are in desperate need of points, so you need the
Yeah.
Mangan, and after calling the east, you'll be on a 369 weight. So I think
Yeah, it'll be very, very nice.
totally fine. And Rowan holding this east, refusing to let Cruz call this.
Yeah, I think if I'm rowing there, I kind of like committing
Boom.
to getting east out before the red. But I guess Rowan is just going to go Atazuke on the east. That is not even paired up yet.
Yeah, this is a very aggressive Atazuke. I wonder if the plan was a Chanta or like an Itsu that didn't quite come together.
I think that's what it looks like. Kind of just got a bunch of danger in middle Sozu.
I do. There's a player in A1 who makes these sort of speculative Sanchoku calls or like Chanta calls that come together more frequently than you'd expect. I don't know if that was a similar play here for Rowan. I haven't gotten the chance to look too closely at Brett's hand, but this is kind of shaping up. It's just got so many of these Diamond +1 shapes, the 233, 677.
Yeah, it's very close, but there's also just so much to cull from it.
Well, Cruz ended up drawing on the 258 Suji line himself, but this isn't quite the tempi that you're looking for on the 7, so. Oh,
Yeah, I do
Christine.
still keep that original plan. Oh, Christina is gonna find it. Dama, Tempai, Ipeko, Dora.
Oh, this might get the win, the
If you need
Dama.
to. Oh.
This will be 5,800. Nice pickup for Christine. Of course, you're feeling like if I just reach it, I would have had Hanuman, but
No, if that's gonna get pushed on the board with
yeah.
a reach.
Now the
That's
other
not
thing
where
is
you
you
need
have a
to defend
Honitsu to your
yourself.
right that might push against you. So now I wonder
Yeah.
if you're happy taking the 5,800 and being able to fold if you believe Cruz is tempai for a Mangan. For example, if Cruz gets the East Pole, you might feel like your hand is not worth pushing against that. Just in the overall standing sense. Most of the time
No,
you'd push
yeah.
that anyway with your dealer Mangan versus a non-dealer Mangan,
But knowing too that everybody is pretty much gonna challenge you because they have to. Brett, really the only person who doesn't have to challenge you because Brett still has 4 more games to play after this one. But everybody else is just going to drop into you kind of buck willy and maybe being a little bit scared of having it not come out and eating into a Mangan. Just decides my main goal here should be to not drop any lower. I'm fairly comfortable in its East 4. Let's just Dama, get the practically guaranteed win, and then we'll head it again in the next hand.
I did want to respond to a question in chat. I missed this one earlier. Sorry about that. There are no specific rules as far as I know for subs. However, if substitute players are not,
Hold yourself high like you're playing in the league,
exactly.
you
If
know?
you're not really playing seriously, I imagine you won't be asked to sub in the future. So there's at least an expectation that substitute players will be playing in a way that makes sense.
Good, serious Mahjong. Yeah, may not, obviously doesn't have the strict point constrictions that normal players in the league have, but still, just nice, solid, good Mahjong. Something like what we're seeing from Rowan here. Definitely going for rare hands, going for a lot of value, but still willing to fold, willing to play safely, all that good stuff.
Yeah, and that's not to say you can't go for Kokshi. I mean, absolutely. If the hand
Mm.
is there, go for it. Even if it's like, a bit of a speculative Kokshi. Sometimes positionally, in standings wise, you need a desperation hand. You go for the Kokshi. Yeah, and all the substitute players have done an excellent job.
Yeah.
We've never had any worries about the substitute players, so definitely not really a concern. And a lot of the times, substitute players are players who, signed up mid-season or a little bit late for the upcoming season and got put on the roster for the future season. Said, you know what, if a spot's open, I get the chance to play, I will happily hop in a
Yeah, let's
game or
get the
two.
practice in now. Yep. Let's do what we can.
And so again, should be noted that registration for the next season does end tonight. So even if you can't play in the upcoming season, you know spring season is going to be way too busy for you. But in the summer, you'd be interested in. You can still sign up, register, and just state that you won't be able to play soon. You are free though for the next season, and you are maybe able to act as a substitute in a couple games. And yeah, we have lots of people who are free to sub, who aren't necessarily playing in the league just yet. We see a pawn of the 2 pin across the way. There's a con option in the future for Rowan, and it looks like a play for Toy Toy. I wonder if we'll see this
Ooh,
con and when.
Christine. Christine also has a very interesting situation there. Draws into the second Anko. Could have taken the three-sided Nobeton. Decides that she doesn't want it and wants to Tonki on the 3. It has better options for A, bait out a con like this, and B, add Tanyao onto the value, even though the weight's a little bit worse. Can also try to get like San Anko developed, or even a nice three-sided weight if like 8 or 3 mon is drawn.
Yeah, store Taki. I mean, I guess would have won on Ipatsu if you taken the 3-sided weight, but it's so tempting to wait on
To
the
create
Dora
on the
here.
Dora. I mean, now with double Ura, I think you kind of just have to be okay with it.
Now we see a Ricci, and this is a good weight for Cruz. Ricci, Pinku,
Choose on
Dora.
3/6 mon.
There's a 3-mon.
So everybody's dropping.
There,
Everything looks so scary.
there is one more 3-mon left in the wall.
7.
And of course,
Three,
the con revealed the Chun to be the Dora, but that's been cut 3 times, so
yeah.
it's not really concerned here. Will we see
You're
another
mainly
con?
focused on her Dora.
I mean, if you're afraid
I
to
mean,
drop the 8, you might have to con. And that's what we see. Well, 6 is not much
6 is
better.
not looking good. At least you don't have another Dora on the board, but the triple Ura, I think you have to fire back with a reach on anything here. I think you need to try to take advantage of this Uradora indicator. Although Christine is the one who can play safe on the table, like we said before.
Yeah, 6 is definitely a push. It eats to safe, has to pass one more tile to get to Ryukoku, and there's only one more 3-mon left in the wall. Rowan is able to keep Tempai after drawing the 5, so.
Gee.
And Brett will call him to Tempai. 6 just passed, and it clears again, even though there was a Tadashi from Brett. Everyone Tempai with 3 cards on the board. Incredible.
Scary round with 3 Dora indicators by the end of it and a person in Reach. Nobody gets hit by anything.
And that just adds extra tension in the next round. One more Homba, one more Ricci stick in the pot, and Christine starts with a Hatsu pair and a Dora pair. So this is one of those hands where you just want to go as quickly as possible. Cruz is going to do the same with the Chun call and also has the Yakuhai in the south. One of those hands that you see 2 Yakuhai, you think, is there a Honitsu here? And unfortunately, you have 2 tiles in each suit, so it's not really clear if Honitsu is possible here, but kind of hedging all of the different routes. We'll start to discard these honors. Across the way, Rowan with more of a classic Ricci hand. And the south comes out. We'll see a Pon. The other honor comes out. And I guess if you draw a 2-pin, you might start to think about Honitsu in the Pinzu. But I think Cruz is just aiming to grab these points in the middle with a Yakuhai 2 point hand.
Yeah, I think with Cruz, the only question I'm even thinking of is this the time? Do I want to try to hit a Yakuman here? Like when you're down that far in the standings, I think it almost hits a point where you have to decide what your goal for end season is. Do I want to really put my everything into ranking up, or do I just want to reassess where I'm at, reassess what type of mahjong I'm playing, and just try to play a last couple of really good solid games, try to experiment a bit, see what I'm doing wrong, not necessarily worried about actually trying to pass. But with double Yakuhai and like that found and a bunch of good floating honors, not seeing too many on the board, I think if you're going to try to catch up, go on that crazy run, that is the hand to do it with.
I just feel like Cruz is playing a very standard type of mahjong here, which makes sense given the position it would take. In 3 games, you'd have to get uh, multiple, like 80,000, 100,000 point firsts. Extremely difficult to pull together. And I think that's a respectable way to play this. For Christine, we haven't seen the Hatsu because Rowan, after dropping 2 sets of honors, refuses to drop the Sha or the Hatsu. And so Christine's going to have to build everything herself.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult, but Christine also getting much, much closer into just playing the Shabo of the 9P Dora and the Hatsu. It's not great, but it's something. The 8 is safe too, from what you're looking on the board. And the 9 so, especially with the 8 Kabe, does not look too bad either. It's looking pretty fine. Oh, but Cruz is just going to find the sumo, take it, take the 2K, and go.
Yeah,
A little bit extra with all the foo.
If you are desperate, then you can decline the tsumo. You can drop the 6 and then hope to tsumo the Furita 9-pin later, Dora 9-pin later. But with that win, Cruz will slide into first place and will take the dealership.
And there is a bit of an outward or a non-league announcement I'd like to make really quick for anybody looking to attend. Richinomi, the payment information has gone live. I know the spots are very competitive. So if you're watching right now, I know we got some great action, but maybe take a quick minute to do that while you can. Going back to the hands though, we got Cruz with an actually pretty good high pie. You're pretty much decluttered now. Looking to probably get rid of that one so as well. Thinking you don't want it. Looking towards or not Toy Toy, excuse me, Tanyao. Although Rowan is going to open up, play very, very aggressive and open. And from the looks of the discards and everything, might just be a fake to try to back other people off, get people to sack value. I always wonder about these hands and theorize like, oh, this hand's so far, this hand sucks, there's no value. Do I just bluff something right away and hope it works and play safe later? Or do I try to go on the off chance that I just draw perfectly?
Well, a little bit of
Brett,
an
though,
issue is the reaching from Brett. Now you have
yeah,
fewer tiles in your hand that you can potentially bail with. So we'll see if Rowan can survive this. Brett has an early Ricci Dora 1, waiting 3-6 pin.
no Dora, just 3-6 pin.
Oh, you're right.
Was not able to find the Dora on the 4-mon, so is sacking a little bit of value. Finds the sumo and gets an Uradura though, so
yeah, the
you
Ura
can
is
get the
pretty big.
respectable 4K. Yeah, without the Ura, it is much harder. But with the Ura, not too bad at all.
With that being said, now Brett's over 30,000, so looking at a positive result currently, and I mean the battle for first is still really tight. Anybody could take this one, even Rowan, as there's a dealership available here. If you can extend this long enough, you can come back and you could even one-shot with a Mangan Sumo. There's a chance at that here. Ricci, Pingfu,
This looks like
Tanyao,
a pretty good
Sanshoku.
hand. Could even, get a Sanshoku to go with it. There's a lot of goodness going on in this hand, and it's looking very, very quick too. Already Ishan 10, not a great Ishan 10, but an Ishan 10 nonetheless. And you get 1 or 2 tile upgrades on this, then all of a sudden you are looking at that Tanyao crazy value hand.
Brett on the right filled a good Kanchan early, but not a lot of value in this hand. The 3-mon allows you to incorporate the Dora in the future, so that's an excellent draw. Across the way, Christine, a bit of a messy hand here. Might be angling towards 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. Again, we've seen that hand, or that Yaku, tends to seek her hands out and just has to get rid of all the clutter here. For Cruz on the left, we're looking at 3 for 5 Sanshoku Peiko, Tanya, Dora. This could be a bit of a monster.
It could. And really quickly, I want to go back to Rowan's hands. Rowan drops the 2-pin there. And I think with this shape, your thought is, I'll keep the east for safety and not incorporate the 2. But if you keep 2-pin, then all of a sudden you can drop the east. You can get double Ranmen in the terms of 3-4-pin and 6-7-pin. So you can guarantee the Tanya, try to chase a little bit more value. And you're probably not playing the east anyway. And it just kind of breaks your hand to 1K. So I think in situations like that, you want to keep it as safety. You want to keep it as a quick Yakuai out, but especially with a hand like this, building towards Tanyao, trying to incorporate that extra value possibility, super, super big.
And of course, it gives you the opportunity to lock in the 5-6-7 shape
Hmm.
in that fashion for the Sanchoku. As it is, we have a Dora draw for Rowan, and that would make an excellent pair as well.
Oh yeah, you get that on a Nobiton, and you find yourself on the exact same scenario, either as an end weight or just starting out with that.
Cruise. Oh, there's the 5. We'll just take the Ricci. So not maximum
Same
value
vibe.
here. Ricci, Penfu,
Reach Ping
Dora.
Food Door 1,
But
not too bad.
that as far as value goes, that's quite strong for not even being the highest. The ceiling here. Doi Patsumo, but 4-7. There are 2 left in the wall. No 4s, but at least 7 so has some candidates.
Yeah, Cruz will most likely play them, I'd imagine, in pretty much any scenario. Although that is Tenpai, we could see a challenge here.
Yeah, trying to decide which weight to take. Goes for the Nobiton weight. We don't have.
Do I like the Tuso there? The Tuso almost looks really strong just because nobody else can use anything, but ends up paying off. Right around Dora is thrown. Cruz collects on the Tanya reach. It's 5,200, able to push Brett down a little bit. Actually, a bit of a huge win. If Cruz can knock everybody below 30K, that is going to be quite a nice first.
Yeah, that is a little bit dangerous for Brett. I mean, we still have a dealership. South Yakuhai, Haku as well. So a chance to come back here, but if you're Brett, you don't want to have a negative result here. There's the Haku pull.
Ooh, double Yakuhai here could be the way to do it. Maybe even you draw a little bit more in the Sozu. Think about just greeting the Honitsu.
I mean
Get that
that
nice dealer Mangan to buff the score.
if your plan is a normal hand, you hold the 6 mod over one of these Yakuhai. But Brett sees the opportunity for Honitsu is holding the Toll, holding the Hatsu, hoping that Sozu come into hand. Unfortunately, Sozu are going to everyone else's hand. The Hatsu Anko on the right, the 3, so that is desperately needed here. There's only one left on the wall, as it just got paired up across the table for Cruz.
I was gonna say Christine also looking to maybe play a Honitsu as well, but after that 7 mod draw, just looking to opt a bit more towards efficiency, get Brett
Mm.
off dealership.
I wonder if the
Although that
6
Conchon
so.
fill in, pretty good.
Yeah, it's
It
so
does
tempting.
decide. Yeah, I mean the shape's so good there. You pair up one of your honors too, and then you get an option to call it later, or just play it as the pair. It's so good.
Itsu is live as well. There's the last 3 so. So Brett really trapped in this lower so shape. And this is going to be Ishanten for Cruz. Itsu potentially as well. Itsu Dora.
That would be a nice value upgrade. Really gonna want to hit the 7 pin though, in order to wait on the ground then.
Yeah, Brett realizing that Honitsu is not the path will be able to incorporate this Dora 5 so. And needs
God,
to
the
find a
hand is in
pair.
such a tub. The 2 so is never coming out. Even the 1 so is only 1 left. That's Brett's best out for that 1-2 shape. Surprisingly, with a board like this.
Yeah, there it goes. Realizing that so tiles are just not coming out from this board, so maybe I just need to get rid of this bad shape. And you can find a Tonki anywhere.
That's true. Gonna opt to look towards the green, although green also not looking too great. I mean, it's unchecked on the board, but Christine's already got an Onko. Oh my god, finds that though. That's great. Now all of a sudden we got ourselves a Groundman to play. Can
Caught!
incorporate one more Dora. The Daimon comes out. Brett's hands get buffed.
Yeah,
Oh,
oh
going
my
to push the
goodness.
green.
This is
Shoves the 2.
Haku, Nan, Dora 3. And if you win on the last 5 pin, that's a Hanuman. Brett could
Could
take
be
first
big. We're
place in one
still not even
swoop.
Tempai yet, though.
We see another con. Christine says, no, thank you. I've seen enough cons on this
Just I want
board.
to decrease the value of the hand, not increase it. I am
Ah,
still
this
two
can't
shot time.
win. We're Otozuka. We need the Chun. So what do you do here?
I think you almost drop 8-7. Try and make it look like you were waiting on that, and then maybe catch someone later with the 9.
Chun is awkward. We still don't have a Yaku here. Rowan, if Rowan had found the 6, it would have been a win for the Sanshoku, and now needs
Now
the
waiting
9
on the
so.
9. 9 not
No.
looking too
Oh, that goes to
great.
Brett. Brett found the
Oh!
8 pin into Tempai, and this is going to be a Mangan. That's going to be enough to swap places. Brett climbing back to first place with a huge hand.
Devastating to Cruz there.
Oh, this high pie is incredible. Brett with 2 Dora, Tanyao shapes Pinfu as well as a possibility, and could just continue to climb here. Might get out of the demotion zone in this very game. Christine, what can you do here? I mean, in a good position at 32,000 points, but the hand doesn't exactly play itself. You've got that Lily Dora far off on the right side of the hand, and you're hoping to draw around that. Find a Pinfu, something that you don't have to put yourself in any danger with. Across the way, Cruz can call for the Chun, but there's just no value there outside of being able to build some type of Sanchoku, but that's a bit of a stretch. On the left, Rowan with 3 pairs, and again, just this hand doesn't have value, but in 4th place, you're looking for at least 3 Han. So that in South 4, you've got a chance. After killing the 1-2 So Penchan, Brett is now Dianshan 10. And if you're Brett here, do you call the 6 mod if it comes out?
I think the 6 mon is absolutely the only thing you call. I really don't like anything else here, but the 6 mon is great. It gets you in Tempai. You still have you still have a great chance to play double 8, so you can commit to it in your hand.
Yeah, this fixes
It's
all of your
so
blocks.
right. Yeah.
And if you find another 8 so, you could even have Tanya Dora 3. I mean, the value is already good as dealer. Tanya Dora 2 is 5,800. And well, this is kind of interesting. Cruz has now paired up 2 different dragons.
Ooh, and then has the white as well, which is once cut on the board, so very alive still from what we're seeing. But none. Here's the thing: none of your other shapes are even that good, so I don't even hate cutting like 8, 9 penchant here.
Opts for the 8 pin. And we'll hope more dragons come to
Maybe
play.
scare people off the board a little bit, seeing as there's a lack of pins you dropped, and then all of a sudden you get a call and 8 pin comes out from the end.
Well, this isn't the tempo you wanted if you're Brett, but we'll take it. Tanya Dora
Yeah,
1.
it's so early. I think you kind of just gotta commit to that, even
I
though
mean,
you sack some of the value.
even just picking up this 2,900 plus 300 hold ball really does a lot to solidify your lead. And if you could hit Christine directly, that would actually put her under 30,000. And if you keep her there, as well as Cruz, that would net you another 5 points of Uma.
Yeah, that would be so nice.
G of the Dora. It finally leaves Christine's hand. The 2-5 pin has 3 tiles remaining. All of them are 5 pin. But those are.
This is going to be a bit harder for everybody to push. Going to be a bit scarier. Rowan can work it into the hand. Christine as well.
Yeah, and of course, the other players at the table have seen Brett open for Tanyao and then discard a Dora. And that is very scary if you're sitting at this table. That tells you that Brett is probably Tempai, or at the very least with a good Ishanten. And there's the Tsumo. He was Tempai.
Yeah,
Grab.
Brett gets one of the last 3. Just takes your 3,300, gets out of there. Nice and easy.
And we'll see if Brett can keep it going. This is another great high pie. No pair just yet, but Yaman shapes everywhere. No Dora either. Good shapes on the right for Christine. Chance at Pinghu. Maybe 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku. Across the way, Cruz has... That's actually not a bad high pie either. Could do with a little more value, but you can get Tanya with this. Reach Tanya Pinghu.
Jace, you got some pairs too. Could potentially, increase them. Get Sananko or anything towards that.
Yeah, if you can stretch it that direction, you'd certainly welcome it. Early chi from Rowan here. And I'm not sure what the Yaku is going to be yet, other than sort of a 1-2-3 Sanshoku.
Yeah, either a Sanchoku or a Chanta commit. Although with the third 4-pin, I'd think now you kind of just have to commit to a Sanshoku off of this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
I will say I
often.
don't know how I feel about Rowan opening so early for these. I kind of like scaring the board a little bit, but when you have like no backup plan and your shape's not even really that bad, I don't like opening up that early, even if you're faking something.
Yeah, so I've got a couple thoughts here. One is that um, when the door is a terminal like this one pin, calling for the 1 2 3 here definitely is scarier because say
Hmm.
you had an Anko in hand, you'd just try to speed your way towards Chanto or Junchan as quickly as possible. And opening for something like the one pin might be indicative of a lot of Dora in hand. So it definitely does put some pressure on the table. And the other thing is, it is a little surprising to see calls so early, sort of speculative. And I know two players in A1 who will do that. One is Korak, who typically will make a call like this when there's a couple different paths the hand can go, like a Sanchoku with
Yeah,
Itsu
you have
backup
backups or
or
something. You're
Yaku
not
high
fully
backup.
committed.
And then
Yeah.
the other one is, I believe, Shu as well in A1, who will make the sort of a similar type of situation to where Rowan was here. You have two blocks for the Sanchoku, and the third one isn't even complete yet. You just have one tile towards it, but you assume you're going to draw into that in the future. And
Mm.
it works. It works. It doesn't feel like it should work, but it does. And here we see Rowan actually drawing into the one so and finding Ishantet for the confirmed Sanchoku.
Yeah. With Rowan also doing that, I do want to see that 4 peen get out of the hand sooner rather than later. Now I'm starting to get scared of it, especially with Pinzu looking rather expensive on the board. I'd much rather keep something safer like the Haku or like the 9 pin even.
Yeah, Brett
Brett's
has
still
look at the
trying to
look at
find
the discard
Senpai.
pond. All those
Still
Tadashi
trying
of
to get
honors and
anything. Yeah.
terminals and terminal adjacent tiles. No tile through three through six has been discarded from Brett. We are Shanten.
An uphill battle can also incorporate the Dora now, which will be very, very big
Yeah,
if drawn.
and you're not even upset if you get the 4 pin. Like, oh no, I got Sanchoku.
Yeah, oh no, Sanchoku and Tanyao, crazy.
You almost want the 4 pin more than you want the
Yeah,
Dora,
the 4 pin
amazingly
would
enough.
be nice.
We see Tempai on the right for Christine. It was Tempai before, now has a better Tempai. Could take the Nobuton shape and does do so. No Ricci here, even though you can't Roan.
Yep,
Christine not
no
wanting to
defined
fall
Yaku
below
yet.
30,000.
Definitely wants to opt for the safety. It's getting
Gee.
late in the round too, and you only see one door on the board. You're very, very scared.
Geez, so
Gee.
Tempai and Brett will open up for the Tanyao Sanchoku. Waiting
Yeah,
on 3
it's
6
getting late.
Mon.
I think I like that. Just take your weight.
Dum.
Gotta catch somebody off guard, which it does happen. It took Christine as well.
Had choice between which Nobuton shape to take, and well, chose the wrong one. Ended up dealing into Brett. Christine still in third place, so isn't in danger just yet. But you do want to end Brett's dealership, and Brett can continue going forward. Is this a Honitsu?
I mean, now that you draw the 3-5, it seems a little bit tough. It's not Dora suit as well. If you get the red right away and then the West falls in your lap and the Sozu starts shaping up, then maybe. But I mean, the only thing I could think of was Itsu Honitsu here, and you still got to get the 1 or the 3 for me to feel comfortable playing it.
Yeah, that 9-so is a good pickup for the Honitsu. Now you have all the blocks necessary. 5 total blocks for Honitsu.
Home.
But Brett's still hedging everything. And now we see the Chun
Yep.
call. Used to grab the 9-so or the West. And then a 3-6 so to find a victory here for Honitsu. On the right, Christine's got 4 pairs to Chitoi. And the pairs are so awkward that I think the chance that this becomes a normal hand is quite low. So we might actually see a Chitoi fight here.
Yeah, it seems a bit rough right now.
Oh, another Sotal. Now Brett's gonna commit. Just go
Yeah,
for this. There's
that's
another
the point. You
pair.
have the terminal, you have the West that can catch somebody off guard. It's so good.
Christine now Ishanten.
Oh, if
Home.
Christine wants the greed, I was gonna say also Toitsui Honitsu.
Oh,
That'll
you're
be the
right.
Mangan.
I mean, we're
Is gonna
dropping
opt
these
to take
Montiles
it.
anyway. And Brett doesn't need pin tiles. If he's going to do so, Honitsu. Interestingly, Brett drew a connector in the Monzu and decided, well, this Tuso doesn't fit in the hand anyway, so I might as well hedge this Mon shape just in case. But here's the Shah, and
The shape's so.
doesn't want it.
No, doesn't want
Not
it. I
seeking the
mean,
value here.
it's not even Mangan guaranteed, or it's not even Mangan, right? Even with the 8 to 10 foo.
Well, if you get the 9 so or at Sumo, then it's 7,700 or
Yeah.
7,800. So
Okay.
it's still pretty expensive. In this,
Yeah.
with just being Chun only, it will only be the 1,500 plus home boss. So it's definitely a difference in value here.
But is also to play the 9 so's very, very safely on the board, assumedly. Although with Christine's what looks like a firm Toy impossible Honitsu call, looking much, much scarier.
Look at this play from Rowan, though. Holding 2 honor tiles, and those are both the honor tiles that Christine needs.
Rowan has been amazing with just random hands and going, I'm going to keep these Yaku high because I feel like somebody needs them and I don't want them to get it. And I mean, this is the hand to do it on. Your hand sucks. It's terrible. There's nothing to play.
Well, Brett does end up finding the victory on the 3-so, and so we'll pick up 1,500 plus 900 in Homba and keep this dealership going.
But on top, I mean, I will say if Brett has a Saki superpower, it's getting a million Hamba once a season just because. Why not?
Well, we're up to
I still
4.
have nightmares. I still have nightmares about the East 1 Honba 8 Brett put me through on his dealership. That was the most slog of a game I've ever had. He just kept winning. Like full pushes, everybody challenging, and like Brett just could not be beat.
We'll see if Brett keeps the streak going here
It's
in
looking
South
like it's
3.
gonna happen with a shape like this. It is looking so nice. Although Rowan has some very interesting shapes going on. Has
You,
double Yakuai to call. Even Cruz has a bit of speed to the hand. Picks up 8 or 7 pin. Can go for like a quick San Shoku.
kind of interesting. Brett held on to these dragons, dreaming a little bit of some maybe Dai Sangen or Shou Sangen. Ends up drawing uncles of both the 5-so and the 6-mon. Could end up in a Toy even. Passes the 3-so call and is rewarded with a 4-mon draw. So now Ishanten. Although that's a nice fill for Rowan. Has the North call already, so Yakuhai confirmed, and is deciding whether or not this is going to be Honitsu.
Yeah, I mean, when it's this close and your other shape's that bad, I think you are going to end up naturally going that way. The only way I could see it going different is if you pick up like a 9-so pair. Although the 7-8 round men is a very good argument to push it away from Honitsu.
But in 4th place, you really want more than just North Dora 1.
Yeah.
Tempai for Christine on the 8-so does not like this as a Kanchan weight, so will not declare the Ricci.
Yeah, gonna look for an upgrade. Can even seek Ipeko for a Dama. Can incorporate a Dora. A lot of reasons to not quite rip for Tempai yet. And Brett's still trying to find Tempai. Dancing around Ishanten once again.
I like this from Christine, not even taking the Tempai here. Says, you know what, if I draw the 6-so, I was going to drop that 9 anyway, so let me see what other shapes I can improve here. Chi. This is an interesting Chi. That kind of signals that Rowan does want to go Honitsu here.
Gotta be a Honitsu, right? After that call, try to hope you get another 7 out.
No.
No, drops the East.
Well, Brett found a great connector in the Monzu, and that has a very pretty 3, 4, 6-so weight.
3, 4, 6, which I thought looked bad with all 3-sos out, but there's one 3-so, one 4-so, and 3 6-so in the wall. So still a lot of chance to garner Tempai.
Oh, this was the play. Dora Tanki. I see.
I don't know about Dorotanki.
Oh,
and Christine's gonna fire back.
She found the Pinfu. This is the value route to get back over 30,000, and you have a player who's called 3 times. Brett.
So much pretty hard check is the Nakasuji, but it's on the discard. And Brett's got to just
No.
push. Oh, and Christine ends up dropping to Brett with the reach. It's not that expensive, but with all the Homba built up, stacks up, and the reach stick you give right away, this is all of a sudden looking like a disaster. Christine might be on the chopping block after this game.
Yeah, this is concerning for Christine. Now we fall into third place. That was a hand worth fighting for, though. Fortunately, Brett was Tempai. Dora drawn. And the shapes are again good. 5 Homba now. Let's see if Brett can set a new record. Christine, great draw. Could be a Tanyao.
Christine's got some pretty good shape too. Has the 360. That's a little bit of overlap, but besides that, just kind of ready to cook with gas.
Toyman, awkward shapes, but there's an Ipeiko draw in the upper Sozu. And for Rowan on the left. These aren't too bad.
Too bad, but no one on the board is all that slow right now. I think it's just going to end up coming down to who draws better.
Yeah. Great fill for Rowan. There's a lot of options for this hand. I mean, if I'm being greedy, if I'm seeking value, I'm thinking about 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku with the Dora. Thinking about Itsu.
Sanshoku, yeah, maybe Itsu. That's the one I see the most. You draw 4 or 5, can play around it. It's going to opt to drop 9. Try to play more towards that Sanshoku, it looks like.
This does allow you...
Tanyao.
You can incorporate the 3-so with this one. However, I'm not sure you really want... When this goes to Tanyao, I'm not sure that's as especially useful, but... Okay, Brett. Kind of still improves his hand. I wonder if he'll drop the 9 on here. No, just drops the Dora.
Chi.
And that will be a Chi for Christine. Ishantan now.
Ishantan always ending on the Shabo. Can pick up 5 or 8 Mon.
Brett
play that, but is 5 Mon Furitan? Is that just a round man?
No,
that looks like one that's sneaky.
It'll be safe. Ends up switching to a Shabo, and we'll actually get the 8, so no Shabo here. It's 5-8 Tempai, and the 8 pin 8 Mon just passed, and Brett has too many of this tile. Unless
Brett's got to call one or the other. I can't see any way this gets played.
There is a way it happens though. You chi this.
You
chi this. You drop 9 Mon, and then you draw the 4 Mon, and you end up the 2-5 pin wait. So there's a path for Brett that doesn't involve dropping an 8 Mon, but wasn't willing.
He's gonna need a little bit of help to get there.
Yeah, wasn't willing to call that Diamond shape. I imagine if the 4 Mon came out, we probably would have seen a chi. There we go, Ishantan.
Not quite. We have the Tanya route. Who knows? Maybe the danger in the Manzu is sensed to 2.
Oh, this is an upgrade for sure. Can get rid of the 3. There's Ipeiko chance now.
There we go.
If you're not reliant on the 4 Mon anymore, you can also grab the 7 Mon. There is 1 7 Mon left in the wall. As opposed to the 0 4 Mon.
Oh, and Rowan's going to take the reach, I'd imagine. Yep, we're going to see it. We're looking at 4-7 Pinzu, hoping for a 4 pin for the Itsu.
Remember that Itsu you mentioned earlier? Well, here it is.
Ton of value. Yep, Rowan's playing for it.
Richie.
Problem is 4 pin not looking too great right now. Just one in the wall.
Yeah, but Brett, if he finds the good Tempai, would need to discard it. And Brett's really feeling it right now. I imagine he wants to fight for this hand. Only really saved if he can draw the 8 Mon or the 4 pin.
I mean, 8 Mon gets dropped, you might just take it. Take Tempai.
There is one more 8 Mon. Christine has held the Tempai on the 5-8. Hasn't seen one yet. Brett pushes the 3. Fighting for this hand. Christine also fights. Cruz was in trouble. Dropped the 2 pin and had a floating 4 pin, but then drew the 5 pin. So as a connector, there's a sumo for Christine. This is exactly what she needed to get back into things. Get things back under control, that is. Now back into second place. 28,200 with 1 in 30 hand will get back over 30k and has the East pair to start us off. Oh, good shapes everywhere. This is actually Ishantan.
It is gonna be. Oh wow, yeah.
Boom.
You hit that 3 pin and you got a very sneaky quick reach. The only problem being for Christine that, I mean, your last dealer, somehow you got to give it up. Even if you get a winning hand that puts you right over here, somebody sumos next turn and all that hard work's gone.
At the very least, she's got a bit of a gap on Rowan. But a Rowan sumo could be disastrous.
Just, mm-hmm.
It would likely drop you to third.
Yeah, there is also a shared split Uma. So even if Rowan does hit like a Hanuman sumo and Christine ties with Cruz, she would not take the full force of fourth place Uma. She would just split third and fourth with Cruz.
Wow, Tempai. And not taking the Ricci here.
I agree with that. It's on a 3P and you have a lot of upgrades.
Also, I did
Could
not
potentially even
realize
talk down the Dora.
I did not realize until now that that Dora has been pwned on the right.
Oh, yeah, that is Dora Pawn.
That's a
I was
Mangan.
thinking it was green. That's okay. Now Christine's got to be worried. And Tempai has been found on the 4-mon. Oh, no.
What will come first, the 3-pin or the 4-mon?
I mean, Brent might just throw the 3-pin out now. Definitely if you play into Christine's hand, you're not nearly as upset
Well, Brett drawing
as
into
the Mangan
pairs.
across.
Cruz looking to
Throwing it
upgrade this
safe.
weight. A 2-mon or a 6-mon would do it. If you draw a pair of the 3 or 5-mon, do you take the Shampoo or do you hold this
I
contract
think you take the Shambo. 8-so looks so good against the dealer.
Yeah, Christine looks like she can't use it at all. Ooh, here you could even switch 2-mon, except it's twice cut.
Yeah, the 2-mon twice cut makes it a bit rough, especially with so many upgrades here. Oh, and we could see the challenge, and it is going to keep the Dama looking at 3-6P now. Oh no.
Rowan could use this 4.
Oh, and Brett draws a 3-pin.
Shanten.
It's another one in hand, still 2 3-pin to draw, and still a bunch of 6s. Looking at 5 tiles still on the wall that'll win for Christine. Gosh, the 4 Cruz isn't it any upgrades yet. Still waiting on that 4-mon. 2 of those in the wall.
6 versus 2. You'd think the 6 wins, but we've seen
The
wilder
amount
things.
of times you'd be surprised. Could even see this 8 get caught. Tonky options, not wanting it.
Yeah, Tonki, you can switch whatever you want, but at least the first tile you expect the player to be waiting around that tile.
Mm-hmm. 7 comes, doesn't look great. We're gonna try it. Oh, and the upgrade just hits, but 7-mon was just thrown.
Yeah, but this is so big. Now there's 2 4-mon and 2 7-mon available to win. So now it's 6 versus 4. Sorry, 5 versus 4. Oh no, Christine drew it again!
Boy, Christine drops and immediately draws, and that's disastrous. Gets knocked down. Not gonna be in fourth, but man, that third is getting scary.
It
Cruz
just
getting cuts
passed.
above too.
There was a Tadashi, and once the 3 comes out, the 4-7 does become more scary, but it's so
Has to
rare
keep the
that they just
dealership
draw
in drive, try
the
to get
perfect
30.
tile. And wow, Brett, another plus 30. That's plus 34 this time. Cruz gets a positive result. And for Christine, negative 14 will finish her season. And we will.
It is looking very so. Christine is now at minus 66. Brett is at minus 70, and now Andrew is the closest or is the first into motion at minus 79. Brett still has 4 games to play. Andrew still with 2. Actually, everybody besides Nick still with more games to play. So even if William or Yuanxi have good games, they could potentially even get past Christine if 2 of them gang up. Try to pass. Christine is definitely going to be having a nervous next half of the week. Right on that line to where it looks like someone could just pass you. Although conversely, Charlie or Daniel could have a bad couple of games, fall down even lower.
And we'll go ahead and try to find the. Hopefully, the scores have updated.
Yeah,
On our
it
screen.
looks like the sheets might be a little bit weird, but working on getting those fixed and hopefully right. And yes, it looks like these are right and they were fixed. So yeah, Christine, right on the line. I think she's got just enough buffer to where she'll be fine, but definitely gonna be a little bit nervous.
And we
Should note
will.
bit better after tomorrow, but
We'll definitely be casting those matches. The Brett Harrison Dave table. Eager to watch you
yeah.
play, see how things turn out there.
Oh, it's gonna be awful. I've been playing so bad recently. it's I'm really my biggest hope is that I can keep up with stamina because we're gonna be doing all four tomorrow. So my hope is that I can just kind of play easy in the first two games. Then once people start getting tired, try to rack something up. I really want first, but having the challenge I and deal with Dave on the table is gonna be it's a tall order.
And yes, currently the bottom six of the division are set to demote, and we'll move down to the B3 division, and the
Hmm.
top five looking to move up to the B1 division. Well, it looks like the next game that's scheduled to begin will start in about 3 minutes, so we have a little bit of a break in the action here. It'll be an A2 match. When we come back, stay tuned for that one. All right, we are back in it. I saw a couple of the players from that last matchup in the chat. Well played, everyone. It was definitely fun to watch, and it'll be exciting to catch the finals. I know I am also watching very closely the standings of my own division to see if I will be demoting the season. There's a couple of important matches that are going to be happening tonight that we probably will not catch, but I'll be keeping track of the scores there. The game that we are watching is this A2 matchup. Matthew, Pio, Peter, Philip.
It's a
Matthew and
ton of
Pio,
absolutely huge hitters.
absolutely. We know Pio chasing down the promotion slot. Matthew holding on. It looks like this is, I guess, game number 2 of the series. They've already played
Hmm.
one, and maybe you can take a look, Harrison, and see what the result of that first game was, the winners and the scores of those hands. As we look around the table, it is Peter who is our first dealer, Pio on the right. Across the table is Matthew, and on the left, Philip.
Yeah, and looking at that pass game, it kind of looks like Philip actually. The story of Philip, Philip really quickly pulls away from it and then just keeps on going. Just Philip win after Philip win. Little other challenges. Only other notable thing is Matthew, it looks like, in South 2 was able to overtake Peter. But yeah, Philip with the only one above 30K there.
Wow.
So I
What
know
was the final score there for
Philip's
Philip?
going for it. Philip ended at plus 53.6, which I believe is like 60.2
Yeah, and with that in mind,
60.6.
that means
Yeah.
that Philip started the series below 200 points at negative 200, and now has surpassed Ada. And if Philip can find another game like that, I mean, there's an argument that Philip could be fighting for to get out of the demotion zone. But
I mean, you got to remember, Peter's also on the table. If Philip goes up and Peter falls, then they could trade like very well.
that's a good point. And it's not to say that we haven't seen this before. Earlier, it was Dustin in A2 who in 3 games picked up over 100 points in 3 games and
Hmm.
climbed into the promotion zone. And we currently see Dustin sitting just outside there. Dustin hoping that Matthew and Pio both fall below so that he has a chance at promoting. As it is, after 2 calls, it's actually Peter who is the first one to Tempai here, waiting on the 2-5 mon for Ricci Pinfu as dealer.
Yeah, it's going to full commit. Not having Dora in the hand, so it will be a little bit of a scary drop if drawn. But, I mean, when you can take a Reach Pinfu as dealer, you're definitely the one with the scarier hand on the table.
Well, speaking of scary hands, Philip finds Tempai on the 4-7, where 4 is Dora. Peter cannot use a Dora in hand, and this would be Tanyao Sanshoku Dora if the 4-so is dropped. Tanyo only if it's the 7-so, but right now, it's looking at the 4-so is more likely here, and will Philip continue to push here? Yes,
It's
still
going to
fighting.
opt to. I mean, you're Philip. You need some big results. You definitely need to try to challenge as much as you can. Oh! And trying to play safe. The dealing is had by Pio.
Ura 2 really hurts. What was going to be 2,900 points now doubles in value. And Peter getting off to a nice little start here, 35,800. Has the East pair as well, and pretty close to Tempai already. Ishanten now with double
Ooh, double
Yakuhai.
Yakuhai could be a very nasty Shabo, and Pio also takes the South Yakuhai very quick. Probably going to play the Honitsu, play the most
Absolutely.
value possible for the hand. Could actually be a snag for Peter. Goes Mochi on the east or the green. All of a sudden, Peter's great hand is looking a bit weaker.
Yeah, Peter really wants the East because that's double value. And now that there's an 8-mon pair, could actually call the East and the Hatsu. If you call the East here, do you take the Yamen weight or do you like the Shampon weight for the extra value potentially?
I think I definitely take the Shabo here just because it is an unupgradable sort of what am I trying to say? It's an unupgradable Ramen against a Penchant.
Hmm.
It's 4/7 too. If it's a bit of a stronger Penchant, or not Penchant, it's a bit of a stronger Yanmen, then I'm more inclined to take it. But 4/7, I think it gets weaker and weaker the higher you move up in the rankings. You'd have to get very lucky with drops in front of you to try to get that out of somebody,
Yeah,
especially with a dealer reach.
well, we saw the dealer Ricci on the Shabo. It feels like it's just a matter of time before Pio deals in, but has managed to avoid it so far. Started with, had 3 choices for a Yakuhai to discard and found the one that didn't deal in. Chun. We'll see if Pio makes any progress in this hand if the Yakuhai does come out. Probably would drop the Hatsu instead of the East, and there it is.
Yeah,
Definitely the cheaper
is
of the
gonna
two
deal
options.
in. But yeah, saves a Han, which is a big deal. That 3 would have jumped up to 7,700 point value, somewhere around there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that means that basically got half the punishment. However, that's 10,000 points that have gone from Pio to Peter in the first 2 hands of the game.
Yeah, and Peter really quickly just throws the East out. May have not checked the Dora. Could have also just decided doesn't want to play the song and dance of how long do I want to hold this honor and commit to it being in my hand, especially when I'm calling a quick Yaku high, most likely.
Yeah, I'm guessing it was more like feeling high from the two wins and just playing quickly. We see the other
Yeah.
two players were holding the door up, but now Pio has discarded his, and we'll see if Philip follows suit. There it goes.
And Philip gonna take the efficiency boost, just kill the door now, make sure nobody can use it.
Yeah, fast pull, and Peter is playing at light speed here. Ishanten already. Will just be 1500, but 2 Honba will increase the value a little bit.
Get the reset too, so you do get another hand up.
Interesting option for Philip here. You have too many pairs in the hand, so it decides to break. Well, I should say too many pairs. There's exactly 2 pairs in hand. That's enough. Peter will call and actually take the Shaba weight here.
I like it. I mean, the 7-2, if you get the, well, I guess if you get the 5, it doesn't look as bad, but I mean, I think just splitting it between the 2 tiles, 8-mon looks pretty bad to the rest of the board, or looks pretty not usable for most of the board.
Yeah, you're anticipating to win on the 8-mon. And the nice thing about this Shaba weight in general is that there are upgrades on around the 5-pin. You can draw the 4 or the 6 and be very happy with your Yamen weight. We did see Philip draw one of the 8-mon, but that works nicely in the hand, is now ankling towards an Itsu, actually going headless for that, and Pio once again draws
Pio
the dealing
draws
tile.
the other, yep, and cannot use it as well as Philip, so is going to deal in here.
So if game 1 was a Philip game, this feels like a Peter game. It just continues to pile on the points here. The door is the Haku, and this time it's not discarded first. And paired up, rewarded for holding on to this. Now, how are you going to play this? Drop the 2-4 so? Yeah, holding out the options for
Yeah, that
Itsu,
makes sense.
as well
You
as
got
the Yakuhai
Itsu,
pawn.
Honitsu, in a lot of cases, if you can get the Yakuai pawn, draw a little bit more in the Pinzu shape. Definitely with all those Kanchans, you're gonna opt for like round cons and then the super high values. I might almost even just take that 1 pin there, because then you just need 7 pin to confirm the E2 as a worst comes to worst hand.
Yeah, it seems, I don't know if this is Peter influencing the table or if these players know that they have a deadline, but everyone's playing quite fast here.
Mm-hmm. Everyone really trying to just opt for speed. It looks like Philip is going to be Ryan Shanten with this draw, I think. It's a bit
Yep.
of a weird one, not what I expected to see, but
No, it is.
has the Epiko built around. Oh, opts to drop and not go for the Epiko. Very interesting.
It has the option to switch back to it.
Has a second chance. Think it through.
This thing is considering the 5-6-7 Sanchoku as an option here, but does decide that the Ipeko is the better route. Potential Ipeko, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sanchoku and the Ipeko are both not
Sanchoku,
guaranteed.
harder to get, but does get you more value. And especially you don't have to prove a random 6-pin floater and potentially give it to dealer.
Door is pressed, but that is exactly what Peter was waiting for, and maybe Philip feels a little responsibility to win this handout with Tanya only, as the dealer now has Mangan.
Yeah, problem being though, Philip is about to walk into Furry 10 multiple ways, especially if a 9-mon is drawn here. It could be disastrous.
Whoa, there's a 6 saved. Tempai now on the 6-0, and Peter locks the 6-0 into hand. Ishanten, very wide Ishanten, has a million draws in Tempai. That might be more than there are in actuality, but pretty close. And we'll call the pawn for the Tempai. This is a 4-7 weight. You're not expecting that the 7 deals in here, but if Philip's not careful, might just throw right into this.
He's going to check the 1-mon first. Can't use that in the hand. It'll be interesting to see, especially if like a 4-so, ooh, or the 6. Oh, 6 actually Genbutsu, that one's fine. Manzu looking really fine right now too. 4 completely cobbed.
Should be noted there is one other player at this table who is close to being able to win this hand, and that is Matthew across the way. Ishanten for potentially Tanya Nomi or Richie Tanya. I'm not sure Matthew will actually want to call for this hand. And Philip dodges.
Philip dodges, breaks Tempai in order to do so as well. Doesn't like 5-so or the 7-so.
Richie is taken from Matthew. Matthew wants to fight here. And it looked like Philip was the one in trouble, but Matthew might be able to bail out.
Tito
One,
finds the deal in, doesn't give to anybody.
5-8 drawn, and there's the 8. Ricci, Tanyao. We'll check the Ura. No Ura, but that
No,
is
we're at 2600 with Hamba, enough to stop.
the rest of the table. Extremely grateful to Matthew for pulling out that win, preventing the dealer from increasing the lead even further. As it stands, Peter's still in the lead here as we move into East 2, Pio's dealership. And Pio looking to climb back with, well, 3 pairs and not much else going on. I don't think you're thinking about Chitoy this early, but it's at least in the back of your brain.
Yeah, I mean, you do also have options around that early Sanshoku with the 1-2-3. Could potentially even just draw double 3-peen for like an E-Peiko out. But it's looking a little bit rough. One more pair to boot now, so now you're at 4.
Gotta get to these other hands because they're all looking good. Ishanten already on the right for Matthew for Tondora 1. Across the way, we have Philip, who is also Ishanten for Ricci Pinfu, potential Tanyao Dora. On the left, Peter has a Dora in hand, as well as great Tanyao shapes. So everyone looking good, but Matthew's going to call into Tenpai right here for the 2,000 points.
Yep, just gonna take it and go. Says I'm at 33. I'm doing pretty well right now. Let's get this dealership off Pio. Make sure someone's below me, especially Pio, who I'm directly competing for the promotion slot. Everybody else gonna be looking to just make their hand work out.
Yeah, as far as things that Matthew is looking for, this is kind of the second best scenario where you're in the positives and POs and the deep negatives. The absolute best scenario is where you'd be in first, and we're steadily approaching that situation as Matthew pulls off the win directly on PO, an important direct hit, 4,000 point swing between those two scores. And we'll move to Matthew's dealership here. We have Adora in hand and not much else.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of an upward battle. We have a pair now, so we have a bit more options to not dropping Dora and still trying to play the hand. But just so many shapes needed to come and fill up. May even consider just going E2 here and sacking a Dora if needed or tonking on it. I mean, luckily though, it doesn't look like anyone else has too much. Closest person on the table right now, probably Peter. Has some very good shape. We'll need to hit a Kanchan or a Pinchon to fill in though.
These
Pio also on the left looking pretty decent. A lot of ground mins, a lot of extended runs that they can build out to.
and these draws for Matthew have been insanely good. Build in the 7-pin shape, and all of a sudden this hand's looking like it can actually win.
It's looking very, very doable. Manzu's still a little bit clumsy, but is gonna widen the Ishanten just a little bit now.
Yeah, Pio really does look like the best chance to put this hand to a stop. Perhaps you can find the 2-3-4 Sanchoku there.
Be tough, but it is possible.
Looking more
I end up
likely.
on the Shabo, which is actually going to be one of the uglier end routes for the hand. You hit 1 or 4 mon now, then all of a sudden you're Shaboed on 5-so, 6-so Nomi, right?
Yeah, it.
Yeah, no other
Matthew.
outs. Senpai.
Matthew's drawn the Anko of the Dora, Ishanten now.
Oh, that's so, so big.
Potentially waiting on the Sanzo. And I don't know how many cultists we have in the chat here, but
Oh, jeez. I mean, Cultisan, so looking kind of good right now. There's still 2 3s in the wall. Very, very possible. Matthew losing out on that 4-peen would have just drawn to an upgrade. Would
yeah,
have been in 10 pot if they would have
yeet.
committed to throwing that
You look
2-4
at your
earlier,
discards,
but
you're sad for a moment. Peter taking the Dora Tonki Ricci. It's Suji trapped, but they're all in Matthew's hand, and Matthew can see where the value is. I'm not sure he's afraid of this Ricci.
yeah, Matthew, I mean, E-Pots was dodged with the North too. You might just full play the hand. You have so much in terms of stake.
Breaks away from the so shape. That's not necessarily a fold because Matthew could easily draw an improvement and start fighting again. The 4-7 Suji not looking great.
Oh my god, what a huge draw.
I wonder
Now
does it...
Matthew even has San Anko chance.
Yeah, well, not going to happen here as the 5 mon is cut for a Ricci from Pio. This is Ricci Pinfu, potentially Ipeko.
Gonna be looking for 4-7, so, and unfortunately that might just kill Matthew's hand off.
It does. And if Matthew isn't careful, the 9 Anko might. No, I think there's plenty of safe tiles here. You have the 4 Mon here, and the
Yep.
7, so a 7 Mon should also be able to pass as well. Even this
On
3 Mon works.
almost gets the Tempai, but not quite.
And
Peter
so,
and PO donating sticks to the board, coming out with 500 points plus. And that monster hand from Matthew completely stopped in its tracks.
and we go to Philip, who has had a couple of interesting hands here, but hasn't been able to grab a win just yet. Still sitting around the 30,000 mark. Hasn't been dealing in at all either. And this isn't the best hand as dealer, but you have a Dora, and that means you have a chance to fight. To the right, we
Yeah, you're
have.
going to be trying for it, but it's going to be tough.
I mean, even the six pin draw, it helps your increase your blocks, but you've got overlap now in the Dora shape. Although this draw, now you actually have a fighting chance here. If you
Peter on the right looking really good too. Finds that 3-4-5 meld, and now all of a sudden shaping out a bit more, still a bit clunky as well.
a lot of pairs in the hands around the table, I see
Yeah.
a few in the hand across the way. One of them's turned into an Anko now, and then like is that four?
4-5 now, or 4,
Four
it's
and an
still 4
Anko
for
now,
Kamicha.
or
So a
Matthew
couple
on the
different
left.
options. I mean, you have double 9s in that hand too. You might even just try to opt to play that as Toy Toy. If things come in the right hands, you draw like one more Anko.
Now Philip has a basically confirmed pair in the 9 Mon.
It's got a tall task. The only problem is you're looking to kind of cut around that Pinzu, but the shape that looks better to cut is also the shape that contains Dora. Ooh, gets out now, can incorporate the 7, maybe even try to wiggle towards a Tanyao.
Well, that's a solution.
Oh
Just
my
pair up the
god.
Dora.
Yeah, just pair up the Dora. We're gonna throw the 9 too. We're gonna make sure that we can call that if it comes out.
And now, if a 4 so leaves Matthew's hand, you might even call this for Tanyao. This is an
Oh
alternate
yeah.
route, but Philip declines.
Interesting. I thought 9 Mon still would have came out there.
Yeah,
Gives you a couple interesting options. I guess gonna keep it as a safe tile for later, maybe. Well, the time is running out. Nobody able to find Tempai either.
yeah. Matthew gave up on
Everybody's
the
so
cheat toy.
close.
Shanten for Peter. Matthew
Meet
somehow
Shanten
shifting
for
this to
Matthew.
Tanyao Ishanten. And Peter will go Atsuzuke here with 12 tiles remaining. Oh, that's a Tempai. Shampoo Wei doesn't like the Ricci here.
Nah, the 7-6 is too bad. It might come out of Phillips hand though.
Oh, Condon to Ricci.
That would be very scary. I mean, you have upgrades for the Yonmens too. You're really unhappy if you hit 8, but anything else, you're pretty much fine.
Yeah,
It
does
is gonna
upgrade.
do so.
That actually
And
saves Philip, who was likely going to
oh
deal
yeah,
in. And Philip looking to call for Tempai. There's 4 draws remaining. That's not a Tsumo. That's not a Tempai.
just gonna push the Genbutsu 1 and that'll do it. Philip
Ryukoku.
not even able to find Tempai. Peter able to grab it, but nobody else.
And that will shift us into the South round. Peter, who had gotten off to such a great start, still in the lead. Hasn't won hands recently, but has been Tempai for them. And 3 Ricci sticks, 2 Homba.
There's a lot at stake in the middle of the board. Yeah, there is 3,600 up for grabs on literally anything. Even that Yaku High is gonna have a ton of value behind it now.
Yeah, fastest hand wins. And, well, right now, it looks like Peter's winning the race. Ishanten
Oh,
already without
Peter all
calling.
the way.
Once
Still
again,
has the Haku available as well.
Pio holding the tile that Peter needs. There goes
Boom.
pulling into
Comes up
Tempai
there. I'd imagine you gotta call that. Yeah.
on the 6-9 as well. Such a good weight. Feels like Philip's probably the one in danger of dealing in here, as the 9 was pretty well locked into Matthew's hand. And since Pio has Chitoi out, 6 is probably not leaving anytime soon.
Yeah.
But the
Especially
9,
with none of the rest of the shape really
Sumo.
developing.
oh, just sumo. That's all it takes. 1500, but collects the points in the middle, and that will definitely increase Peter's gap here. Oh wow! Look at all these so tiles.
It's a lot. You are 2 away from confirmed D2. Oh, and Philip draws into a con right off the bat. Too bad it would be a south con, so a bit detrimental.
Yeah, it is Yakuhai as we have found the south round, but
Oh, we are on the
Philip's,
south, so it is confirmed Yakuai. The rest of the hand, not good though.
yeah, waiting for improvements here.
It looks
Probably
like
going
Peter's gonna,
Honitsu.
yeah, Peter gonna full commit to a Honito too. It looks like from these middle drops outside suit.
Yeah, not willing to call, wants to do it closed, and maybe that's not even Honitsu. So tiles coming into Peter's hand. There's the con, reveals the 8 mon to be Dora. No one's. Matthew's discarded 3 of the 8 mon.
3 of them. He's sumo geared it twice. So now all of a sudden, no one even cares about that. It's just a battle to get Tempai on reach. Peter, thinking about taking it again, does opt to, says, who needs Uradora if I'm going to play a Chinitsu? I'll get my Mangan anyway. Philip trying to wiggle a bit more towards getting Tempai as well.
There's
Needs
a world
4
where
peen and 3 peen in order to get Itsu.
Peter might get Chinitsu Itsu here. On the last Tuso would be Hanuman.
Does push the value. Looks like Philip's waiting to check. Not too scared off just yet. Still not Tempai.
This is a better weight. Can still
Better
get.
wait.
Can still
Last
get.
6-0
Oh yeah.
does give it.
This is Tempai.
Although here's the thing, Matthew has both of the last 2 in the hand. 1-6, 1-3 left.
Oh, it's sumo.
Oh,
we're feeling sad about not reaching, but this is going to be a huge hand. A Hanemon.
Hanemon, the reach would have been the Baimon. Ah. You get the Ryanmen Tempai too. It's so good. Surprised Philip, even though it was late in the round, I'm surprised that wasn't a reach from Philip.
Yeah, perhaps hoping that with the Chinitsu being so visible as dealer that players would start to defend.
Unsafe was dropped, yeah. Trying to avoid dealer, get stuck up and deal into Phillips.
But this gives Philip a very real chance to grab first place here. And Pio, what can you do? You're in 4th place. You're the only player below 30,000. And if you're going to come back, this needs to be the hand to do it. Haku pair, so at least you can call. And Penchon Phil. Okay, things starting to look real for Pio.
Okay. We can work with this. We need to still kill the green and the red, most likely.
Oh, that's another great draw. Pio, 2 tiles away from Tempai now. Matthew on the right, also filling out quite nicely. Ishan 10 for Ipeko.
Yep, has a Ramen to wait for at the end too. Could opt to switch the hand slightly here.
Yeah, this
is
is
going to opt to commit to the pair.
Good
build
upgrade.
a bit more of a Pinfu out. Yep.
You still get the
not able to intake Dora, but
yeah, that is the downside. And if you wanted to hold the Dora options, you can still I guess if you're using the Dora, you're kind of missing your pair there, so it is a bit awkward.
Pio, though, hasn't been able to find any outs to improve the hands at all. Still no Haku to be seen for anybody's hands. Pio with all of it. Potentially, if Pio draws into an Anko of it right here, could even Dama on like a 5-6 Shabo.
Yeah, I don't think Pio's going to Dama anything in this hand. Ricci
as dealer. You just gotta send it.
Yeah, go for the value. Like we might see a Shampoo weight on the Haku as well.
Yeah, I'd imagine that'll be the difference if you hit Haku first or hit either of your Pinzu or Sozu shapes.
Interesting draw for Philip. We'll put that thought on hold as we see a Ricci from Peter. This is just Ricci Dora 1 on the Forso. So the weight's not good. Philip holding 2 of those, but Philip drew into an Itsu chance here and is Huriten on the 7. And even if you find Tempai, you're going to be guaranteed Huriten. So we'll see how Philip chooses to play it. Starts with the Genbutsu Tumon. And there's the Haku draw. Which weight do you take? 6, so is
The
Genbutsu,
6 is
but
guaranteed safe.
yeah, plays for
I think
safety.
it's gonna opt. I mean, the 5 so did just hit the table.
Yeah, but this weight is dead. Well, I shouldn't say dead because there's a possibility that Philip could drop the 6, but it's very unlikely that will happen. So Pio, at least drawing dead, is not on the wall. And Philip,
It's the third 4.
that gives him options.
9. Doesn't want any part of it. Says 7 mon is too scary for the board. Don't want to try it.
This does look like Philip's backing out from this hand. I mean, the last thing you want to do is deal into a dealer Ricci here. Or even Peter as your direct competition.
Yeah.
Matthew also looking to be out of this hand.
Still a singular 4-so to be drawn.
Looks like we'll
Looks
safely make it to Ryukyoku. Yeah, Peter picking up 500 points, but again, making a Ricci stick donation. So 2 sticks, 1 home in the pot, plus 2,300 to the next person who wins a hand. And Pio again, starting with a Haku pair, looking to snatch it up with a fast hand. Across the way, though, Philip, similarly, these hands look quite competitive in terms of speed. Both of them have a door as well, so similar value. And Matthew's going to be playing Kingmaker at this point. Has both of the Yakuhai, can choose who he wants to let pull in first.
Home.
It's actually Pio who draws a
Pio
tune.
says, I'm dealer, I make the decisions. I'll give Philip the runway.
Peter even things
I'll
up.
immediately take it from Peter.
Yeah, the race is on.
Shape versus shape. I think Pio wins this.
Yeah, the penchant,
right? Even just on raw speed.
Dora penchant shape is awkward for Philip, but that is Ishanten as opposed to Pio's Dianshanten. And Philip would welcome a Dora pair here.
Oh my god, Pio with an absolutely massive fill-in with that 4-so for the Kanchan.
Oh, and even better. Oh, doesn't want it because it's 3D10.
Really, it's very 10. Still wants to pawn into Ishan.
But there's a penchant,
and
Phil.
It's the 7. Waiting on 6 mon, but you get
Dueling
all the value and
Tempais.
upgrades in the world.
Pio also finding Tempai, and do we take East Tonki? No.
Both Yakuai, it's furry 10.
Oh, you're right. It's
Not
been discarded
quite
already.
The 1. We're both on Yakuai Dora 1 with all the sticks in the table. 2,300 bonus.
This is an upgrade.
Oh, and that's going to be a 1-4. 2's Kabe. The 1s are useless in anybody's hand unless they play it as a pair.
Tempai on the left. Peter not taking the Ricci, but it is Tanyao on the 3-6.
3-6, no value, so just looking to snuff out the rest of the hands. Does Matthew sense the danger? Oh, and he plays it to Peter! Absolutely kills the Yakuai, takes back all the sticks on the board. That couldn't have gone better for him.
We were looking at Pio and Philip, but player 3 has entered the game, and Peter, who is taking all the sticks here. Now Matthew in third place, just under 30,000 points, as our dealer. Philip with a nice penchant fill. Trying to see if this can be a Chanta. There is a world where it shifts that direction, but it mostly involves pairing up an honor. Yeah, with this 5-so draw, you're pretty much set on taking a Ricci.
Just take the points. You still have a dealership too, so you got a little bit more lifetime. If you're someone like Pio, then you're in the pits right now. You are just wondering how you can sneak any sort of value out of this game.
Yeah, interesting choice here for Philip.
So far behind.
Do you drop the penchant 1-2? Do you drop the 5 pin? What is more likely to come together? It decides ultimately that the 3 pin is more likely to be drawn here. And ideally what you want as Philip is to just draw around this 5 Mondora and drop the penchant anyway. Oh no. Discards the Dora. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that because given the distance between you and Peter, you'd really like to use the Dora in your hand, but this is Ishanten for Philip, and this is the wider weight in theory.
Again, you are about to be dealer as well, so something to be said that you still have another chance, and you're going to have to win one more hand anyway.
That
Might
is
as well
true.
try to snuff out everybody else's hands. Just make sure that it comes down to South 4 and no one runs away in South 3.
Lots of other hands getting close. We see Peter already Tempai with an upgrade here. We might see a reach, or will he just Dama? Nope.
Might Dama a turn or two, but it's just going to slap it down. Still a ton in the wall. Oh my god, we're working with 5 still this late into
Matthew
the hand.
Tempai though will chase down with the ideal weight 6'9". 9 is Genbutsu to the first Richi. But there's the
Oh, the
Ippatsumo.
Ippatsumo from Peter! Oh no.
Check the Ura. Misses, but still Mangan, and things might be out of reach for Philip here. But you still have a dealership. That means you still have a chance. The gap
Yeah, still got
is
time, still got
what?
hope, but this
17,
is not the hype I want to take with it.
16, 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you get Hanemon somehow, you can make it work. Problem is, Peter is about to threaten a Chinitsu on the board, which is absolutely not what you want to go against.
And Matthew is just calling this down. Also not something you're looking for as Philip, but I mean, we are technically Dianshan 10th, so Philip
Yeah, we got a
could.
quick Philip or two. Could try to threaten the board, get everybody else to back off.
It's so
Have a door
awkward
as well.
as Peter, you've made this pull in the Pinsu, and then you draw an Anko the 5, so you're maybe even thinking about Tanya here, but already 3 calls for Matthew, Tempai on the 4-7 bond. Con? There it is. Four is not gonna be the winner, but there's the 7!
Oh my god!
Just when you thought all your winning tiles were gone, you find that Sumo, and that will end things here. It is going to be Peter, the big winner, plus 37.2, moving away from the cut line into motion. And Philip will continue to climb here, plus 10.2. Positive results are what you're looking for. Matthew, negative 11.5, will dip down a little bit, but I think Matthew is still in the safety, or in the promotion zone, as Pio took the big hit, negative 35.9. Yep. That actually dropped Pio below Dustin, and Matthew getting close to Dustin as well.
Yep, it's something to be said as well that Vincent still has 4 games to play at plus 60, so plenty of time to get passed up. But if you are Matthew and you fall below Dustin at the start of the next game, you are feeling very, very scared. Even just being right above Dustin, you are feeling much less comfortable with promoting as it stands.
And we know Vincent will be playing on Wednesday. We will definitely be streaming that day. Mm-hmm. We will probably be streaming that table as well. So be sure to tune in on Wednesday. I think we have streams lined up for just about every evening this week.
Yeah, I think literally every day of the week. I know we're doing it tomorrow. I know Wednesday we're sending it. Ooh, and it looks like right now we might be switching to some B1 action, right?
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and switch over there. Who's going to be playing at this table? I know 2 names.
So we got Aldwin, Rachel, Alfred, and Kevin D all playing right now. Taking a quick look at the standings while we're getting everything in the broadcast booth switched over. Aldwin has actually climbed out of demotion. I remember Aldwin being kind of firm in, but is right above at minus 50 right now. Rachel is at plus 15, just sitting nice and cozy. Alfred, the clear front runner in B1 right now, at plus 174. And then Kevin D actually fighting Aldwin. Kevin D at minus 69, the first to demote out of B1. And Aldwin at minus 50, just 19 points above.
And so this is the game that will determine the cut line for B1 as we update everything here. And I believe the game is already in progress, so we'll be joining a little bit late.
Yeah, we'll be joining a little bit late. We'll be still getting a couple things updated. Bear with it, but we should have that game on in just a second. There we go. And looking at where everything is at, it's still a pretty tight, close-knit game. Only person who's really ahead right now is Kevin D at the moment. And not even that much, just 5K above starting.
Yeah,
Catching up to what's on the board, it looks like Rachel is going to be playing an open Yakuhai, maybe even playing a Honitsu to challenge, although Aldwin gets Tempai.
Gorgeous hand. Ricci, Pinhu, Ipeco, possible
Sancho
Sanchoku, and
chance.
Dora on the 3-so.
Oof. Yeah, an absolute monster. Could be disastrous for Alfred. Or actually, Alfred's way above. Alfred can take it. Alfred will be fine. Not loving it, but definitely the one on the table with points to spare.
Yeah, it's Kevin who can't afford to let Al win this hand. But can Kevin afford to push against this? It's so difficult to do so.
It's gonna be hard. You have so much danger in your hand too.
Is Ishan 10? Oh, actually discarded the 7, so not willing to fight. And now the 5.
I mean, if 6 if you feel safe proving that, you are able to challenge again.
Rachel finds Tempai on the door as well, so it could be a double roan if we see a 3 leave anyone's hand. I know Kevin will never do that, and Alfred also will not do that, so we'll probably not see the double
Yeah.
roan, but who can
I mean,
find
there's still
it?
2 in the wall though,
Yeah,
so
sumo available for both of these players.
6-0, still 1 in the board for Q as well. Alwyn can find that to get Tempai.
Kevin just playing around here, not willing to throw anything dangerous. Now the 6-pin is cleared, so it looks like Kevin will have a free path to Ryukoku, and we'll get there. No one wins this one. Al picks up 1,500 points, as does Rachel. We'll have a Ricci stick in the pot and a home pot when we come back in Kevin's dealership. And I know when Kevin and Albert faced off earlier in the season, it was very similarly a tight game. Albert has one of the lowest average winning values in B1, and just wins consistently and doesn't deal in. And
Yep.
so the
It's
games
it's
tend to be
going really well.
quite close, but Albert usually ends up in the upper half of the standings as a result. And Kevin tends to be a bit of a defensive player, doesn't like to deal in, but this is a situation, Ishan 10 already as dealer, you're just going to fight for everything. Even though the door is the south, we see one in the hand to the right for Al, one in Rachel's hand. It looks like Rachel probably wants to end up Doratanki here.
Not surprised me one bit the way that hand's going. Kevin's still trying to find the Tempai. Will end on a Ranman. But actually running out of time as Rachel gets one step closer. Now Ishanten able to call the 8-so as well to Tonki on the Dora.
Yeah, the 8-so's leaving Kevin's hand, so we will see Doratanki here. Al has the south in hand. We'll see if he wants to cut that. It does look kind of scary, and Kevin says, you know what? I'm not going to wait any longer. I'm going to take my Tempai here, and does snatch the 1,500 away from Al. Gets the Ricci stick as well, so back over 3,500. In fact, 36,000, I should say, for Kevin. Once again, as dealer, reasonable shapes and a Dora in hand, so I'm quite pleased if I see this. On the right, I'd be happy if I was Al as well. Look at this hand. Good shapes everywhere and 2 away from Tempai, as well as a Dora. Across the way, Rachel has the Hatsu pair, so can call this down for a somewhat cheap victory. And Albert probably has the worst hand of the crew here. Awkward shapes everywhere outside of the Manzu. While I was gone, it looks like Dutch improved the Manzu significantly with another Dora draw and a Yapen shape in the 4-mon draw.
Yeah, Kevin definitely improved a little bit. Still needs a bit of help, one shape down. Probably, I guess, best case scenario is drawing the 3rd 3-mon and then a 5-mon, but very, very hopeful world to live in one where that is drawn.
Yeah, kind of looking for a pair here. In some worlds, this 5-so can act as the pair, or even this 4-so, but you need another block if that's the case. And so,
yeah, keeping the 6, I think, just to see if they can develop that and go down that route, but we'll still have to see for later.
a lot of
On the right,
times,
Baldwin.
the 9-mon would leave this hand. I wonder if Kevin is planning on doing like a Suji trap Tonki wait on the 9-pin later.
It's potential, it could happen. Ooh, although with that 4-so, I think it's time to give it up, even though you sacrifice Ipeko.
Discarding the 3 loses a little bit of flexibility. You no longer get the Ipeco out, and kind of locking in that so shape. It does make it easier to read, but The 9 pin was probably a fine discard as well.
Yeah, I think it's time to give it up, especially now that you've established you're almost never playing anything besides the 5 pair in this hand.
Al has found Ishanten in the meantime, and we'll call into Tenpai here for just Tanya Dora 1.
Yeah, could potentially. I don't know if they would have Daimon cons in order to get the 8. Doesn't matter anyway, though, because that hand is firmly in Rachel's hand. Not coming out anytime soon. Rachel still in Ishan 10 as well.
Well, maybe this is
Not
what
too many great
Dutch has been
outs.
waiting for. Pairs up the 9 and could potentially end up on a Suji trapped 9 pin 5 so Shampoo weight.
That would be nasty. 6 is pretty late in the discards, but on a reach, if you don't got anything better, it's not like Kevin has a lot of exactly a lot of safe tiles in front to go off of.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kevin
but the backfire comes out.
holding this
Not able to stick
East
through Yanman.
prevents Rachel from calling into Tenpai, and actually Rachel will deal into the Tanya Dora with 2 Honba, so Q, Al, over 30,000 again, and we'll shift to the South rounds.
Still pretty tight heading into South. I mean, again, Kevin at 36,000, leader of the board right now. Everybody's still all within 10k of each other.
What a nice high
Rachel needing
pipe.
a Hanemon just to catch up, and yeah, what a high pie. A lot of
Ishanten for Chitoy.
yeah, but you don't have the Dora pair. It's like none of your outs besides maybe one so looks super good.
How do we
I
feel
think I
about
definitely want to
Suako?
greet a little bit more. How do we feel about Swan? Let's slow down. How do we feel about Toy Toy, which actually might happen? We'll get a little bit closer to that, and then we'll talk about Suanko Sanago.
On the right, Rachel draws into an Anko of her own of the 5 Mon,
It's
and
nice.
2 away from Tenpai there. Across the way, Albert cannot call this East any longer. We were in the South round. So looking at a bunch of pairs in that hand as well, 4 to be exact. On the left, Dutch could call Khan on this 5 so, or just Breachy.
Just
Yeah,
take the
the
reach.
Khan
Takes
makes
a
no
quick
sense
3P
here.
now.
It is Ricci Dora 1, the awkward 3-pin wait, and there's only 1 left in the wall, but you probably aren't going to shift away from that door block anyway, so if you're not going to change your shape, let's take the
Yeah, you
reach.
really only upgrade is if you hit like another 2-pin, and then you get Tanya as well as like a Shabo, I
Yeah,
think.
Shabo on the 2-pin 8, so, but how long are you going to sit around waiting for a 2-pin?
For that exact thing, you're right. If you see a 3-pin hit the board, you're gonna be so upset because you know it's never gonna come out if you reach after it.
And there's the last 3 pins, so unlikely that Dutch will be able to win this hand, and it's a matter of can Al chase this down now?
I mean, it's looking possible. Only scary thing is you might have to con now to avoid dropping the 4, but when you're Ishan 10 like this, although it is important to know, we are Furry 10 on 4-pin right now with that 2-3-pin zoo shape.
Actually,
Looks like
outbreak.
Albin just gonna back off. Doesn't want any part of it.
Yeah, can break away from the entire Mon block here and still find a path back to Tenpai.
It's true, we are getting further and further down the clock though.
Back to Ishanten already, just switch to the pin shape now. And the 4 Mon is Nakasuji, so I don't feel bad. I don't feel that it's a bad push if you find Tenpai, and that's not.
Oh, but what about 5-pin?
Yeah, pushes the
Well,
Nakasuji,
it's tough, but yeah, gonna check that first.
and now this is Tenpai. If you're willing to push, say, the 7-pin, it's Suji.
G.
That's true. 7-pin doesn't look terrible. You have all the 6s to block too.
Come.
Con.
Gets out. Oh, we're gonna con right away. Try to take away high tay draw.
Yeah, it doesn't even give Albert
Okay,
another draw
let's do
here.
it.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, what is
Oh
this?
my. Whoa.
This is
Whoa.
absurd!
Whoa. Let's calm
Hatsu,
down.
Dora, Anko, 2 Ankos in hand, ready-made
That's
Honitsu.
the Dora too. Oh my god, we found the East!
Alright, this is the most insane high pie I've seen in about a year.
And this is pretty good. I mean, we're
The
just
draws keep
naturally
coming.
playing efficiency. We're gonna go towards Honitsu at minimum. Oh my god, already Tenpai across.
Oh, Albert, don't shut this down. Please, we want to see
Albert,
this win.
stuff it. Oh no. Oh, that 9P looks so bad in everybody's hands. If it comes out, I think someone's just dropping it. You could even see Aldwin drop it. That would be so
It's
tilting.
Tenpai. And the 3-pin leaves Rachel's hand. Oh my goodness, this is the dirtiest hand I've ever seen. Sanako, Hatsu, Honitsu, Dora 3, Baimon as dealer. What could you do? What could you do?
What was that? Like 7th discard too?
That was absurd. And Al.
That was disgusting.
Well, I don't think Al's going to be in danger after this game. I mean, still 3 more to play after this, but 59,000 points after a dealer Baimon Damaten Honitsu with Sananko. Just insane.
Absolutely crazy.
And the I feel like the pace at the table has slowed down as a tad as the players try to come to terms with what just happened. I know
absolute craziness that got put down.
Al and Rachel, typically very fast players, but I think it's appropriate to take a second, take a breath.
Take a breather, yeah. Really try to just, dip away from that. Let's play a little bit of normal Mahjong now. No Dama Baimon shenanigans.
Yeah, but don't hesitate too long, because Al's actually Dian Shanten with a potentially dirty west-north Shanpon weight.
God.
That would be sickening to see as well.
If these standings keep up, I think Rachel and Aldwin could meet in the middle at the end of this game.
You're right.
They could both end about -20, -30.
Yeah, we can do the math on that. Currently, Rachel at negative 31.9 with an extra 15 hit is negative 46. So they would definitely be meeting in the middle there.
Aldwin would pass Rachel, I think.
That is exactly what would happen. And now Aldwin, Ishan 10.
Ishan 10, double Yanmen. I'd imagine we're just going to take the reach as dealer.
Dutch on the left.
Oh, interesting. Gonna opt to kill double north there.
Ishan 10 for Dutch, but we have Tenpai for Rachel on just the 7-pin. That's not enough value for her, so she's going to stay Dama here. Wants the Sananko.
Yeah, you're so close to so much. Even if you hit like a 5 or a 4-so, then all of a sudden you get to, well, I guess not 4-so because 4-so's dead. But Ipigo did look kind of nice before noticing that.
There's Ruchi, an insta chase from Rachel Tsumogiri. I've been Tenpai for a while.
It's time to get in on this. Let's hop in. See what we can do.
6-9 wait for Al. That could be the weight that Dutch chooses as well. Oh no. That's the wrong tile to draw. Might be saved though if he draws a Dora. Oh, this 5-so. Safe to the first Richi.
What do you even do here? Maybe do you try 6-pin? Do you do double 1 and hope it passes to dealer? Nothing here looks great.
5-pin, but that wasn't really safe to the dealer. I'm sure running out of time had to make a last second decision.
Yeah. Just throw something now. Gets the 9-pin out free.
Just folding away from this hand.
Still 1-7-so in the wall. Oh my god, that 9 is absolutely horrendous.
But Albert's dodging here, might be able to get out of this cleanly. All the 4 Mon are seen, so we have Akabe on the lower So side. 2 So should be pretty safe here. Or sorry, 2 Mon. I was talking about Mons the whole time.
Fine, and we dig out. And just Ryukoku payments.
2 sticks, 3 Honba. Al's dealership continues, and might continue even after this round as there's a Haku pair. Can call to another fast win. On the right, Rachel a little bit less optimistic about this hand, but there is a Dora at least.
Has the Dora, but gonna be a mission to get Tenpai across. We got Alfred with a quick Yaku high call available if they want to take it. Can very easily incorporate Dora. Not too much besides that, and Kevin's looking like they're taking a hand off. Much slower than the rest of the hands on the board.
Yeah,
Loke does find another pair.
Too many pairs in that hand. So it kind of looks like a race between Al and Albert. Q as dealer, Dian Shanten, drew into the Haku Anko, so could still call without revealing those tiles. Now Ishanten had a choice between keeping the 4-4-5 shape and the 7-8-8 shape. But as one of those is your pair, Yeah, I think I like cutting the 5 so instead. This works great though, as we have Tempai now in the 6/9 mon.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just got to take that. You're hoping maybe you can snag a Dora,
Dom.
but you'll just take the 1k, keep it going. Get all the points on the middle of the board too.
Yeah, Al's mission now is to just drag Dutchman below 30,000. That's Kevin on the left.
Yep.
And get the extra 5 UMA points. And just continue to climb up here at 64,000. Why stop now? Rachel with an interesting hand. A couple pairs and an Anko. I wonder if she'll try to build vertically here. Oh, there's a Dora draw as well. Albert looking for more tile improvements. Dutch on the left with 3 pairs. And Al with probably the best classical hand here, hedging Itsu as well in the Manzu as well as the 789 Sanshoku. And just playing efficiently here. We'll take the first Tempai that he can find most likely.
Home.
We see the Chunpon from Albert trying to progress this hand, not for value, but for speed.
Chi.
And we'll be Ishantan now. Still holding on to this west. It hasn't been seen yet because, well, Kevin has drawn a pair of those, and actually, Kevin is Ishantan.
No, that's Tempai. No, Ishanten. I was thinking it was Tempai dropping the 5, but with the 6, definitely not. Could
Oh.
even have kept the 6 for the end Totsu there, but didn't want it. And it might work out because that West would have dealt in with that second one having to be dropped right now.
Yeah. Albert thinks the west is a good weight, but there's actually only one left in the wall.
Yeah, and with it being naked on board too, it might be a bit more hesitant to drop it if I'm somebody else at the table.
If we see
Especially
a
'cause
Kevin
it gives another
Ricci...
Yaku
Oh, well, 3-sided, we'll take that.
Oh yeah.
This also allows you to grab another Dora. And Kevin just keeps drawing pairs. A 7 so doesn't really help here.
Only thing is 1-1 is completely dead, so it's not looking as good as first glance would prove. Just on Dora and the 7-mon, which 7-mon
They're all
completely
held.
locked up. 4-mon too, yeah.
They're all
Oh, and
held.
Tempai's found on 6-9-mon. Hold on. Genbutsu to dealer.
Oh, Tempai here as
Still
well.
1-9 in the wall.
If you can push the 6, it's Nakasuji.
Each.
And Kevin will fight.
Oh, it's gonna smack it. Waiting on 3-6 Sozu, which would be looking good if all the 3-mon or 3-so weren't held. We
Everyone's
still have double
holding
6-so
each
to
other's
look
weight.
for. Oh, and there's the last 6-0. That's so
That
hard.
looks
You're
bad
gonna
to
have
both
just play
players.
1-mon.
Yeah.
Yep, and we are gonna Tonki. So one more 6-0, and I think that's the only winning tile for anybody here, right?
Yes. Except for that 9-mon!
Oh, the 9! I forgot about the 9!
Ricci, Dora 2.
2! No Urub at 5,200. Rachel climbs back out a little bit, and importantly, Kevin also dips down.
Yeah, that's actually the goal that Al was looking for. So Q at 64,000 now earns an extra 5,000 points for that. For that deal.
He's gonna need to hold it for a long, long time.
Yeah,
still
still
trying to go. Still only in South too, but I mean, you just keep them below, hit them on their last dealership. You can definitely make something work.
Oh,
Got the 1-mon here. So we got the Dora, but God, the shape is so, so bad. Looks like Alfred's gonna debate on what to do from a hand like this. Gonna go more towards the standard route. Maybe try for like a sneaky Shabo with the East, although it's dead, can drop it out later. Just try to play like a Pinfu, maybe a Tanyao.
yeah.
Kevin across, not too much to work off of. Maybe looking to keep a Dora, play the forward mon as a pair, but just really clunky. And all of them just not even much either. 2P will help a little bit, even though it requires a 3P, but just gonna opt to toss it back, keep the 7-mon floater. Yeah, luckily for Rachel right now, she's got the best hand far and away. Everybody else's hand is just so clunky.
Yeah, and for Alfred, I mean, you have the East pair in the South round, in the South seed. I always feel so sad when I see that happen. I think maybe I can end up on an East Shampoo, but East is dead now, so it's really just acting as the pair in your hand. And oh
Pair
no!
or yeah, need to dodge something safe for later. I was gonna say there I might try and decide that the east is it's time to go because if I hit two on my hand, the sudden becomes so nice, but
Well, the
not
other
early
players at the
enough.
table must be wondering what's going on in this hand. Is this some type of Honitsu? Because according to the discards, it looks like Albert discarded away from a full 3-2-1 block. It was actually just a
Yeah, but if it's
backfire, but
3-1-2, I think you're kind of thinking more backfire, especially with one mon being the Dora. You definitely want to toss that, or then again, maybe you want to toss that before two anyway. Yeah, there's so many Manzu in tow. Such a weird pile for everybody else looking at it. Everyone's so far away too, besides Rachel, that they've got to be thinking about what's going on.
yeah, it looks like a Chinitsu, but I think Rachel might just, I was gonna say hit the button
Does opt to Nama.
once more.
Are you
There's a
scared?
Sanchoku here.
That is true. You find 5-so.
Dom.
Well,
You do okay. Yeah, you're just gonna take that easy.
you probably weren't getting that win if you hit the Richie, so
Yeah, and it's still only like 230 even on a Ron, so you have upgrades, but at the 20 foo, it's not great.
okay,
Might
what
just
is
opt
this
to
on the
stay that
right?
way. God, Alfred, let's calm down. We're already top of the league. We don't need to do any nonsense.
I mean, we already
But
saw one ridiculous Sadanko.
Home.
Oh, we'll be an open hand though. And I wonder if this is gonna be a toy, just Yakuhai. That is double south.
could be, could add Honitsu potentially.
Suhiso.
Throw the green, so we're not thinking Sui, so I'd imagine doing that. I see both East out, so show Sushi is out,
Yeah,
most likely.
Dutch across the table has a Dora, but awkward shapes. On the left, Al with great shapes. Wow, this is an
Home.
amazingly wide Ishanten. Not all the draws
Yeah,
give you good tempi, but most of them do.
headless, but you know, any pair found in your set.
Well, this is the awkward one.
That is a bit awkward, but guarantees Tanyao. And honest, I was gonna say in a turn or two it might be fine
Oh,
playing
no,
this,
that's not
trying
the
to
one we want.
trap the Naka, but yeah.
We've already dropped to 9 months. That would just be a Hootie 10. Three-sided,
Is
but
that
Hootie 10.
369? I thought that was just 36.
Then I will also win there, yeah.
Okay.
This is also not a great weight.
Oh
There's
yeah,
so many good weights, and Al's having trouble finding one, but that is a Dora.
that is Dora,
So
so you find it, you're set to go.
Tanya Dora 3, and now that Albert's going for Honitsu, he really can't use a Dora.
This is 5-8. 5-8, so we slap it, we get to play 2 Dora. Who cares about Tanya?
I'm seeing one
What?
3-6
way.
or 3-6 or 1-4-7 as
Yeah,
possible
you're
weights
right,
there.
you're right.
3-6 isn't bad, but you lose your Pinfu. Well, then this isn't Pinfu anyway. But
There has got to be something good I'm not seeing on this weight.
you
Oh,
get the
Dora
Forso as
Shabo.
well.
That is decent.
The problem is the best weight for that shape involves dropping the
Gee.
Dora and being foodie tense, so that's why we're seeing this
Yeah.
awkward Shabo instead.
And we are going to get Tempai on 3-6 Pinzu.
Well, now Al can walk this down towards an
I was
Ipeko
going
in the
to say,
monsoon.
hey, forget Ipeko. You ever met my friend Ryan?
That's a good point.
We met him once earlier. He might be back around. You know, we're running out of draws, but we're getting there.
Yeah, both Brett and Aldwin, members of the Chicago group, would be great to see them both win a Diampico on the same day.
That would be insane. But I feel like all those
No.
rare Yaku, that's how it always happens. But just gonna get the Mangan Onitsu to the right, and Alfred is gonna be eating really good. Rachel starting to dig out, and then all of a sudden ripped away yet again.
Yeah, that
And
deficit.
now feeling really, really bad.
Fighting for the hands, but that only leads to more pain here, unfortunately. Albert, over 30,000 now. Looks like we're going to need a refresh in this hand. But Albert, over 30,000 now. Kevin taking a small negative. Aldwin taking a big positive currently. And if things continue at this rate, the cut line is going to go a little bit lower. Oops, we're not quite in all last. Still South 3.
Yeah, we still got a hand to play with, but we're getting
Reach.
close.
Oh
Oh my
my.
god,
Well,
what a
talk
huge
about
fill-in
perfect timing. Ricci,
on
Pinfu,
5A
Dora.
run. Oh yeah, you're feeling really good. Q just gonna opt to drop as safe as possible here.
Yeah.
I
Your
would
lead is
imagine.
pretty safe unless you deal into dealer Mangan or Hanuman. Then your lead is not so secure, and Rachel is the player who has to fight the most for it. Kevin also has a lot of incentive on the right to prevent Albert from winning this hand, but I'm not sure Kevin has the tiles to fight with.
Honestly, if I'm Rachel, I might just try to focus at this point on getting like a little bit on top, but also just making sure Kevin stays below 30.
Mm.
Like the deficit is so big, you are still kind of in the middle. You're definitely worried about the motion, but you have enough room to where you can wiggle.
Yeah, for
Oh,
the
we're just gonna check it though. We're gonna let it rip.
and that is Ishanten for Rachel, and currently not dealing in, but likely to discard the Dora upon reaching Tenpai.
It's
And
going to
here's
be very,
Tenpai.
very scary.
I mean, this is a
We're
hand
gonna
with
take it.
value.
It's Sanshoku Tanyao. Yeah.
It's a Bongon. Oh, Kevin draws into Ipeku on the Dora, but doesn't want to fight. Oh my
the
goodness!
Sumo!
And this
That's not
is
Paimon,
Rachel.
right?
She
Wait,
can
is
just
that Paimon on? Oh, that's
do that too.
no,
Oh,
never
just
mind.
one.
Oh, okay, just one. I'd it off. I thought we were at 7.
And this is what Rachel does. She can just pull a Hanemon out of nowhere, and that could have been Baimon if she found Tura.
And wow, Aldwin just in super high spirits right now because one win here and you can keep everybody below 30K. You are having a massive, massive jump.
It's so funny because even though Aldwin had to pay 3,000 for that sumo, ended up netting 2 points, assuming the scores end this way. And
Yeah,
there's the
because
con
of
from
the
Dutch.
Okay.
Assuming that he's going to need to open this hand anyway, so trying to find value
Scare
where you
everybody
can.
off. Yeah, get some more value.
Now, you're not going to scare players off at this table, especially Rachel, and Rachel's building a huge hand. If she can find the 9-mon, Sanshoku, Dora, Chanta.
Can't do it. Bit of a mission to get there, but is possible. That's a pickup though.
Not even taking
We
the
are
Ricci here.
Tempai, but don't want it. Upgrade's so, so close. Now is a chance for a sneaky Shabo. Doesn't even want that. Fully committed on the highest value play. And
Yeah,
Kevin really struggling. I think wanting to maybe push like a Honitsu from here, from the looks of it.
that will not deal in. I mean, if Rachel draws the 9-mon, that upgrades the value of this hand by 4 Han.
So big. There are none on the board too. It looks so good. There are none in hands actually. There's still 4 in the wall. Well, 3 in the wall.
No,
Speak of the devil.
Kevin draws it. And if Rachel draws the 8-pin, I'm assuming she will 50-10 Ricci.
For the Tenrichi, I mean, could even just see taking the Pinzu here with double Ura. If you're, or the Pinfu if you draw like 6 pin as well. I don't hate that.
Mm.
Yeah, now after the second, she's like, I guess it's time. Just gotta take what I can get here.
You can't let a third one pass. That's basically
Sumo.
hopeless. And, well, Al was Tenpai, and gets the Sumo, Tanya Dora too, Bongon.
Sneaks out and gets the Mangan Sumo to knock everybody a bit down. And listen, Aldwin stock is up. It is going crazy this game.
60 points worth of up. Plus 60. Plus 60. One game.
Oh
Albert
my
eating
god.
-7, Dutch -16, Rachel -35. Well, we said Al would pass Rachel when the score was even lower than it is now.
It's
Aldwin
almost swapped to Rachel's score.
almost, yeah.
Aldwin's looking good for promotion right
There's
now.
a chance. There's still 3 games yet to play, and if
I mean, nobody's even played games above, and if you're assuming those people are gonna opt more to like 0 out on average, the cut line for B1 to promote could end at like 40. That's
yeah.
super attainable for Aldwin, and if it's even lower, then even better.
And so with this move, the cut line is now Edwin at -30. And, well, there's a bit of a gap between Edwin and the other 2 players, but Jacob has yet to play, and Rachel has 3 more games. And this table will be playing all 4 tonight. And it looks like they have started their next game. And that will begin in about 4 minutes. So a little bit of a gap.
Mhm.
Oh, I do see there was the other table that started as well. Well, since this table is playing all four, what do you say we hop over to the other interesting table that's going on right
I'm
now?
gonna be honest. I was gonna say that. I'm a little bit goosing. I'm in love with this. So because it's a B3 beta league, we got B3 demotion playoffs and promotion playoffs. So I think we gotta head over there, try to catch some of that.
All right, well, we will set everything up when we come back. It's going to be a B3 playoff match. The first 2 out of 4 games will be played tonight, and we will swap over there in just about a minute or two. So hang tight. We will see you in a few.
G.
All right, we are back. We are joining the first game of the demotion playoffs in B3. So
Hmm.
there were 2 pools, Pool A and Pool B, and the top section, the top 6 players from each division automatically promote to the next pool up, next division up, which would be B2. The 2 players after that are going to be sitting in a playoff match to determine who will promote. And then there's a group of people who are safely confirmed to stay in B3 for the next season. And after that group, there are a couple players from each pool who are in this playoff match to determine who will stay in B3 and who will be moving down to the upcoming
G.
C1 division next season. And that's where we find Aaron, Quincy, Jen, and Leslie. They will be fighting it out to see who is going to promote, or rather stay in B3 and who will be demoting down to the C1 league. They'll play 4 Hanchan, and I believe it is the top 2 who will stay in
Yep.
B3 and the bottom 2 who will demote.
Top 2 up and bottom 2 down.
Gee.
And in the event that there is an exact tie, then I believe it will be by highest average placement. And the stats and everything might be a little weird for these on the display just because of these extra 4 games that they have played. But this is their first game, and the promotion spots have not played yet as well. So those will be later on in the week, and I am excited to be watching these. This feels like it. This feels like the pinnacle of Mahjong. You got 4 Hanshan, and you just gotta send it
Home.
against whoever you're playing. And in this case, oh my God, Leslie is looking to come out with a monster, already ahead and looking like they're going to jump even further. Dora Pawn looking like a Chinitsu
つも
play. Oh, but Jen was in reach, completely missed it, and she digs
Ooh.
out. And finds the Earth too! Able to get the Mangan out all of a sudden, right back in it.
And
Challenging Leslie for first, and this is a very strong start for both of these two.
yeah, with the top two advancing, it's important that your finishes are not necessarily first place, although that would certainly help your case, but as at least getting positive scores. And right now it's Jen and Leslie who are jumping out in front, Aaron and Quincy to fight back in this game. And we're in East 3 now. Jen continues as dealer. This is a great high pie. Chance to incorporate the Dora Tuso into the hand, as well as just fight for a sort of traditional Pinfu type hand. On the right, Leslie has a lot of Mon tiles and 2 tiles away from Tenpai, in fact. Could end up on a tricky Shampoo wait, except for the fact that the 9-so is already twice cut, so a tile a little bit less useful in hand. Across the table, Aaron is working towards just a Ricci here, and hoping to draw a Dora Tuso. And on the left, Quincy has the ability to call the Hatsu for a fast and cheap hand, but maybe cheap is good if you can end the dealership.
Yeah, just try and snuff out all the other value. I would not be surprised in any way if Leslie decides to con these 8s too, with the way the hand shape is playing out.
Yeah, especially if you draw the 9 mod, then you have 2 diamond shapes. You could even con into Tenpai at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, nice draw for Jen. We can drop the 4 mod or the 9 pin. I wonder what choice would be. Chooses the 4 mod. Lots of ways to get to Tenpai here.
I like that. I like keeping as many Pinzu as possible too, because on the off chance you just draw like 3 or 4 more Pinzu and the board looks kind of slow. Playing this as Shinitsu is a very scary threat to the board that has to be respected. Although it turns out it ends up backfiring with the 4-mon draw.
Well, yet to be determined. We'll see if it's
Yeah.
the user's preference. Because if you find the Tenpai there, I
Come.
think you're just on a Kanchan or a Penchan, so it is a bit of an awkward way. Then we do see the Kan.
Not quite in Tenpai yet, but we're getting close. Although 9-mon looking scary. Now's the time if you want to switch up. Don't want to commit to the Shabo. Toss it back. Not quite deciding.
Chi.
I guess Leslie alternatively could also try Sanonko as an out. But we are going to find Tenpai as Quincy. Looking at 5-8 so. Could potentially see one from Aaron, but I doubt it's coming out with the way the hand shape is and how far we are.
Yeah, Jen now opting to
Especially
hold
with
the
that
3-mon.
Sanshoku.
Especially because she can see all of these 4-mon, and you're starting to wonder where the 3-mon are, and how easily usable they are in the other player's hands. As it is, it also gave you Chitoi Shantan as well, but ends up deciding to drop the 4-pin instead. And possibly some concern about Tenpai from Quincy's end of things, although this also is a different Ishanten. Jen is just bouncing back and forth, different ways to get Tenpai. Hasn't yet found it yet. All the pin tiles that she's looking for are coming out from other players.
Okay, 3-pin coming out. Jen draws, is going to go back to this 2-5 Ramen they've been playing. Might try to get 4-mon to hit the board, take the Shabo, even if it's Dama later on. Could even Shi there. Doesn't want it though.
Yeah, unfortunately, this hand kind of relying on the 7-pin, and it's twice cut and once being held, so it's not available. The nice thing if you're sitting in Gen Seed is you see all these Dora coming out, and you're starting to think these hands just aren't that expensive. Well, this hand might be expensive. Will you take the Dora weight, hell weight on the Tuso for Ricci, Sanshoku, Dora 1, and there's one in the wall.
Still one to find. Jen can play it.
Ricci.
Leslie will probably drop. Oh my god, huge fill-in for Leslie. All of a sudden we're on
Oh!
4-7 Ramen. Oh, and Aaron drops in. Oh no.
That was the last tile. Fortunately,
And
not the 7
Earl,
dealing
but
in.
a ton of foo. So all of a sudden that 2-Han hand up to 3,900 points.
And
Oh
Leslie
man.
climbing up ahead now. going into East 4. This is actually her first dealership. We've seen probably a couple repeats in this game now. This high pie does not spark joy. It almost
It
feels like Chun-chan.
is almost 4 tiles away from what I'm seeing. And now it's probably like 4 tiles away.
Well, we'll see if Leslie can improve this and what path she takes. For Aaron on the right, this looks more like a Tanya. There is a door in hand. And you'll just take just about any Arichi that you can find. Across the table, Quincy has the June pair to call. And not that far from making the 30,000 mark. Again, positive score is very important when the top two advance. And so even if you're not fighting for a first, you can at least hope to give yourself a good position to fight in the future games. On the left, Jen with lots of pairs. And 2 away from Chitoi Tenpai. Not necessarily committing in the way that you sometimes see players go for a Chitoitsu, rather holding these honor tiles, especially given that the South and the West have been twice cut already, so they're a little bit less likely to be paired up in your hand.
Boom.
But still, by dropping something like this 6-so, you're setting up a potential future Suji trap on the 3-so.
Boom.
It'd be very, very nice to be able to hit.
Boom.
Actually opting to play for Honitsu instead, dropping the 4-mon pair.
Makes sense. You have no eights. You're kind of losing value as time goes by, or you're losing time. Might as well just open up. You're expecting you can probably get away with getting a north, maybe the 2-pin as well,
Come.
and then your hand's Tenpai, so
Con
have options.
flips another 7-mon, and all of a sudden, whoever has an 8-mon is feeling very
my
happy. And
goodness.
well, look at Leslie's hand. There's a pair of 8-mon.
I mean, honestly, one of the better hands to get it for the rest of the board, because Leslie doesn't really have anything else going. Closest thing being Ishanten on Chitoi. Not even Ishanten, Ryanshanten.
The awkward thing is, how are you going to get a 7-mon here? Because there are 2 of them as the Dora indicator. So 789 Sanchoku not actually looking quite very strong.
Oh, man. I mean, if you get one of them, do you just say screw it and drop an 8-mon into 9-mon?
Wow, Jen draws into Tenpai, and Leslie will drop out of the pair going for the Junchan.
Oh my god. That's 2 Dora, that's so much value. I almost like killing the Penchant off there, going 8-9 Pinzu.
Yeah,
It's safe to the Honitsu as well.
I think my personal preference there is going 1-mon, 1-mon. Because I'm a little bit worried about the overflow from Jen here. We see this as an Entotsu weight on the 2, 5, 6-pin.
And really thinking here about what our options are, especially with double 7-mon.
And did you notice the 3-pin discard? Could have been Tenpai for Toy Toy as well, but decided that having the wider weight here was better.
Mm-hmm.
Dum.
Oh, it ends up paying off. He's gonna run Aaron. Jen gets 5,200 to boot, sending us into South 1. Oh no, maybe a timeout issue. Aaron might have TC'd.
Oh no, that'd be a
drop.
tragic way to deal in.
Okay, looks like it's fixed now though. We got 1-so Tadashi.
And, well, there's a chance here for Sanchoku Peiko. And if you're doing that, you might as well get Junchan.
God, and just another very clunky high pie for the dealer. Just stuck in that 4-pair zone. None of the other shape really good in connecting.
Yeah, and for Quincy, having the Dora and good shapes, seems like that is the hand to beat here. Tanyo across the way for Jen. Shanten already. If you draw the 3-so, you don't get Tanyo, but you get Pinfu.
Would be nice. Able to Dama as well and give yourself a little bit more comfort. Aaron is going to also draw into her 5th pair.
So this is Chitoi Shoten. You could wait Dora Tanki. Dama comes out from Jen here for just the Tanya. Already in good position. Well, it's a tight race actually, but lots of better weight here.
And Jen finds the Shabo. I mean, you probably don't even upgrade that for basically anything. Do you take the Furryton 3-sided? It's not terrible.
Yeah, well, you do have Dora draws as well.
That as well, yeah. Yeah, I guess your best draw here is definitely 4-pin.
Yeah, 4-pin
3-sided
gives
Dora
you
acceptance.
exactly Pinfu, Reach Beam Tanyao with Dora chance.
Mhm.
Oh, there's
Boom.
the Ron, so we'll just beat the Tanyao.
Yeah, just take the 140, get the dealership moving along. Try to keep it close. Again, while you want to get as high a placement as possible, even just being in the upper half and making sure 2 people on the table are taking big hits is going to be absolutely huge for your
Hello,
comfortability in these next 2.
Chinitsu?
Listen, the rest of the shape is kind of butt, so that's what I'm seeing. Got these hanging honors, got the Dora.
Menzen Chinitsu Chitoi?
I would
Dora
cry.
2?
Boom.
I would cry. I've dealt into this first row Dama before. It's not fun.
We saw
Absolutely villainous.
just an incredible pin hand from Altwin in the previous B1 match, but this one might be a competitor.
You know?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I was gonna say I was forgetting about Shuren, but yeah, this is looking kind of real now. This Chitoy, we're Ishanten.
Well,
You
you
gotta
you
throw
might not be
West.
wrong
Get
about
West
Shuren.
out of here. At least West. That is the third. There's still 1-1P too.
5 pins in the wall? 3 pins not, but 1 pin's in the wall, 7 pins in
I
the
mean,
wall.
I think
You
you
could
just go
get-
for Toy Sananko.
Yeah, I mean, you could get Suanko Chinitsu.
And yeah, Suaka. We
Dora
have double
3.
Yakuma
Gee.
threatening.
Leslie
Oh
trying
my
to
god,
cut
that's
this
not
hand
even
short.
Tempai for Leslie.
2 calls in.
Aaron gets a bit closer.
Still 2
Aaron's still
tiles
not
away.
in Tempai though.
That is a 5-pin draw, though, so a little bit more difficult for Quincy to find Tepa here. And now you have to think about the calls that you're willing to make here.
It not being one of them. I'd imagine you gotta take 6P, right? You already have the Baimon lined up.
Could greed for Toy Toy with a 7-pin pawn, but just staying silent.
7-pin pawn. I actually kind of like that.
It also gives you 4-pin as a call into Tempai.
Yeah.
You know, you get
but then
4,
you're
5,
waiting on
7.
final 4-pin. I don't think the 8P chi does a whole lot here.
No. Oh,
I
this
think
is
you're really
Tempai.
looking for something else.
Menhon Chitoi, Dora 2.
Nah, you want to take the Chinitsu. Just throw the West back. No. All the value gone. This is what, Mangan now?
Oh, Jen will snipe this away.
Jen snipes it. No.
Wow. I'd be...
Man,
that was the comeback hand, right? That was your chance to make it back to the game, even take
Okay.
first place.
Well, that's a comeback hand, though. If you're gonna kill that Shinitsu chance and not take those, and then settle for Chitoy, like, come on.
I don't know if you can say
want
settle,
that to be the
though.
comeback.
That's a Baimon.
You had no Chitoy was not Baimon, was it?
It's Honitsu? Oh, wait, it's only 2 Dora.
Honitsu for yeah, and then exactly.
I forgot that you dropped the 9. But...
So it's Mangan, right?
Well, it's Hanemon.
Hanemon
Honitsu...
guaranteed on run?
yeah, Honitsu, Chitoi, Dora 2. 7.
Oh, yeah.
If you Richi, it's Baimon. And if you
but you're
Sumo,
not
it's
gonna reach
Baimon.
6P. That's fair. I still think open Shinitsu calling is a way to do that.
Yeah, I think the hand was played correctly. Because for the Chitoi weight, you can also
I like the aggression.
switch that
I
6
like
pin
the
around.
Yeah, but then like, what else are you looking to upgrade on?
Shinitsu does have guaranteed Baimon, though, if you can call it the Tempai. Yeah, I'm curious how everyone would have played that. I'm sure there's lots of different opinions. And speaking about Honitsu,
Gem.
yeah,
Ishanten, not on Honitsu. Leslie's the one pushing that.
Leslie working towards that. Jen with a very good hand as well. Aaron
Yeah.
Boom.
also kind of working her way there. Ishanten. Just not a lot of value in that hand.
Read a bit longer. Try to go for Honitsu to up the value a little bit.
Well, this is an interesting spot. Do you like guarantee the Tanya with a 9 mod? Do you hold the very wide Ishanten with the 3-sided 369? And Jen just holds all the wide shapes. Unfortunately, all these 6-pin coming out. Makes
I think you
it
do this. If you want to guarantee Tanya, you can still also just no Ton on 3-6 if you
Punk.
really want to. Or just go for the pair up and then reach on 3-6-0.
we do see a couple calls. Tempai for Aaron across the table on the 6-0 for 1,000 points. On the right, Leslie one step closer to this Honitsu. Still Dian Shanten, and now this Chun is in question. There was one tile or two tiles of honor overflow, but that's not enough for Jen to stop pushing. So out comes the Chun, and it does pass. Leslie.
Fair. I mean, you could even. No, I guess you can't really wiggle towards E2 with a hand like this, but. I mean, the PNF is really strong. You really want to assert yourself game one because there's only like 4 games that these players are playing too. Like any big jump right away is going to be massive for the rest of it. Like the amount of just having to
Punk.
commit to playing comeback so early after a bad loss
Sumo.
is it's such a different scenario. Oh my god, in the pawn leads immediately to the sumo
Leslie
by
pairs up the
Aaron.
Haku. Aaron drops the Haku into the pawn, but then finds the Tsumo, and I see a quote-unquote very real Daisangen across the way for
That is
Quincy.
the that is the best way to describe that exact hand, especially with the once cut green on the board. The
Well,
true, very real Daisangen.
the spirit of Brett is with us, even though his games are already finished. Leslie with a Chun pair, and that ruins the is now a very not real Daisangen. Mochi Mochi on the Chun, actually a
Who
little
knows?
concerning.
Maybe the tune comes out at some point. Who knows?
That well, 5 pairs now. This is Ishanten for Chitoy actually.
Yeah, it could be that.
Of course, with the Yakuhai, you're hoping to be able to pawn something, but
I mean, if you're Leslie, you're willing to pay pretty much anything short of a Mangan maybe to even end the game.
yeah, I mean, but you're so close
You
to
don't like
first
doing it to
place.
Quincy, but yeah, getting the first here would be so big.
If you were
You're
in
not quite
danger,
willing to part.
yeah, if you're in danger of falling to third, you might be more willing to settle for second. But in this case, I think you can fight. Not willing to open the hand for Toy Toy either. Wants
Riichi.
Chitoy, but we'll see a Riichi from Aaron. Riichi
Aaron just gonna
Pinfu
smack the button.
just hoping
On a
for
6-9 way.
just to minimize the damage here with just any number of points.
Oh, and don't want to check that tune to the board. I'm apparently the only person in Armel who thinks honor theory is real, from what I'm learning. Which
Chi.
apparently is why I also get face checked on honor theory the most out of anybody in Armel. But, you know, the way it goes. Still looking for that 6-9. I mean, no one can really play it besides Jen.
Well, Leslie apparently a believer in Dora theory. Out goes the 3-pin, and there's the Haku.
Oh, I meant honor theory, not Dora theory. Jeez. I suck. Didn't want to push the reds. Are going to take the whites out, though. Quincy's out of the hand
It
because
feels like, yeah, Leslie's
Dum.
bound to deal in here. But it looks pretty
Honestly,
cheap so
fine.
far.
No Urbom 2K to end the game. You wanted first, but you're like fine with that, I think.
Yeah, you pick up a nice 16 points moving into the second game of the series, which has started already. They move very quickly into the next game, so we will quickly shift over that direction. It's unfortunate we can't see all the players at this table on the full screen, but this is the, I believe you have the A standings up. Nope, this is the B
Yes,
standings. B3B standings.
and remember that all these players were reset for game start, so really it's just what they hit in their first or second game. And reading off the actual UMA adjusted accounted for scores, we have Jen in the lead at plus 30.3 for the demotion playoff, followed by Leslie at plus 16.9, Quincy at minus 13.6, and Aaron at minus 33.6.
And we're hoping by the time that the final 2 games of this playoff series are set, we'll have a graphic to be able to show for that as well.
Yeah.
All right. Jen will be our first dealer. Leslie to the right and the south seat with a very interesting hand across the way. Aaron on the left, Quincy.
Oh, I love it. Let's go, Leslie. Just slam it. Just start smacking the pawn button. I'm all about it. This is Mangan if you hit both your honors. It's pretty decent.
And
You're gonna
interestingly,
stock somebody else up.
Jen holding 3 of the 4 tiles that honor tiles that Leslie wants to call Pon on.
That is true. But
Pon.
hey, drop the important one. Now I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, but you do have outs here. Unfortunately, Jen, I think being probably one of the more seasoned players on the table,
Definitely.
is one to say with 2 open calls and those weird discards, I don't know if I want to check the West.
Yeah,
I think I would much rather just play Chitoy and Dama whatever I get here. So I don't think Leslie's going to be able to pull those out anytime soon.
I think there's also a subtle little decision here for Leslie. After calling the Chunpon, you could discard the 7 pin or the 8 mon, and your plan is Toy Toy. But if you
Honitsu
draw
gets you the same way.
exactly, if you draw around the floater that you leave in your hand, you have a shot at Honitsu. And importantly, Leslie left the Manzu floater in the hand, perhaps thinking that Manzu is the Dora suit. So if I can get Honitsu in the Dora suit, there's a chance that, with some good draws, I could turn this into Hanemon.
Yeah, you get like a 7 mon to fill that in, drop the double 4, get Dora to play around your other 6, you're
Yeah.
set.
A couple
Get a
Dora with
Ramen to wait on.
a couple Dora as a Yamen weight would be totally fine here.
Mm-hmm. Problem is, only 1 Dora left in the wall, so it's not looking too great. 7 mon not looking particularly strong. 1 less in the wall for that too. So I think for Leslie, it's going to be just Toy Toy if they can even get that.
Pon.
6 mon looking so good for every player here. Tries to hit the Ura bomb on the con, fails. 7 so the new Ura. Everybody else going to be feeling pretty good about that. Every player trying to play that right now in their hand.
Yeah, it looks like Quincy and Aaron both have one in hand already. Jen can use one. And Jen has been playing very carefully around this, would not drop the Hatsu until it cleared from across the table in Aaron's discards. And same thing about this Haku, not willing to discard this yet until maybe Quincy pushes it.
Does not want to prove anything naked on the board. Ooh, another Dora for Aaron. She doesn't want it, just wants to play normal shape for the hand. Still looking for head. A little bit ugly with double pinch on too.
Yeah, if you're
I can still
greeting
try to pull
value,
something.
you could drop the 8-9 instead, use the 7 so as your Dora pair. But that does leave you with an awkward 1-2 shape that you will need to fill.
Jen gonna full commit too on just playing probably a Shabo end weight,
Reach.
if anything.
Oh, what a fill. It's going to be a
For
Tonki
this.
weight.
Donkey 2 or the 1, pick your poison. Gonna opt for the 1. I think that's fair. Much more likely to brick other people's hands.
Yeah, it was Hell weight 2 versus once cut 1 month, so definitely the more likely Tsumo.
That as well, yep.
This is a Tempai if Leslie wants it. It's not the value Tempai, but we're running out of time.
I think this late, yeah, you gotta just kind of ship it. Hope for the best.
You do have to push a very dangerous 6 mon, but it does pass.
I mean, it's like kind of Sotogawa on the 7 mon.
I don't think Sotogawa works on the inner side, more the outer side.
Well, I mean, hey, judging by what's in front of us, I would argue against it. But we'll see. Jen really trying to fish for Tempai here. Has 1 more chance around. Is going to be able to drop the East safe.
Oh, that's not quite it.
Oh, nah, so close.
Well, Leslie will remain Tempai. Aaron as well, of course, will pick up a net 500 points there. And so Leslie out to the early lead as the result of not having Reached.
Yeah.
The one benefit of an open hand at Ryukoku. And wow, nice high pie again, double honor pair. And this is double tone, so more pairs coming into hand as well. Could see another Toy Toy play. On the right, Aaron has the East that Leslie is looking for. Oh, there's another pair for Leslie.
That's such an interesting spot. You're so close to so many things
Come.
here, but
I like the call for the double East.
yeah,
Chitoy's
that's the one
Tuhan.
that's the most important. Chitoy's too, but it's also it's so much slower.
Yeah, double
Right.
East also Tuhan. And you can get Toy Toy and turn it into a Mangan. I think that's why I like the call there.
Yeah, I think that Honitsu is going to be just a bit too far here, especially with the good ramen and then the pair of fours. But there's definitely a world in which Toy Toy is achieved.
I will say these are not the best tiles for calling Toy Toy.
No,
4-pin, 6-pin. I mean,
but
8
I
so
mean,
south are okay.
you get 6-so out, and then all of a sudden the 8-so looks a lot worse. You might be able to get that out too. That's my one benefit when they're like really bunched together like this. That if I can get like the 6-so off call, then the 8-so looks really good, and then the south I'm expecting to get. So then I am Tempai on like Shabo 4P either 8 or south. And now you even get a fifth pair too, so you can option select, try to drop something that's more towards the center that you don't think is coming out.
Pairs starting to find their way to everyone's hands. Quincy denies the 4th pair in the hand. Just throws that 4-mon right back.
Boom.
And we'll call the Haku another pair for Jen, but it looks like she was not playing for a G-Toy in this hand. The hand did not look like it was going to be a G-Toy either.
The
Sold all the
shape's
good
so
shapes.
good.
Boom.
And yeah, it starts to open up for Tanya
Yeah.
here.
Snuff the rest of the value on the board. You see that there's 2 Yaku eyes opened up,
Boom.
and there's only one 9P, now 2 9Ps, and now you know where all the Dora is.
Yeah, they're all in Toyman's hands, so watch
Ricci.
out. We'll see a Ricci, Aaron not afraid, and this
Of course.
8-mon.
Oh, and that'll deal
No.
into the punch!
Wow, Ricci Patsu will check the Ura. No
Would have to be a
Ura.
bomb.
That does kill the Dora bomb and across the way. Oh, if Quincy could have got that close. Ura was the 9-pin. Move things forward to Aaron's dealership now.
Aaron, not the worst high pie in the world, has an awkward floating Dora. It definitely
Boom.
needs to declutter the hand a bit. Problem is Quincy with a just yellow brick road Yakuhai, or in this case a blue brick road, all the Pinzu in the world to play with, and double Yakuhai to call for the guaranteed Mangan if they come out. Jen already found Tenpai
Wow.
on Damad 7 right now. No Yaku. Probably going to be looking for anything to play off that 4-mon or a good Tonki. Could even try the Nobeton right here.
Yeah, Nobiton not bad, but this is
Boom.
Tanya as well. Jen thinks she could do better.
Still wants a little bit more. Leslie, I guess, just looking to play aggressive, try to threat something. Can technically get Toy Toy, but I'd imagine this is more of a bluff call than anything.
That's you have an upgrade.
Ricci.
Ricci,
That's pretty
Tanya,
good.
5-8. Oh, uh-oh.
Yep.
Look at all those tiles lighting up in Aaron's hand.
Ooh, I think Aaron's playing those too.
Yeah, Aaron's best route to Tempai involves using the 8-mon as the pair, so there's actually only one tile in the wall left for this. It looks like a very good weight, especially given that Quincy's going for this pin Honitsu. Quincy can't use the 5-8.
Quincy's got decision to make. He's gonna opt to drop the Haku naked on the board. Passes. Nobody else has got any of them. Leslie now probably regretting opening up just a little bit, as there's no safe tiles to Jen specifically in the hand.
Nope, now there are, but she puns them away. Still fighting for this
Ooh,
Toy
okay.
Toy.
Opting the fight, play a bit aggressive,
Boom.
and seems to be going pretty well, but there is a lot of danger in the tiles that you still got to drop.
Well, at this point, if you're calling the 5, so you don't care about any danger, you're just fighting.
Sees the overflow for the 9P, doesn't like it, wants to get rid of the 4-mon first. Might even check the 3. Nope, wants to kill the 6. Aaron still has not upgraded.
It looks like Quincy's
Come.
backing
Round
away.
shotgun. Oh, the con! Okay,
Con's
we
the
held
last
the
winning
8.
tile for Jen into the game.
Okay, we're keeping the 8.
Quincy.
Problem is that looks better than 99% of the things on this board. 1P is one of the 1%.
Well, this is Toy Toy if you
Quincy
want it.
able to find Toy Toy. I mean, I think you kind of gotta. 6-0 looks better than most of the other stuff you have too.
Oh,
God, Leslie doesn't even want to throw out the
Reach.
6. She really wants it. Oh, that's the 8. That's gonna come out.
or the
Wait,
6.
no, no, the 6
Dodges.
comes out.
And now Leslie's in big trouble. 8-mon is a double roll. What's safe against
Oh
this?
no.
3-mon. That's safe.
Okay.
You need to pass
Give
2 more
this to your
tiles.
dealer. All
Oh!
good. Oh,
Boom.
the 7
That's gonna
so
deal into
comes
the
out,
toy
and Quincy
toy.
robs everything.
That's a Mangan for Quincy.
And gets the Mangan. Hits Jen direct. That's pretty good. I'm almost wondering if it's better for Quincy there if Leslie deals in and gets double Rond and almost deleted there.
No,
I don't know if
I think you
Leslie
need
would have dropped it, but
I think you need the points yourself. You'd much rather win than bury one player.
I mean Leslie's a good player to bury though. In second, gonna be in the competitive spot.
Yeah, although the value of those hands I think was Ricci Tanyao and Ricci Tanyao, so not the most
Yeah,
expensive.
that's true.
And
Oh, there was no con up too.
no, Quincy pulling ahead here, and small chance at Itsu. So many honor tiles. One of them being the Dora West, and that's always a little bit awkward when it's an off-wind honor tile.
Yeah, especially as dealer too. Like, I'm a big proponent of not immediately killing off like Dora for an honor, even when you're dealer, just because you never know.
With
Actually no, this is like a Chanta hand. You
I was
definitely
gonna say,
keep
yeah,
that.
with these shapes,
This is one of the hands you definitely push it.
you could end up there. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, to be fair, but
But I mean,
you
your
can think
hand
about
kind
it.
of sucks besides that. You also have Itsu that you can kind of use to dig out a little bit, try to find a pair with it, buy your time.
Interesting, the other pair of Dora, I mean, one's across the way in Leslie's hand, but there's a pair on the left. And Aaron on the left will have a hard time using that open. You pretty much have to stay close to declare Ricci, but
Yeah, you have one too many pairs too. Although you draw around that 5 pin, then all of a sudden you got a Roundman and then Contempai on the Shabo.
yeah, the 9-pin's likely leaving this hand. I wonder if
Very, very
Leslie
possible.
is working towards Itsu or Onitsu.
I mean, I'd imagine she's just opting for both at the moment. Able to drop the white because it's pretty bad on the board, or it's pretty useless, and then can hedge from there. Maybe if you get a pair up with something nice, you can just play the full Honitsu. Otherwise, just take your E2 and go.
Quincy had some tough decisions to make in this hand. Ends up Ishanten with 3 pairs. Could be a tricky Shabo weight on the 9-mon.
Oh, and Dora gets checked. Leslie decides it's
Boom.
either now or never. I gotta let these rip or send them off. Oh, and doesn't? No, I'm
No,
stupid.
if
Yeah,
Leslie
you
was
don't
going
have
to
a pair if you go for the E2. You have to drop 6-7.
yeah, if Leslie was
And
going
then
to
you're
go for
Tonki on the 8. Not very good.
I think if she's going to go for the Itsu, then you hold the Dora and use that as your Tonki in the future. So
Yeah.
might as well get
yeah.
Honitsu Itsu if you're going to do that.
Makes sense. Oh, could have gone Honitsu and then Tempai on the Shabo 8-9p. Which, not that great looking at everybody else's hand, but without knowing anything, not the worst thing.
Yeah, I mean, given the tight score line, looks like Leslie's content to just end the dealership, press
Yeah.
forward a little bit, and see what happens. This is Tempai for Jen. Not willing
Looking
to
at
clear the
3 mon,
Ricci.
not feeling too great. Hey, there's no 5 mons on the table yet.
Come.
Khan reveals the 7, so to be Dora, and Aaron immediately draws one. Do you ship to Chitoy here? You have 5 pairs.
That might have been the play, actually.
Boom.
Quincy's gonna check the 5 mon. Yep, one of the 4 left on the wall. But it does drop into the extremely cheap end.
Yeah, look at these scores. They're all said and done. 1,500 separating first and third. All 3 players above 30,000. We move to the South round. Jen's dealership. Haku pair in hand. Dora as well available to be used. On the right, we have Leslie with the Chun pair. And that's Ishanten already, actually. Not
Very, very quick.
an intense amount of value, but
I mean, you hit the 7p and you get a Dora.
Gee.
Can potentially hit the Chun too on the Shabo. And with all those 2s to block, the 1 mon becomes pretty bad.
Toyman with a bit of a traditional hand. That's Aaron across the way. And we saw Chi on the left for Quincy. This is looking like a Sanchoku Junchan with a Dora.
Yeah,
That's
it
a
doesn't
Mangan.
doesn't even want the 6, just fully committed to it.
Yeah, if you're making that Chi, you always throw the
But
6
yeah,
back sooner rather than later. You don't want to have an issue of swap calling where you have the 6 in hand, you Chi the 9. You're not allowed to
yeah.
discard the 6 afterwards. It also kind of disguises what you're doing a little bit.
Ooh, and Leslie draws into the 14. Interestingly there, what she could have done is dropped like double one
Pong.
mon and then tried to build an Itsu as well in Pinzu. But is going to opt to just take the open and go for the 3/6 pin Tenpai. Not very good with 3 on the board.
Yeah, they're only waiting on the 6 pin at this point, but this is pretty consistent with the way Leslie played the previous hand. Just aiming for the fastest hand possible. Unfortunately, this 9 is not going to deal in
Is
because the
free 10.
50-10. Yeah, Quincy drew the wrong side first. We'll need to have Tsumo. Now there's only 2 tiles left for that weight in the wall.
Yeah, it's so ugly too. 'Cause
Gee.
even if you get like,
つも
I think you have to get an extra 9 so and then pawn the 1 to try to dig out of that. But doesn't matter.
But
Leslie's just going to take her points and go.
I don't necessarily disagree with that play because the value was so strong. That was Mangan. You could lock up your first place
Yeah.
if you can find that Tsumo.
It would be very, very big, especially trying to hit Jen, who was first last game. Keep the top spots very competitive for who's going where.
The only way to play that differently would be to just not G the tile
Yeah.
into Tempai and hold out for the 9 mon. But as it is, scoreline still very tight, and now there's only 900 points separating first and third. Leslie, dealer in South 2, with reasonably strong shapes here, dropping the 8
Not
mon
terrible.
signals that
Needs to hit the indicator penchant as well.
yeah, that's always the sticky point. We've got the penchant on the 7-pin Dora indicator. It's hard enough to find those tiles, but when you can see one face up in the wall, it makes it even less likely you'll find it.
Mm-hmm. Jen finding not quite Tenpai, Ishanten.
Yep, this is very fast from Jen.
Could potentially get a sneaky double Yakuhai Shabo way if the South is drawn.
Ooh, yeah, would love to see that. South is once cut, but there are still 2 more Souths in the wall.
So same with Haku, and the last Haku has now entered Aaron's hand.
And if you're Jen and you see the Haku come out, I don't think you call Pon here. I think you're looking for a little bit more value. Leslie still seeking that 7-pin, but given the current state of the hand, an alternate draw would be the 8-pin, just pairing up the door. You could use that as the head in the hand.
Yeah, that would be very, very nice. I mean, now you have a bit more wiggle room. You can start to play around with the idea of opening up for like a Tanya. 5-pin is not going to be the draw to do that, though.
Ends up just dropping the door altogether.
Yeah. I mean, could still end on a fairly strong Intotsu. Would not be too bad at all. You drop like a 2-pin, or you draw a 2-pin. Keep that pair of 5-so in the hands. Can even make Tanyao after that if the shape develops right.
Quincy still Ishan 10, but now going to improve this to Tanyao.
Jen's still trying to find Tenpai as well.
South has entered Leslie's hand, which should be a fairly safe tile. However, if Jen draws the South right now, our next draw, Leslie's in a lot of trouble.
Jen also could have, if Aaron dropped that Haku, just thrown it, pawned, and then tonkied on the South. Although I'd imagine you might want to try to take the Ryanmen there.
And now we're getting to the point in the game where it's so late, you might just need to be Tenpai.
Yeah.
Pong.
Yeah, there's the Pon.
Just gonna wait on 3/6, nothing fancy, get the job done. Get out. Leslie, Ishan 10 right now. Looking at a very good end weight if they can find the form
Reach.
on.
And here we
Oh,
do.
reach on it too. One drawn immediately by Aaron. Doubt it's coming out. Well, there's
And
not
there
too
it
much
is.
safety,
No.
so Aaron just tosses it back. Tries to keep on the E-Peiko, ends up dropping E-Pots. It gets hit by the Ura, so all of a sudden that hand is huge.
Yeah,
7,700
that
points.
really hurts. And well, Nuna, Leslie jumping out ahead here. And that gives Jen a chance to target another player to get out of fourth place here. You don't have to do it all by yourself. The dealership will continue. East is the Dora, one in hand across the table for Quincy, who also has a pair of their Honor Westwind and also now a pair of the Tunes. So we could see a future weight on the East. Tune Mochi Mochi with dealer, of course, so that does make things a little bit tricky.
I mean, you do have the West, though, in order to call, so you still got something to rely back on.
That gives a slight advantage to Quincy here. If Leslie chooses to go Atozuke, it's in a lot of trouble.
I mean, Quincy could just opt to work towards a Chitoi, too. Your
Yeah.
Ishanten with that draw.
But you're feeling bad about having dropped the Dora. You'd love to be on Dora Tanki for Chitoi, or even just to pair up the Dora. Another good draw for Leslie, continues to improve the hand. Still waiting for the tune that will never show up. And on the left, Jen is working towards an Itsu and the Pinzu, looking for the 5-pin and the 7-pin. And now has two different pair candidates as well.
I can opt to try to play the 8Ms later. I'd imagine to a little bit more of a safer effect than the 6-mon. Can also just drop and try to play around men here. Which it looks like we are going to see a Tanyao shift. Jen's just going to check the points and go.
This is the most efficient play here. We can draw the 5 or the 7-pin and fix the pin block. Of course, you'd love the 7-pin because that will give you Tanyao as well.
Aaron's still dancing around trying to find Tenpai. Not quite there yet.
Same for Quincy. Interesting draw for Jen here. You can switch to a Yamen, chooses to hold all the shapes. You were likely to end up on a Yamen shape in the Mazu anyway, so to get sort of the 6-mon preemptively. And now you can fix your pin shapes with the 2, 5, or 7-pin. And now we can just cut down from the upper pin shape and wait for Pingfu.
I was wondering if there's anything to kind of guarantee Tanya there, but I guess really the only play is dropping 3P and then playing the Roncon, which isn't terrible.
Yeah, I mean, that's I think why we saw the hesitation there, but
yeah.
You can still shift to Tanya by drawing the 4-mon as well, even with the current shape, sorry, 4-pin with the current shape, so.
Yeah. And I think just being able to end on the Roundmen is much more valuable here than the supposed Tanya. Making sure you can end up on that Pinfu.
There is a route where this ends up with 4, 5, 6 Hanshoku even, so holding the 6-pin just in case that random occurrence happens. Now, if you are Quincy here, I'd like the 6 so cut because it gives you option to call Pullen on the tune when it comes out.
I was gonna say that, not even that, but just also on the 2 so, because like you're burning time and you just want to find Tenpai. We're at 19 draws left in the wall. You need to start thinking about Ryu Goku.
Aaron feels a Kanchan.
Nice, but we're still not quite there. Still working on it. Quincy probably a little bit upset after watching the 7 so come into chat right after that 6-0 drop. But still out.
Ah, Jen shifts back. Okay.
Hey, maybe she heard Young Swee's cooking in the booth. Said, you know what? I like Tanya.
Leslie
That's
found
right.
Tenpai. 4-7 weight. really tricky given that she had a Tadashi of the 5 and 6, so one after the other.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm wondering if this is gonna get misread by somebody.
I'm not
There's
sure.
so many middle tiles thrown out in front though. This feels so weird. Like my hazards are going off right now if I'm on the table.
Yeah, it does look extremely odd. That's Tenpai for
リーチ
Jen. She'll
Jen
reach
could
you.
take the Tenmai. It is Suji. Does pass, waiting on 3-6, so which is very Genbutsu to the dealer. Problem is nobody's got it right now.
Boom.
Oh, Jen crossed the deal in right after reach. Oh no.
It is
It is
Richinomi
just
though,
Richie
minimum
Nomi,
damage.
but you're pushed even further down now.
Oh, this Hypai.
Okay, call me ambitious for saying this, but I feel like we're not seeing South 2 repeat 3.
No.
I feel like I don't, call me a doubter, but I don't think it's happening.
Well, we did see a call of the Dora 8-pin already from Aaron without a Yaku yet confirmed. I'm not sure if it's gonna be Tanya. Probably gonna hold the
Yeah,
Chun and
but
the
I mean,
Haku, hoping to pair that up first.
you have Tanyo out. I was gonna say there's a world where you could go Honitsu, but especially as long as you can always fall back on a Tanyo if you want to play aggressive for Adora, you probably can.
Quincy looks like there are good shapes there. But it's just hard to get Itsu here, so the shapes might not be as strong as they look. Especially with the overlap in the 5, 6, and 8, 9 shape. I might even drop the 8, 9 penchant here in favor of that 5 so, or even the 7 so earlier. And for Jen on the left, the hand is improving with that 5 so draw. You'd love to be able to use this Dora. Right now you have 2 pairs, so if you draw a 7 pin, there's a very easy path to Pinfu. However, there's only one 7 pin left, and we can see that one's discarded, one is the door indicator, one's in the call to the right.
Yeah, and the last 7 is going to be in Quincy's hand, and Quincy is not dropping that anytime soon.
Very difficult to use this Dora. Do we see the 9 pin here?
Could pair it up. That is true. Could also just drop 9-8.
And 9 first, then 8, because if you do pair up the 8, you have fixture issues.
You're feeling really good.
Tied out door
Yeah.
2.
You're feeling great. Is a little bit more dangerous, so could potentially run into problems later, but
it only
what are you gonna
deals
do?
into the person who has the last 7, or like a Tonki or Shabu weight on the Dora. And rewarded.
Oh.
Now, which pair do you cut? Or you could also cut the
I guess
5
probably
mon.
the 2s, because 2s were just cut. So I think that's right.
Boom. Boom.
I was gonna say early Monzu looks a lot weaker on the
Oh.
board. It looks like people aren't really gonna play it.
Wow.
Oh wow, and
Calls
Leslie's
one
just
after the other.
exploding right now.
All of a sudden, Honitsu is live.
Oh, it's not only live, it's real.
You shot then now. Looking for
We
the...
got an E still to draw. We got a green still in the wall.
Ooh.
A ramen to play in the back.
Uncle for Quincy could go headless
Con.
here. Con flips the 2 mon.
Whoa, okay. Tenpai on 4-so. Not looking great, but it's something.
And that 2 mon now useless in Jen's hand.
Ah, same for Aaron. I mean, at least the 3 is copying it, right? So it doesn't feel that scary to drop on the board. Feeling a lot better. Oh my god, we could upgrade the toy.
Boom.
What are we greeting? What are we greeting? Come on. They're the 7. They're still green. Oh, it looks so bad to
Toy
everybody.
Hanemon. Going for it. Going for it.
Let's
Hatsu
go!
still in the wall. 6
We're
so.
running it. We're running
One left
it.
in the
Full
wall.
bet.
2 tiles for this weight. Jen's
Listen,
trapped.
look at how many tiles are in the dead wall and how many tiles are in the live wall. Oh!
There it is. Toy.
Is that the guaranteed Hana?
It is.
Yeah. Hey, there it is.
Wow.
Huge hand from Leslie. And wow, I guess I just shouldn't have spoken up. Here we are.
So much
South
for
2-3.
no repeats.
You know, didn't think we'd get here, but look at us now.
That came out of nowhere.
Just all of a sudden, just got call after call after call, just lined up and ready to rip.
Lesson learned, never doubt Leslie.
Apparently, Leslie in the dealer seat,
Had
forced to be reckoned with.
he shut down already, but the shapes are not amazing here.
I mean, honestly, you hit 7 mon, you get the Shabo. It's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, I actually really
And now you
like.
get the 1-so.
I really like calling that 5-so and dropping the 1-so 9-mon, going for Tanya Dora too. But Leslie opting to play this
Not
closed,
terrible.
also a totally valid play across.
I mean, it was working well. I feel like picking up on how people are playing on the board, people are kind of dropping fairly aggressively. So I kind of like playing higher value reach mahjong here.
Well, now you're picking up on the fact that Jen is going for Ohonitsu. We've seen nothing but so cuts and now a Mon Sumogiri.
Oh, that's so nice. Now you got to kill 9 mon.
The only unfortunate thing is we've already dropped our 6-mon.
リーチ
Oh, what?
But you can still. Whoa, Aaron, what happened? What?
That's so
How
fast.
did you get tempai? Yeah, I guess just perfectly drew for like 5 turns in a row.
I mean, look at those discards. June,
Yeah,
1 pin, south, east,
Waiting
9 pin,
on
Tempai, 1 4.
4-1.
4 Mon, of course, for Tanya.
Yeah, not great, but not terrible. Could be much worse, could be much better. That 2 will help the 1 mon just a little bit, especially if we can get another 2 or 2
Mm-hmm.
out. I'm wondering if Leslie just decides to cut double 1-so here, which I actually don't hate. So it doesn't really affect your shape at all. You get to guarantee playing the Dora, and you get Tanyao calls.
Yeah, we are Ishanten as is, so we would be dropping back a little bit.
Ishan 10, but we're also still Furry 10 that we need
Not
to deal with.
anymore.
リーチ
Whoa! Damn, I should just not talk.
Never
We're gonna
doubt
take their
Leslie.
ramen too. Ooh, this Hanemon, isn't it? Or not Hanemon, excuse me, Mangan,
Yeah, it
right?
is Mangan. And with Tsumon and Ura, that would be Hanemon.
ポン
Oh, Pon, Jen is fighting. Shampon would have won, but you can't have known that.
Okay. Yeah, you're pretty much never gonna take Shampoo here. It's too hard. Okay, 2 comes out.
4-mon's actually a double roll.
Ooh. Quincy also sensing danger, although that 1 mon might
Sumo.
sneak past. Oh my god, and Aaron Sumo's last second on the Tanya side, much more expensive.
No Ura.
Oh, it doesn't get the Ura, so it's still such a cheap hand after that. Rom would have been so much more.
But with the sticks, now Aaron's back in second place, and with a dealership remaining, could climb over 30,000.
That's true. Aaron does have new life breathed in with that Ron, or with that Sumo.
Remember, Jen took
Ooh,
first
huge
place.
Ganchan Hill.
Yeah, Jen
Okay.
took first place in the first game, but is now sitting
Yeah,
in
Jen's looking to get zeroed out.
right.
No dealership left at 8K.
And looks like Leslie, if things continue this way, will be in a
in
big
the
lead
comfy
for
seat.
promotion. It'll be a battle for the
Or no,
second seat.
for staying.
Yeah,
Because this is the demotion playoff.
right, for staying in B3.
Yeah.
However, there is it's going to be a huge battle for that second seat. Top two will stay in B3.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah, if Jen gets zeroed out and Anne or Quincy gets second, it'll be a really close game. Even if they can just get positive thirds, it'll be huge. Or like they can both get positive. Quincy gets like positive third, Aaron gets like second. Everyone will be right next to each other.
Dora pickup for Quincy. This hand's progressing nicely. 2 away from Tepai. If you call the Chun, you don't have a pair, but of course,
You'll
pairs
figure that
are
out later. You don't
yeah.
care whatsoever with a hand like this.
Ishanten now. For Jen, we're building into an
Riichi.
Ipeko. Oh, never mind. Let's look at Leslie. That's a Ricci.
Oh, okay.
On the 7,
And that I'd
so.
imagine, yeah, just 7 so a little bit ugly.
Yeah,
Can
decide
drop
between the 1
B2
mon or
or
the
the
2.
1 mon. Probably just send the 1 mon, right?
1 mon gives less info. The reason you would drop the 2 is if you're planning on conning the 3 mon, which I would be. So,
That is actually a very good point that I missed. That does make a lot of sense.
and in some instances, you want to also drop the 2 because treating the 3 as an onko is just extra food.
Extra food is better, yeah.
This isn't one of those instances, but
No.
for con reasons, I do like cutting the 2 there. The reasons you would cut the 1 instead of the 2 is if you wanted to get Pinfu, but in this case, it's
Yeah.
just a Penchon wait, so no Pinfu here.
Yeah, no care. Aaron trying to fight to still stay as dealer 2. A lot of safe tiles, had a lot of trash that needed to be recycled out of the hand. Finally starting to reach some unsafe tiles that have to be pushed. Be interesting to see how aggressive she decides to play. Jen not really doing a whole lot, kind of just trying to play safe.
Yeah, it's
Back up.
a really difficult position for all players, but especially Jen,
Yeah.
who is the most desperate for points here. But facing down an early Ricci, I mean, what are you comfortable pushing?
Aaron gets 7 Genbutsu.
Currently, Mon tiles look pretty safe, and So tiles are the most dangerous, but we haven't cleared the 6-9 Suji. Oh wait, Aaron dropped a 9.
I mean, here's the thing. Mon tiles look safe, but like you also didn't drop a single Mon tile until you reach, which looks a bit weird, right?
Yeah. And it was a 1 Mon 2 after a long think.
Yeah.
But Aaron found Tempai. This is a valuable hand as well. It is Furitan. But if you can redraw the 2, okay, that's not happening. But if you can draw the 5, you have Ipeco.
5's what you want anyway.
Well, that's not happening either. So this hand is not going to win. It's a matter of where are the 7s.
Could scare other people off. Wow, there's still 2 7s in the wall.
Jen
There's
draws
still
1.
1 7 in the wall.
And
7 more tiles to go.
Leslie has 2
Not gonna be
drawing
that
pools. Quincy will not drop 1. Jen will not drop 1.
Neither of them are going to discard Dora this late. There's 0 chance about that.
One more chance, and no, we're going to Ryukyoku. There's the last 7,
oh,
but
last one with the Quincy. No shot, yeah. Not in a million years dropping that. Probably not even for Tenpai. Not worth the 1500 to deal into Adora, especially Hote.
Yeah. And we'll stay here. Aaron as dealer, there is a Chun pair. Not much else going on.
I would say, don't think we're going to another repeat, but I have already seen worse in this game that have made it. So, you never know.
On the right, Quincy, very interesting hand with 4 pairs, one of which is an Onko, and now you just have a surplus of shapes.
Interesting. I think if I'm Quincy, I kind of like throwing double 2, trying to fake like a Honitsu or something.
East for Tanya
instead.
for
Tanya, yeah. Never mind. That's definitely correct. Absolutely.
East is a really tricky weight if you can end on that, but there's no guarantee of that happening.
Yeah, and even with double 2 Shabo, I think I'm fine waiting on that. It's not as tricky as the East, but I think I'll just rather take the extra Han. Oh, wow, Leslie already got Tenpai.
Yeah, again, early Ricci.
Just 3P, but I mean, players have an absolute wealth of information to go off of in terms of 3 honors. Well, 4 honors and a Forso now.
Yeah, that's why we see Quincy just throw the 5-pin back. I'm Ishanten, I'll fight. And there's a Tenpai chasing Ricci, Tanya, Dora 1. Oh, Leslie draws right in.
Pods. That's going to be expensive, I think. Sure.
Yes, it will. It's a Mangan.
Oh, yeah, with the Dora 1. Yep, no Ura for the BAM.
And importantly, there were 4 sticks at that point with the 2 Riccis in this round and the 2 Riccis the previous round. So Quincy all the way up to 36,000 in their last dealership.
It's going to be interesting to see if Quincy gets a very bad hand and faces some pressure. I would be, if I'm Quincy, somewhat okay from how everybody is on this board of just throwing Tenpai at the end of this and ending the game off. Because Jen's in dead last, so she's reset to about 0. Aaron is still below you, so Aaron's dropped a little bit, and Leslie's pulled away, but Leslie also looks like that's going to be inevitable, especially if you keep drawing kind of tough like how Quincy is. So just throwing Tenpai here and trying to hope that it goes through Yukoku, I'm still ending in a pretty good spot, all
Yeah,
things considered.
I don't know. I feel like there's still 2 more games yet to play. I don't want to give up easily, but maybe I'll play
Yeah, but
safe if there's something dangerous presents itself.
exactly. And I mean, that's my point. With a hand like this, like Quincy it's much slower. It doesn't really have an easy open out. Like kind of Tanya looks the best here. Maybe Toy Toy now. But at any sign of danger, I'm not like too upset just letting things pass on and just knowing that okay, I probably just got to fight Jen head on in these last 2 games.
And perhaps you, like, there are a lot of pairs in this hand, right? Maybe you just
Yeah.
play for Chitoy and say,
Try to catch someone off guard or
Mhm.
something.
Chitoy is a very defensive hand. You can play around with it and hold safe tiles and still manage to get there. I mean, this is eShot then. At this point, you're just
hmm
fighting for Chitoy.
Yeah, I mean, you could still try to find some outs. I don't think you're really going toy toy anymore after passing that AP, and you do have to call everything,
Well, then that's
which
exactly
makes
it,
it a
right?
lot worse.
If you
But
call, you're vulnerable, and
yeah,
Quincy's in a position where, as long as you're positive, that's okay.
yeah,
Currently, if the game were to end right here, Quincy would be earning plus 11, which would almost negate the negative result from the first game.
hmm
If you recall, Quincy
G.
was negative 13.6. So you can call
yeah,
that a
right
fair
about the
outcome.
0. And Jen, again, Jen drops, assuming Jen stays fourth at the end of this, to basically right where you're at. So you still have direct competition for the last 2 games. You still have a goal. But you also
G.
don't do something like swap with Aaron, and then all of a sudden you're in a much worse spot.
Yeah. So we see 2 calls from Aaron for Tanya. No Dora in hand, so just 1,000 points. Jen finds
G.
Tempai and will smash the button, reach Dora 1, waiting on the 2-5 Mon. And Leslie can actually afford to deal in, but
Yeah.
Quincy draws the deal in tile.
I can't imagine you doing that. You just got to throw white no matter what. Oh, green safer too. I don't
Hmm.
hate green.
Twice cut. I mean, what Haku is
I think
Genbutsu,
I
but
still kind of prefer Genbutsu just in case.
Khan,
Oh, you
you
gotta
have
take
to.
it. You need the value here.
Reveals the 7 pin to be Dora, and that is,
Oh,
well, Quincy now has
G.
Chitoy Dora
if
2.
Quincy draws like the 2 mon here, this could be nasty.
Yeah, and kind of needs to be the 2 Mon specifically.
Yeah,
And we can see that's actually not going to happen. There are no more 2 Mon left in the wall, but Quincy might end on the 2 Mon wait and at least take us to Ryukoku.
that's true. And again, if I'm Quincy here and it looks like I'm the decision to go to Ryukoku, I don't even hate passing it up, I think. I think I'm okay with where these standings are at.
I mean, especially with a Khan, you really can't afford to deal into Gen here, I think.
Yeah. Just kind of hoping somebody else holds up the mantle is worth it.
Interestingly, Leslie has found Tempai. It doesn't have a Yaku, but if she can hold Tempai to the end, she'll be picking up even more points. And she probably doesn't care that much about dealing in, so
Yeah,
as
no
long as it's
sense in
not to
not really
Quincy.
pushing. Although, Leslie does not have Yaku at the moment,
Yeah,
so I
just
guess
hoping
she
for
is just
K10.
gonna, yeah, full push, try to get K10.
Aaron found Tempai and finds the
Sumo.
winner. We'll just take the sumo.
Sumo gets the stick on the board, so a little bit closer, but still not quite that positive 30. Gonna be just below.
And these are the results from game 2. Plus 35.5 for Nuna, plus 10.5 for Quincy. And so Leslie will take a pretty nice lead here. Aaron with a small negative, certainly better than the first game and moving in the right direction. And Jen will sort of undo the first place from the first game with a negative 39.9. And
Yeah. So current standings after that game, Leslie is at plus 52.4, Quincy at minus 3.1, Jen at minus 9.6, and Aaron at minus 39.7. So Quincy actually overtakes Jen after that game.
by just a little bit. And uh, currently, Jen and Quincy battling it out for the second spot, but we still have 2 games
hmm
to go. And Leslie seems to be pretty secure. all that can switch in one game. Who knows what will happen in the next two?
That's very true.
And I
So
believe
volatile.
they have scheduled the second two games, the final two games of the series.
Have they? Are they already in? This is B3A2 is what we're calling it. Yes, there. Oh, Wednesday fight night.
Wednesday, our regular
Wednesday.
broadcast evening, is going to be jam-packed with fun games. And the
And they're
very
gonna
last
end.
one.
Yeah, it's gonna end on that. That's gonna be so exciting.
Yeah, you will not want to miss that one. We'll see the conclusion of this B3 playoff series, the demotion series, and that will be on the 22nd at 7:30 Pacific time. And we will be broadcasting all the games that evening, starting at I think 4 p.m.
4 p.m. Pacific.
yeah.
It is. It's gonna be a long one. There's gonna be a lot of exciting games in there. We have some A1 games that we're starting out with, and then later on in the night, I believe we'll be going to B1 for a decent bit. I'm not 100% sure like who's playing what games and if they're playing forward too, because I know that a lot of people are going to do all four at once
Mm-hmm.
or doing like two games almost back-to-back days. But nonetheless, it will be very, very exciting. There'll be a lot of very, very tense games as everybody tries to slip away and get past emotion and all that.
Absolutely, and I don't think our night is over just yet for
Oh no.
Monday Night Mahjong. There's still some more matches going on, particularly that B1 series that we stopped by earlier. They're playing all four, so continuing in Game 3, I believe, currently, and I think we'll hop back over there. This is a crucial series because this one basically determines the cut line for B1.
It will be so, so big. Yeah, and everybody at B1 is so close right now.
All
Any
right.
one switch up could be huge.
We will go ahead and switch back to the B1 match, take a minute or two to set that up. And when we come back, we will finish the night with the conclusion of the final two games from B1. See you then. All right, we are catching the tail end of what looks to be game 3 here with Aldwin, Kevin, Alfred, and Rachel. And it looks like this game, it's the Dutchman's turn. Kevin with a big lead, 53-3. Al just won a Reach Batsumo Pinfu to come back into third place, putting a little bit of distance on Rachel here.
럼,
But it'll be Dutchman ending the dealership with a very cheap sashikomi there, and will move us into all last. Of course, I'm sure Kevin,
Again,
not content with this lead, will want to run it up as much as he can.
oh, everybody's just so close to. Like, even if you get a first here and go 0 the third game, you still might be on the cut line.
Absolutely. I mean, so let's imagine the game were to end here. What score would Kevin be looking at? A
Um,
21.4 plus 15, so plus 36. That would bring Kevin just ahead of Jacob, but still the last player in the demotion zone.
I mean, everybody's still got a lot of games, but it's just so tough. This is such a volatile league right now.
Oh, what a sweet draw. Now there's Ipeco Dora, 2 options for Kevin.
Pretty good. A
Shoten.
lot of food too with that terminal. I don't think it's quite enough even with Sumo to pass to 40, but very, very good.
Kevin's convinced these shapes are in their final form. I do want to get
Makes
rid of this
sense,
5
but
pin though.
yeah, I'm getting worried. End of the first row, starting to bleed into the second. Even if it kind of tips off other people, hey, I'm really close. I'm all for that. I just want to get a little bit more safety here.
Holding on to
I
it
think keep that
desperately.
too.
And is anybody close to Tempai here? Al on the left, I think, is Ishanten with Ipeco chance.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of tiles will give that Tempai.
And Rachel's still trying to fight
Yeesh.
through.
Oh!
Not really found anything yet. Oh, Tempai on the Ipeco.
Takes the Richi. Dama Dama Ipeco Door 2 is
Mangan.
also Mangan, but going for it all. Unfortunately, this weight
Yep.
not very strong. Only 2 6-mon left in the wall. Oh, Al draws one and is playing safe. Yeah, might have won with the Dama there.
No, not quite though. Still one more 6-mon. Both 9-mons also being held by Aldwin. Oh,
No
no,
con.
doesn't even want the con. Yep, playing super safe.
I think 1 pin is left in the wall if Kevin draws it. Oh, Tempai.
Ooh, if you have to push 8-mon, it looks really bad.
It doesn't even take it.
Yeah, it looks so bad.
Still 2 tiles, 1 tile left in the wall for this weight, and 2 more draws. Would have been Suanko Tempai, oddly enough, although you never would take that.
No shot.
In the end, will just be the 3,000 from the Yukioku.
Yeah, that's one of those where, especially when you're on the 4 with, what is it called? Kuriage Mangan?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the term? Especially when you're playing with Kuriage Mangan and you're on the 4. It, the reach there, while I like it, especially when the weight isn't that good, I think you do just kind of have to pass it. If you're like on the 5 with like a really good weight, then that's something, but
Yeah, I mean, if you Tsumo, you got Hanuman. And you are...
well, no, yeah. If you reach and then get any +1, you're on the Hanuman. Oh wait, yeah, I guess that was the same way. I don't know.
It was what? Oh,
It was 4. It was 4. Reach was
yeah.
the 5th, so it was because it was Dama Mangan. I mean, yeah, that's fair. You are also a dealer. I think if it was a little bit earlier, I might try to force it, but in that case, taking that Dama Mangan might just be
Actually,
really
I
nice,
think I might
especially if
be...
you can hit Alfred with it.
I might be misremembering the hand a little bit because I think it was Ipeco Door 2.
It was Ipeco Door 2.
And there's no
Yeah, you're right, not
Pinfu.
Pinfu.
Yeah.
Yeah, so reach was the 4th. So I guess it was kind of important. Very big jump in value there.
Yeah, it goes from 77 to 12k.
Yeah, I could also try and sumo it, Dama, but risky, and if you're gonna sumo it, why not just stick a reach stick to push everybody off anyway?
This time opening up for Tanya, there is a door in hand, but it's unconnected. And it's hard to find a connector as the 6-mon, most of them are, all of them are being held, in fact. Gonna have to pair up the door here if you're gonna use it.
Is possible. Approaching Tempai. Could even potentially Tonki on it if another 5 hits the board for some strange reason.
Well, it's not strange
Although,
if
yeah,
Rachel draws it. I mean, look at that.
that's true, actually.
It's actually...
I mean, same thing for Aldwin. Aldwin's not going to play it either.
Ishanten for Honitsu Chitoi. Oh,
Oh
door
my
pair!
god, there's the pair.
Now,
That's
Albert.
so big.
Albert could use the 5 pin, but no one else, and that's Tempai.
1
Which weight do you take? Takes the one's cut
Oh my
south.
goodness.
Oh, and the one comes out
Dirty.
immediately afterwards. That's
That's
tragic.
so dirty. 9
But
feet does
the
not look
south,
good.
south is also possible,
I mean, if I'm Q there, I don't think I'm throwing that one unless it's the Genbutsu tile.
right? Because you cannot deal into fourth place here. I mean,
Yeah.
Kevin has such a great hand here. You imagine it's just going to be
I
pushed.
think Kevin's just got a brave.
And, tragedy for Rachel would be to draw the Dora. It couldn't be used in the hand. We'll see what
Oh, that
comes
would be so
first.
bad.
There's 1 7 Mon. There's 2 Souths. And there's a 5! What?
Oh, I need sumos! On the last 5, completely shuts down Rachel. Oh my god.
We've only seen one game of the series, well, most of a game of the series, and then just this finish here, but it seems like Rachel always has these gorgeous hands that are
Just not quite there.
just not finding the winning tile for.
You
And
know, honestly, as Cheetoy hater, I think that's Rachel's fault.
no.
Should have just played should have just done any other thing besides Cheetoy. That's the second Cheetoy we've seen kill off a good hand tonight.
Yeah, I think, every Mahjong player has experience with those games where you do everything right and you build your hands and
they get so close, and then you can just never get that close.
yeah. And it's how you handle those situations and come back in the next game that really makes a difference. Because
Yeah.
it's going to happen to you eventually, and
It's
you
learning
can't
how
get
to
tilted.
just be confident in your own play and understand I did everything right. I just hit 20 bad beats in a row.
And
And it is what it is, and I gotta approach next game like it's not gonna happen.
and if any player has that confidence to just shrug those games off, I think it's Rachel.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely plays with a very strong mentality. And let's see if Dutch can keep his dealership running. I mean, if he can drop Alfred below 30,000, you're gaining a lot.
That is big, but then you do have to reset the hand an extra time, which is also important. I mean, even if honestly you can hit Alfred for like something really low here, then Alfred also has to push Ryukoku at the end in order to get above 30k, and Alfred's at the top of the standings right now, so they probably don't even really care.
Ooh, how greedy are you? You can drop 2-3 or one of your pairs, hedging
Nine's one's
everything.
cut. Nine's one's cut. So, but Pinzu look really weak, but Sozu look really expensive on the board. 16 is so tough to get out.
Yeah, Rachel hates to do this, but it just takes the tempai.
4-7, yeah.
You want to draw into your Dora, but this is Pinfu, so
Yeah, I think you just dominate. I think you just end the game.
yeah, if you're not taking the
Ricci.
Ricci, you're probably not going to take the win there.
Yeah, you don't even really have upgrades here. I guess you could hit the 6 and try to wiggle towards like John Pico or Tanya, but just all seems kind of bad.
Yeah, Kevin, I
Oh,
wonder.
and Kevin's out.
Yeah, I wonder what he's thinking about this Ricci because it dropped the Dora and then Sumogiri Ricci.
That is really interesting. I almost kind of want to think that Dora is like a red herring and it's not I had this hanging Dora, but I'm waiting around the Dora.
つも
Finds Sumo?
Sumo's
No Ura, so not the
no,
most
it's
expensive
just
hand.
43.
But these final scores are going to be interesting. Dutch doesn't get the full value, but Kevin will take plus 45.2. What a result. And for Albert, that's another positive score. Plus 6.9. Al, a small hit, negative 14.3. That's more than small.
But drop below Edwin now, which
Yeah.
is very, very important.
But most importantly, it's Rachel eating negative 37.8, and that's going to have some significant implications here.
Standings are now updated, and wow. This is, God, the cutoff, there's a world where the cutoff ends up at like minus 20.
Now, we did miss
Or
the
some
second
insane
game.
thing.
Rachel, I think, had fallen down, but I think she must have picked up some positive points in that last game.
Yeah.
Let me find that result for us.
I think Alfred pretty much zeroed out as well.
Yeah, actually, in the second game, Rachel took first, dominant first, with plus 38.9. The other three
Wow.
players were all negative. Alfred, negative 1.5. Kevin, negative 10.9. Aldwin, negative 26.5. So Rachel had made a strong comeback. This result negates that, and so we're about where we were actually beforehand, except for the fact that Kevin is now much higher up in the standings. And they will be playing one more game. Have they started it yet?
They have not started quite yet.
Okay, will be a small break from them. Even when they start the game, it will be another 5-minute delay as a result of the in-game delay, of course. But now that the results have updated, we can take a look at the big picture. And I know some players will be watching this game very closely, Michael and Edwin in particular, who still have games to play and
But
are right
again,
on the
they're
border.
right on their one bad hit, and it could be disastrous.
And it's really not good for them to see Aldwin and Kevin both having good days. I mean, the cut line used to be,
Like minus 70.
yeah,
Even past that, I think Jacob was
60-ish.
the cut line.
And now
It was,
both players have surpassed Jacob, and Jacob still has games to play. Jacob could even climb higher. So this cut line for demotion could be, as
it could
low
end
as
up like minus 20 in a world, I
exactly.
think.
I mean, if
A
Kevin has
very
one more
rare
good game,
world, but
Kevin goes first,
yeah.
Aldwin goes second. You're looking at plus 20 or minus 20.
Mm-hmm.
So it is really exciting to see where those last games go, and no surprise that the player's going to
Oh,
take a little break here.
it turns out that apparently it's not just a little break. Apparently, they're going to resume and do the fourth game tomorrow.
Oh,
Hot word on the street is.
okay.
I guess, I mean, when you play four, like playing four back to back, especially like these high intensity, super close to the demotion line, everything is riding on these games. Three is a lot, four is even more. So it doesn't surprise me they're taking a break, resuming back up tomorrow. Means we have even more cool, crazy matches that are happening.
Yeah, there is one more match that's going live. It is an A1 matchup. And
A1, and I think they have one more to play after this. I know they're very close to ending this one.
yeah, I didn't realize they were playing all of their matches today. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over there. It is Minko who is in the lead in this game, and before the series started, Minko was the closest competitor to Kenyon for first place overall in the A1 division, which of course means you're going to the championship game at the end of the year. And with a result like this, that would put Minko in great position. Tucker with 43,000 points also looking
That
quite
is
good.
very big for Tucker as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
Tucker is in the demotion zone, needs a good score to get out of this. Oh, this is Tempai, but not for the Toy you're looking for. We'll take it anyway. And that dodges a deal into a very expensive hand from Minko. I mean, this is Mangan. We're not looking at the dealer right now, but we'll switch over as soon as this hand ends.
It is important to note this is also the 5-player table. So things are a little
Well, actually,
wonky.
the 5-player table got shifted. Usually Steve does play at the 5-player table, but this one is just these four.
Oh, okay. So maybe this is the last game they're playing then. I might have been off. And now we have standings accurate,
Uh-oh.
activated, and Minko close. Oh!
Yeah, push the Tempai, and unfortunately, that dealt into the Mangan. But Tucker will be our final dealer for this match. Or for this Hanchan. I guess this is game 3. And I'll go ahead and switch so that we can reflect that.
Yes, this is game 3. One more still to play after this. That is correct. Just double checked it. Assuming they're doing all 4 tonight, which I would imagine they are.
Yeah, we can see Minko. Well, perhaps we'll get a full review of what's happened in the first couple games after this one ends very soon. Minko hasn't made up enough points just yet, but with this first place, we'll have a shot at taking over the championship spot from Kenyon.
It's gonna be a hell of an effort. Kenyon is also finished out, so
Yes.
this is Minko's final plead. Minko has got over 100 points they need to get starting with this game. And they're definitely going to put a dent in it here, especially if they can knock Tucker below 30K. That is going to be huge, and I think actually give them a real shot at it.
Absolutely. And we saw an interesting pull from Steve, holding the Hatsu in hand, preparing for a con in the future. Should
Or it can just
Tempai
throw
be found.
as a safe drop
Exactly.
later on.
And
Dual purpose in that.
that's a very cool move, right? If someone reaches,
Yeah.
you feel bad if you called conj because now their reach is worth so much more. But here in this situation, you have so many floating tiles, you don't need to make that decision yet. You can hold off until you're close to Tempai and it becomes an efficiency cost to hold on to that tile.
You know you're playing Honitsu. You know you're going to have to open. No.
Tucker.
No.
Cool.
What do we got? Tuso. Oh my. Okay, one on the board. So
one in
one
the
on the
wall.
wall. 3-mon is same way. One in the wall.
8-mon is dead.
No. 3-mon's dead too.
Oh,
okay.
So it's not possible.
Well, 8-mon is in, or 3-mon is in another hand.
This is Saranko Tempai, but it's only on the Tuso. It's not even guaranteed Saranko, but Tucker will take the Richi. At least apply some pressure to the board.
It's hell weight.
Yeah,
I think you got to just pressure the board here.
I mean, if you can get a fold out of everyone, repeat as dealer.
That's worth its weight in gold. Yeah. Although I will say you do have quite a lot of upgrades. Oh, like if you kill the pairs, then you have the Ipeko chance.
And wow, Minko
and
pushing
Minko's
as well.
On Toy Toy.
Toy Toy Dora 3. Oh my goodness.
Could also have Sananko.
Yeah, Sumo would be Sananko. Importantly, that would be let's see, Sananko Toy Dora 3 is a Hanuman. That would drop Tucker below 30,000. No wonder we're seeing a fight here.
That would be massive.
Is the
weight when you're that far ahead, nothing to lose.
2-pin. Oh no, that comes out.
And it's direct. That's even better.
Minko.
Oh my god.
Picks up not only the 9,000, but also the extra 5 points of Uma, and we're going to have to update these standings and see where Minko stands after this.
And Tucker drops below Anthony right at the last second.
That is tragedy.
That's disaster. If Tucker would have waited one turn and committed to dropping a pair too, would have been Tempai on an Ipeko chance.
But even then might have dealt in regardless.
Yeah.
And we have the update in. Minko actually has a shot here. Only 46.4 away from tying Kenyan.
That is less than this game. It is going to take a hell of a game, but it is doable. We're checking the odds, and it's live.
Okay, we have no mention of a fourth game being played yet, but we will stay here for a little bit and see if they start one. In the meantime, I want to look at the game results to see what happened in the first three, because Minko was over 100 points away at the start of the day. And let's take a look all the way back to the first finish. It was Anthony taking the first place in game number 1, plus 21.7. Steve, second place, plus 8.9. Minko took a small third, negative 5.9. And Tucker, fourth, negative 24.7. But that was a very close game all the way throughout. And Tucker even won a Mangan in the last hand to avoid losing a lot more points. Brought Minko below 30,000 in addition to winning that Mangan, and saved 13 points there. Tucker in the demotion battle, that was a crucial Mangan Sumo. Game
4 is happening. It just started, so we're 5 minutes away from it. Players were just crunching the numbers, calculating the points they need to get where they want.
All right, well, game number 2, Steve took the first place, so 2 positive results there, plus 27.8. Minko with a small positive, so after the first 2, we had a net gain of about 6 points with 11.8 second place. Tucker took a small third, and Anthony took the fourth. And that was where we stood before this final game took place, and it was Minko with the huge leap forward. Just needs one more game like that, and we'll have a shot at taking the championship spot. And what is the situation for the other players at the table? It looks like Anthony.
Just Anthony and Steve trying to hold on, pretty much stay out of demotion. A very big buffer to do so. And Tucker needing nothing short of a miracle to get what Tucker is expecting, about 100 points in order to get out of demotion.
Yeah, currently according to the graph, it looks like the cut line is 15th and 16th place with Zolong at negative
Oh, but is it?
86.6 and
It's
me
at
at negative
17th
130.
now, right?
Yeah,
Only
it
5
looks
people are
like
demoting out.
there may be the possibility, and it's likely that we'll have one fewer demotion slot here. What not shown is the sixth player at the 21st slot. So it's possible that 130.3 is the target for all these players. And so Tucker looking for a plus 56 approximately in order to overcome that mark. I mean, it's a huge task, but we just saw a plus 60, plus 62, so it's definitely possible. And when you know your target, you can just go single-mindedly towards it.
Yeah, Tucker, it looks like Nathaniel, you might be on the cutoff for right now. In the metaphorical hot seat. Tucker needs, what is that? 50, not 6, 55.7 in order to tie you, so 55.8 in order to try to jump to get out of demotion here. It's
Yeah,
going to take a monster, and Minko's going to be looking to throw one out too, so
and that's
it
just the
is
thing
going to be
though.
a tight held game.
Minko might be fighting tooth and nail for every single hand in an attempt to take first place, and that might lead you to be overly aggressive, right? It might lead you to deal into more hands than you normally would, or it might lead you to winning more hands. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. All I can say
Hmm.
is that this game is certainly going to be incredibly exciting, and it will start in about 2 minutes.
Just 2 minutes, yep. Yeah, Minko, really interestingly enough, Minko having 3, potentially 4 more first, assuming Minko gets first this game, which you can't assume, but if Minko does, we'll have 4 more firsts than Kenyon and still may not be able to pass her, which makes me absolutely terrified to know what Kenyon was doing to get to that score
Well,
with that stat line.
having had the opportunity to play, if you can call that an opportunity, to play Kenyon 8 times this season, 24 games,
Oh,
I can say that she has had some absurdly strong games, and a lot of her first places have been um, quite strong. There were 2 games that I remember checking the game results and seeing she had like a plus 70 and a plus 80 back-to-back games that really set her up for a strong finish. But not only that, I think the real difference is the results from second place. Her second places have been strong second places, like 40,000 point second places, games that you would normally be getting firsts in. And her third places even are a couple, there are 2 or 3
couple positive
positive
ones.
third places,
Yeah.
whereas I think Minko has no positive third places and even 1 or 2 negative second places. And so that's really where the separation is coming from. It's that Kenyon has had a couple very strong first places, which Minko is starting to catch up with that game, and I know has had a couple strong finishes of his own or of their own, but still, it's the second places and third place that's really making a huge difference, I think.
And the game's seconds away from starting now.
Yeah, let's switch over to that screen.
Oh, Steve is first dealer. Okay. We got Minko in the fabled North seat. So this game could potentially last for another 2 hours if we decide to start scrapping.
Yeah, and for Steve, Steve had been kind of on the bubble the entire season, but mostly on the safe side of that bubble. Um,
Yeah.
was looking quite safe going into that third game, but after taking negative 40 or 50, uh,
It's hurting.
it's
It's
hurting.
hurting
But
quite a bit.
if the ending mark does end up being the negative 130 in the 16th place, still it's almost impossible to get negative 100 points in a game. So, uh,
Yeah. I
uh,
think much more reasonably, you're trying to just make sure you stay above Zilong here, because technically Amy and Claire could still jump over that negative 130
that's
and even
true.
try to challenge along. They still have 2 and 4 games to play respectively.
Absolutely. And it's Anthony out right out of the gate with a quick pull of the seat wind.
Yeah, gonna take the Yakuai. Looks like a let's snub everybody else's hands. Just get 1K points, move it along.
And even at this point, it's unclear whether this hand will be Toy Toy or Honitsu or just Yakuhai only. Well, how about Toy Toy and Honitsu?
Couple different routes, it's possible. Yeah, I still like dropping the north first. But if you pick up the 5, don't hate throwing the 9s here, just playing the nuts.
Well, now that we've seen all the 5s drawn, I think Honitsu is out. It'll probably be an attempt at Toy Toy. Oh, Dora gets pulled by Dealer. That is a huge result.
Love that from Steve. Big fan of that. Pressure the hell out of the rest of the board. You're committed to Tanyao here, so you have to fill in these rough conchons, but everybody else is going to be watching their step and discards.
Yeah, interesting spot for Steve. Could have cheated the 3-mon, taken the 3-5-7 Diancon shape, but decided wanted to stay close and not give away information about the hand.
I think it's fair. It doesn't really improve too much, too, because like a conchon versus a round con doesn't do a whole lot.
And look at this. Just draw it yourself. Now you have a lot of flexibility in your shapes.
Yeah, probably hoping to hit 4 mon as the nuts, but gonna be a bit tough.
The pull there is interesting. You have lots of different ways to call into Tempai with a 5-mon pull and 3-pin pull, or yeah, 5-mon or 3-pin pull, as well as the 6-so. But decided just to keep everything in hand the way it is. Anthony decided whether to take the more value Toy Toy after grabbing the 9-pin, or take the Diamond Weight, but chooses the Toy Toy. And
You only see 1-2 at the board, so it still looks pretty good. And like 3-6 mon doesn't even look great because there's still 2 3s out, and you're assuming 6s are probably going to be pretty expensive.
I'm curious if you're Anthony, do you call Khan on the 8-mon?
Hey, you're at plus 26.6. Why not?
You've
It
already
only really backfires if, it benefits Steve and Steve runs you.
Steve is going for Tanya Dora 3. Oh, Ricci! Tucker's fighting, and this is what Tucker needs to do.
There is single chance Dora and single 8 in the wall, so it's not the best, but it's something, which is important.
Every hand fight, and there it is! He pops Sumo on the Dora!
On the Dora! That's actually so big.
That's Mangan minimum. We'll check Ura. No Ura-san, but
No
still,
Ura-bomb, but Mangan
that's the start. That's the start that Tucker's looking for.
Big.
I mean, Steve was looking at 12k hand, and all of a sudden you've turned the tables. Everyone else below 30,000. Going to east too. Anthony's Dealer has a door in hand as well as the tuned pair. Several pairs, in fact. And this time it's Tucker with a fast call of the Haku. They will be Ishapten here with Hakudora 1. Across the way, Minko with fairly standard Pinhu shapes. On the left, Steve, also a very normal hand. It could has denied the Itsu possibility with an early 9-pin cut, but could shift to Tanyao or Tanyao Pingfu. Anthony, more pairs. This is Ishanten now for Chitoy. It looks like we'll see a Chitoy commit. There's the Chi into Tempai, and that is Diamond Tempai for Tucker, looking to pull out a quick 2,000 points. The weight is not as live as you'd expect. There's only 3 tiles left in the wall. 1 5-so and 2 of the 2-so.
And you were hoping to get a little bit better, but I mean, what are you going to do? 2-so can only be played. Well, I guess 2-5 can be played by Steve and Minko, and 5 can also be played by Anthony, so it's a bit tough. I mean, you do have other options out too. If you get like an 8p, you could try to take it, switch to a Tonki, try to draw something better, maybe even like a 1-4 Nobeton. You have a lot of options that you can kind of gravitate towards if it gets too long and these 2-5s aren't coming out.
And there goes the 5. Minko
when the 5 comes
taking
out.
all the diamond shapes, and that will deal into 2,000. And so this is not the start you're looking for fighting for this championship. Now you have a large hill to climb over. You really need to find a direct hit on Tucker to start making some ground. But Tucker,
I mean,
look
again,
at this high
here's
pie.
the thing, Minko, last dealership, you can always just run like 15 in a row.
Yeah, that's a good point. Tucker with an Onko, and now a Chun pair and Hatsu pair.
Yakuai pair, it's so big.
Might be able to run
Could
toward.
even run Toy Toy too.
Exactly.
If you get like another pair, you get to call 7 and that, especially if it's on one of the 2s. It's so good.
I mean, if you see 7-pin, that's an insta pull. Now you have all the blocks you need for a hand. And you're kind of happy you haven't seen the dragons yet. If you could get this closed, could be a ton of
Yeah,
value
close
here.
even on the Shabo would be so
Ishanten.
good. Okay.
Inko.
You only have hard hits left, but it's possible. Could potentially hit Sanonko too if you hit one of them.
Well, I mean, the dragons haven't come out yet, so either they're in the wall or you're Mochi Mochi. But you're hoping they're in the
Mochi
wall.
hell.
And there it
As long
is!
as they're not Chitoy, there's one!
Tucker with perfect
Yeet.
draws will take the Tempai.
Oh, you
Richi,
gotta take it.
Hatsu, potential Saranko. Chun still in the wall. 7-pin still in the wall.
Could have double Yakuhai. I think this could be Hanemon, right?
It could.
Oh, there's the red. Steve does the white first.
White dragon once cut. Slightly safer than the red dragon here. But
It's a little
Steve,
bit better.
not a lot of safety in this hand. Has the 3-mon now. We'll pass that safely.
Just gonna stick Kimbu too. He's coming out. Here's the big turn.
9-mon is safe, but the
It's a
Chun comes
nine.
out instead.
Oh, the Chun drops to a monster.
Oh, and Steve cannot afford big hits like this. Fortunately, it's only 96, but that's also almost dealer Mangan, so Steve now drops dangerously low.
Very close.
And, I mean, Tucker's win condition was plus 50-something and is there right now.
Yeah, if Tucker gets another big hand, could really start to pull away with this.
Oh, I mistook the number of thousands, but still very close. 39 right now.
Yeah. Again, you get one more big win. You still have a whole round after this. If you can hold it down, you're looking much, much better than you were.
Yeah, we'll still need one more dealer Mangan to hit that mark, but...
And I mean, if Steve drops any lower too, Steve could start to be in trouble. Or I
Yeah.
guess not, because that's...
I mean,
only
it would
one
take a
big
huge
pick,
drop
so-
for Steve, but as you
Yeah.
said, if Amy has a huge comeback, if Claire gets 4 first places and passes so long, the cut line could be much closer than you're expecting.
Yeah.
Tucker, what are you going for if you're Tucker here? You have 4 pairs, good mon shapes.
I mean, if I'm Tucker, I know I'm edging towards Chitoy because I'm able to play that hand. Now, if I were in that seat, I might try and throw some Honitsu nonsense because I do like playing like Honitsus and stuff very aggressively just because I know
Ooh.
for a fact. Oh my god, what a villain! I know for a fact that if I'm playing them, even if they're easily readable, that means that odds are that suit is going to be shut down and mandatory for the other people on the table, and it has a higher chance of kind of sticking them up, making them have to back out and retract the hand or drop extremely aggressively.
Binko had the opportunity to call into Tempai there, declined it, and that gives Steve the opportunity to draw into Tempai with Dora 3. We'll take the Richi. Richi on the Entotsu.
Entotsu.
Yep.
Pretty good. A lot of One Piece.
1-pin, 4-pin, East.
2 and wall.
Sorry. 1-pin,
One
4-pin, 1-so. And there's the Ipatsumo! What are we seeing in this game? That's going to be Hanemon barring Ura-san. Because there was only Ura-san option. Or just one Ura. But that's going to be a Hanemon for Steve. And, well, that's how you come back into the game. I mean, that brings Steve all the way back into 2nd place.
Yeah, Steve not feeling a lot better. Tucker real upset that he has to eat, or they have to eat that on their dealership.
Yeah, but still in 1st place overall. You'll get another try in the South round.
Yep.
See what you can
Plenty of time.
come up with in this hand. I mean, 2 Dora for Tucker.
I mean, especially if you can snuff Steve's dealership, it's so big.
All right, we have to look at Toyman's hand. This is Ishanten already for Suanko. What in the world are these hands? 4-pin, 1 in the wall. 5-pin, 1 in the wall. Hatsu, 2 in the wall. Could Anthony...
Oh, goodness. Anthony and
Boom.
one of the lesser spots to play with.
no.
Yeah.
No dreams for Anthony. Just takes the Tempai for Toy Toy with
That
Sanako
is
chance.
interesting. Yeah, if you're in that position where you're kind of just like not caring about too much and on par with an absolute disaster happening, you're just fine with whatever. Do you Yakuman Honey here? Do you try to up the Yaku decks for the season? Start trying to fill it in?
Yeah, I think
I might.
my impression of Anthony's play in these situations is that He's just going to play his normal game here.
Good, solid, normal game.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair. Less exhausting mentally. But again, with Yakudex being out of the season, game changer.
For those of you who
Green.
are... Oh, Khan?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to take it.
Oh, now
Not what you wanna
Anthony's
see,
got a
though.
guaranteed Mangan.
Now Anthony's got a
Khan?
monster. That could be bad.
No,
Screw
show
it.
us the
Oh,
Khan.
come on. Screw it.
Khan for fun. Forget
You're
flow.
at plus 26.
Uh-oh. Oh,
There's
no.
no shot. There's no shot as New Dora.
Yeah, it comes out.
Oh, it threw out.
Toy Toy Dora 3. That's the second Toy Toy Dora 3 we've seen this tonight. And
Oh no, and Ninko is slowly settling in the second place.
it's looking like Kenyon is safe in first place right now. But as you said, and have repeated
Last
throughout this
dealer.
match, anything can happen in Last Dealer. Yeah, dealing for fun. Well, it's less fun when you have a shot at overcoming, but it was always going to be a challenge once Tucker got off to that great start. And well, now this puts Anthony in second place.
That'll be a bit of a jump for Anthony. Anthony with a good placement here could potentially get top 8, which is the Mahjong equivalent of like top 5 or 10 in a normal tournament, I would say.
Yeah,
Enough for the top 2 tables worth of people. Could be something important to Anthony. Never know.
Even though in A1 the main goal at the top is to be first overall so you can play in the championship match. That's not to say there's no incentive for the other players. Of course, you always want to place as highly as you can overall.
Yeah. Especially in A1 where it is the peak of the peak
Yeah, it's a
of the
point
players in this league. It's a point of pride for sure.
Exactly. And I wonder if Minko is going to just go all out for Chinitsu here, given the standings and their goal. This is Tempai, but it's not a good Tempai, so we'll wait.
Honestly, I might even just start tossing out Sozu. Oh, Aaron still has 2 games to play. That might actually affect it, because Aaron also likes to get like plus 100 games randomly.
Yeah, Aaron is prone to doing that. And we do see the Ricci now on the 6-9 pin.
Okay, it is just 6-9. Is that 6-9?
It is, yeah. It's the weird Nobitan shape. If you remove, say, the 5-6-7 out of the hand, then what's left is a 6-7-8-9 shape.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Ugh.
This is Tempai for Anthony if you want to push 6-pin. It's not a good Tempai. You can also just drop the 4-pin and take the Tanki, but we'll heal in. Ricci Nomi. And we'll stay that way as no Ura flips, shifting us forward into South 2.
Works out. You're probably pretty happy if you're Anthony there. Steve is all of a sudden struggling a bit more just in terms of game placement here. Bit more option towards that.
We've seen some snap calls from Anthony in this game, looking to shut down hands with speed. And there's a Toy Toy option again. It seems like Anthony has gone for Toy Toy in a quarter of the, well, not 3/4 of the hands this game. Ennui draws into the Anko of the 9-pin. That could be valuable later on. Not just for food, but if you can draw the last 9-pin and con, flip some more Dora for yourself. And with the goal of finding 58 points in one game, you're certainly looking to do anything that you can in that direction. Even though you typically wouldn't be so eager to con, the situation demands it in this case.
Yeah, you're in desperation mode. You got to do something here and try to assert yourself. You need to start playing for con bombs. You need to start playing for bombs. You need to really try to squeeze out like any abnormal value situation you can get.
You shouldn't head for Anthony, but I want to point out the really interesting decision that Minko is faced with across the way there. Drew into the 5-6-7 shape in the Pinsu. But if you look at that hand, the real value is in the 3-4-5 Sanchoku. And decided that the way to keep that avenue open was to drop the 3-so even though you lose a bit of efficiency. And I think if we see a 4-pin drawn, we'll drop away from the 6-7 block. Even though it's Samenchan.
Do you take the round con here then?
I don't think
If you're
so.
really about it?
I think if Minko draws, say, the 4-so, we'll probably just take the Ricci Pinfu. But if the 4-pin is drawn first, we'll forego the Samenchan, which will be Furitan, and aim for the Sanchoku.
Yeah.
Anthony just swapping around this Ishanten a little bit. Oh, there's the 4-pin. Now we get to see.
Three-sided.
I mean, normal fish
I
players
mean,
drop
Minko does need
3-5. Oh, it
value.
just does play the efficient
Is gonna
route.
take the yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
know.
you don't have Dora or anything else to back it up. That's my problem with like going for the Sanchoku there. It is technically more value, but like, what's the point of having more value when it's 2 versus 3? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's no value if you don't win the hand, but at the same time, I think at 16,000 place in deep fourth, you're kind of desperate. We'll take the 50-10 Ricci, and I'd be taking a Forso Ricci here.
See, I like Ricci Pinfu. I mean, again, it's still only technically 1 Han. I guess it does upgrade to Mangan a lot easier
It's not just
from
Ricci Pinfu,
2
right?
to 3
It's
Han.
guaranteed to be Ricci Tsubo Pinfu because of the 50-10.
That's true.
I
That
wonder
is
if
how it works.
that was a thought as well. But even so, you need to find
Still
2
looking
to make
for Tempai.
that really worth it.
Yeah.
At the same time, East has been discarded once, so there still are 3 in the wall. I guess we're looking for the West for the Luda 2. West has been discarded a lot more times.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Sumo.
There's the Sumo. For West, can also hit 4P. I think there's one left. Nope. Oh no, 4P was dead.
So a relatively small
Rip.
gain, but it is positive points.
Whoa. Anthony's got an Akko of Yakuhai. Interesting. And Anthony's dealership is ended. This is going to be very, very big for Tucker. Right now, Tucker needs to end in the plus 60-ish range, right?
If
Or
everyone's
no, needs to basically get like 60K.
if everyone
58,
is
60K.
below 30,000, then 60,000 points will be a plus 50,
Okay.
which is
So
not
still
enough.
not quite enough.
No, it needs to be plus 68.
So we need to get 60.
60.
We really want the 65 to 70K
Yeah, 67.
range.
Let's just say plus 67 is our goal. And I mean, as dealer, one Hanuman gets you up to 60,000.
That's true. Sadly, I would be very awestruck if this gets to Hanemon.
Though, and Anthony's already Tempai here. Doesn't even need to take a Ricci. I'm pretty sure we'll see a 1-pin. Oh no, I was gonna say 1-pin Dama, but doesn't even take the Tempai once more out of this. It is a very awkward shape just on the 6. And this is also Tempai on the 2-4 pin. Also not very strong, but
it's not great, but I think it's takeable from that position. You hope to upgrade to like probably 4P
oh,
or even a pair just for Sanonko.
I thought that was a 7-mon hand. It was actually an 8-mon. So everything that I was thinking was going on in the hand was not actually correct.
No. Oh, importantly, Tucker could deal in here, chasing value. Should be disastrous. And there's just only one Shun out as well that has hit a hand.
Value-wise, it wouldn't hurt that much, but the fact that you lose your dealership.
The fact that you lose dealership is everything.
So Tucker really needs to draw around this 4-pin and soon. Unfortunately, all the 5-pin are being held.
Oh, there's the weight switch up. We could see Sanonka chance.
And it is taken. 4-pin still deals in, though. Oh, that's a Dora. What do you do with a Dora?
Jeez.
Might be a Honitsu shift?
That's what I was thinking. That's how I'd
Chitoi?
play it. But Tucker with the 6th sense, senses something's not right with the 4P.
Boom.
I mean, I think if I'm Tucker, best case scenario is this goes to Yukoku with what I have in my hand, and I just find like Tenpai Tonki on the 4.
Steve with the 6th sense as well, not discarding this 1-pin yet.
Takes the 6. Chun, I don't think is coming out from anybody. Way too late.
Yeah, I think Steve is really suspicious about this 1-pin.
Yeah, I mean, Pinzu look really, really distraught on board. There's still 3 Souths to hit the board. No Chuns are out. It's something is off, you know. Something does not add up on this board.
Yeah, Anthony trying to disguise with the Tadashi of the 9, so just shifting the shape down, but we'll see if that affects decisions here. Pulled.
Not yet. Although Tucker's really going to struggle to get Tenpai here.
Boom.
Oh, and Steve deals him with a 1.
It is cheap though. No door
It
in that
is,
hand.
yeah, super cheap, but that might be it for Tucker. Yeah, you're pretty much. I think you have to go into like Yakuman mode here.
Yep. You're trying to find the closest Yakuman. Is it
With some crazy
Kokshi?
hands.
Is it Suanko? It looks like Kokshi? Suanko? 1, 2, 3,
I
4,
think you
5,
opt
6.
to play towards a Honitsu, maybe.
Kazoe? Yeah.
Yeah, if I can build towards like a Honitsu, get some Ankos up, hit a con bomb, then I think that looks somewhat decent. Just take the Sanbai, because I think Sanbaimon is enough
And
in pretty much any scenario.
here's the other thing for Ennui. The game doesn't need to end here. Remember, Minko
Yeah.
also wants to run up the score. And Minko has a good hand. If you let Minko win, something cheap, get another round, get another chance at a Yakuman.
Mm-hmm.
So if you start to sense the other players are getting close to Tenpai, I think you try to feed Minko.
Ooh, problem. Steve's looking to nip that in the bud. And Steve is looking really good for it. Steve could very quickly just hit a cheeky little 1k hand and end everything here.
And this isn't even looking like 1K. It's Chun, Chanta, Dora.
Yeah, that's true. Now
Sanchoku.
we're upgrading a little bit. Imagine there's no world. Yeah, no world where 9 months called. I think Minko needs to threat the board very quick for this to not end. Because I don't even think Tucker's going to take whatever he gets or whatever they get.
4-pin. Not the tile you wanted to draw.
I mean, if you're Steve here, I think you literally just want to end the game right now.
Yeah, Steve's strongly incentivized to just let the game finish. This is Tenpai.
Could Damon 3-so.
And out it comes.
Oh, and that's game.
Well, that will end the dreams for both Tucker and Minko. It will be a first place for Tucker, well fought, plus 32.8, the only player above 30,000. Anthony will take a very small second place, negative 0.7. Steve, a small third place. That's been Steve's game all season long, but that's been enough to avoid the demotion zone. And Minko, negative 26.1, fought hard and gave us a fun showing in that final game. Great season. 10 first places, 5 second places. This only the fourth place of the entire season. And looking forward to see Minko battle it out next season in A1 for the championship in the spring.
Yeah. Now it looks like it is either Aaron has a chance or Kathy has to go. Either of them has to go absolutely insane.
Yeah, Aaron is
in order to pass Kenyon.
About 135 points away and 2 games to play.
And Kathy is about just shy of 200 points needed, but she does have 4 games, so a little bit more room to work with.
And that seems almost impossible, given that you're playing an A1 where no one's going to give you a 50 point game easily.
Get freebies. You do not get freebies. You are going to have to fight tooth and nail if you're really trying to get about it.
And I would like to get the standings to refresh one final time for the evening. That is the last match of the night. And boy, the setup is really looking good for the rest of the week. We've got a ton of matches that are looking really exciting for the future. We previewed a little bit of that B3 demotion playoff match that's going to be completed on Wednesday. The B1 demotion cut line is going to be determined tomorrow night, and I know we'll be broadcasting that evening. I think Joshua will be there, and I don't know who the commentators are going to be, but it's going to be exciting. And I believe you're playing tomorrow night, right?
I am. I will also, if some catastrophic event happens and we unfortunately cannot get a stream up right away, we'll be streaming my own perspective, but I'm going to be fighting tooth and nail, trying to decide what the upper half of B2 looks like. Me and Dave both near the top line. Dave still has a couple games to play, but it is going to be hard fought to see if one of us can try and challenge I for top of B2. Not as prestigious as A1, but Topping a league, nothing easy.
Absolutely. That'll be exciting to watch. I know there's an A2 matchup going on. I see Joe playing.
Yep.
Joe, of course, in
Seems
the
like Joe's been
promotion zone.
stomping. Joe has been crazy this season.
And I
Just hitting
think,
over and over. Huang trying to miss demotion too in that same table.
yeah, that will be a
With I
very
think
intense series
yeah.
with Philip catching up as well. Um, where Huang ends up will, in some part, determine where the cut line might be because right above
Yeah.
Huang is Andre, who they have about the same score, around 80 points, negative 80 points, and that cut line might
Yep.
be moving even lower. And of course, also in B2, the conclusion of the Travis Cruz Andrew Daniel series. Andrew currently the cut line for B2 right now, so that match will determine who promotes and who demotes, or rather where the demotion line is for that series.
Yeah,
And of
that will be
course,
very, very important.
the last match of the evening is the A1 matchup: Kathy, Korak, Oliver, Claire. It's Claire's turn to make her attempt to get out of the demotion zone. We can see
Mhm.
the standings currently on the right side of the screen. Claire about 47.4 points away, and that can be gained in one game. She has 4. So we'll see if
Yep.
she can climb her way out of the demotion zone. All right. Well, that's going to be it for the evening. Make sure to tune in Tuesday. As we mentioned, all of those games are going to be extremely exciting, and I cannot wait to
Yep.
see the results. Also, don't forget that we are streaming Wednesday as well, and
Yep.
probably Thursday, and almost certainly
We're
Friday for the D3 playoffs.
probably running it literally all week,
Yeah.
except for apparently the 25th, which is Saturday. Off day Saturday, no one's playing games.
Yeah,
So,
but every weekday you'll want to tune in the evening to catch
yeah.
the final session of the 2023 winter season. If you are, again, interested in being a member of the league, tonight is the last night to sign up. You have about
Yes.
4 hours. Nope, even less than that. 2 hours. Get on it. You have 2 hours to register. You can do so at our website, AmericanReachy.org. It's the first thing you'll see on the front page. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and check us out on Twitter. We post every time we go live. And if you'd like to see any of our previous broadcasts, our YouTube channel is tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. The more subscribers we get to that channel, the faster that we get to changing that tiny URL link to an actual channel name. So go ahead and subscribe to that channel. And thank you, Harrison, for doing co-commentary with me. It's always a blast to have you on the call. And good luck in your games tomorrow.
Oh, always great. Thank you and good. I would say good luck, but you're already done on your games. But thanks for running everything on the covered side of things, all the ins and outs. Appreciate. Always nice to get a cast up and going. And I want
Absolutely.
to wish everybody else as well a good night and a thanks for tuning in because we appreciate you. We like talking and chat, watching Mahjong together. Always fun.
Absolutely. So see y'all Tuesday night. Have a good one.